DAB, online and on your smart speaker. TalkSport. TalkSport.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome along to Monday. It's the 17th. Oh, it's St Paddy's Day. Happy St Patrick's Day, everyone. Come on, Newcastle, if there's any correlation there. Is there any correlation there? I don't know. Nick Ellerby with the news? I don't know.
Guinness is black and white.
Hey, there we go. And that's why you get paid the big bucks. Good morning, Nick.
I wish I did get paid the big bucks. Good morning. Newcastle fans and players are waking up with their first domestic trophy since 1955.
Newcastle United are Wembley winners. The joint captains Guimaraes and Trippier throw it into the air, shove the gleaming silver trophy into the air.
We asked Bruno Guimaraes what lifting the League Cup means to him and the fans.
What a moment. To be honest, I don't have any words. We're just feeling the same than the fans. 70 is a lot. It's a lot. They deserve it. We play for them.
And the first English manager to win something significant since Harry Redknapp, Eddie Howe, thanked Jason Tindall and the rest of his coaching team.
We share all the ups and the downs, and I think that's the thing that people don't see. The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it, and I'm very thankful to everyone that's helped me on my journey.
Meanwhile, Ruben Amorim says everyone's pleased for Rasmus Højlund, who broke a 21-game duck, finally scoring in Man United's 3-1 win at the King Power. Leicester, our first top-flight team in history to lose 7 successive home games without scoring. Mikel Arteta says Arsenal's win over Chelsea shows they can compete consistently. Meanwhile, Ange Postecoglou admits Tottenham's 15th loss this season is unacceptable. Matthias Tell was seen remonstrating with fans after Fulham beat Spurs 2-0. Tennis, and Jack Draper's up to 7th in the world rankings. The 23-year-old got the first Masters 1000 win of his career, beating Holger Rune at Indian Wells. And there's a first for Rory McIlroy as well. He's never slept on a playoff before. He's in a 3-hole decider with JJ Spawn for the Players' Championship. That's from 9 a.m. UK time.
TalkSport News.
New rules to stop harmful content being posted online come into force today, and Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are expected to talk this week as world leaders look to a peace deal. Sinead has more in half an hour.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. At QuickFit, we're all about keeping you safe on the road. With our comprehensive motor insurance, we're here for every journey. Search QuickFit Motor Insurance to find out more.
Cloudy start to the week. Any rain will fade away, leaving brighter spells this afternoon.
Fulfilling football talk with a kick. 100% original early breakfast.
Your hard-working, head-turning, bed-burning pre-breakfast briefing with essential stats and sport for a football-shaped planet. The original early breakfast with Shabana Hearn on TalkSport.
Hiya, good morning. Welcome along to Early Breakfast here on TalkSport with Adrian Flux. Insurance for the individual. Find out more at adrianflux.co.uk. We are building up to a big breakfast show back at 6 this morning with Ali McCoist and his mate Andy Townsend. But coming up for you now, here's the birthday boy. It's Sam. Morning.
Yes, good morning. And up the tune. Newcastle finally lifted silverware for the first time in 70 years. Domestic at least, winning the Carabao Cup at Wembley. All the reaction to come. What on earth happened to Liverpool yesterday? Newcastle dominated the game, didn't they? Fully deserving winners, and I'm sure there isn't anybody in Newcastle who isn't aware that they won the trophy yesterday. In the Premier League, Spurs' inconsistency continues. What's new? Has the tide turned at Man United? That is new. And in Glasgow, Rangers have the bragging rights. Sorry, Shaban. France are Six Nations champions. We'll get into that. While in the golf, Rory McIlroy heads into a playoff today with JJ Spawn. And in the tennis, Jack Draper has won Indian Wells, moving him well up in the world rankings.
Number 7, baby.
It's good, isn't it?
Very, very good.
Yeah, very
good. Young Jack Draper. What a weekend of sports, Sam.
Unbelievable.
Did you watch any of it, considering you were partying your pants off in Brighton over the weekend?
Yeah, I watched all the games yesterday, actually. I came back.
Were you hanging out your backside?
It wasn't too bad, actually. It wasn't too bad.
Did you make the night?
I did, yeah.
Lightweight Sam.
I made the night, yeah.
One can Dan, they call him over there.
I paced myself rather well.
Love that.
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. Nice night to celebrate with some friends and down in Brighton, and then enjoyed all the football yesterday. So as weekends go, a famous lager would have it right, I think, wouldn't they?
Oh, wonderful. And now we're St Patrick's Day today, so you'll be back on it at 6 a.m.
Yes, I'll be drinking the first Guinness of the day. Actually, definitely. I'll tell you one thing I can guarantee. it definitely won't be the first Guinness of the day, because there'll be Newcastle fans who are still up right now.
Oh, I know. Congratulations to them. Good morning. You're listening to Early Breakfast on TalkSport with Adrian Flux. Insurance for the individual. You can find out more at adrianflux.co.uk. Just absolute scenes in the car coming in this morning throughout London town. The black and white army still out and about, enjoying their celebrations. It's all over the papers, as you can imagine today. The Sun Sport going for its party time. Like that, very good, simple and sweet. Burn, I don't want to sleep, this is a dream. The Times, they're going for winners at last. The Daily Mail, it's emotional, looking at the Guardian Sport, party time. Newcastle ends 70-year wait for major trophy drought. Toon Armies, tears of joy is the Telegraph, and the Times' game pull out is local hero. Let's get straight to it, because for the first time in 70 years, Newcastle are trophy winners again, defeating Liverpool 2-1 at Wembley to lift the Carabao Cup. A monumentous day for Geordies everywhere, and of course we had it live for you here on TalkSport.
First pop for slot, or time for a Toon trophy? Liverpool and Newcastle want to prove they are just getting started. With a header, he scores! It's who scored on the week in which he was called up for England.
What a header, absolutely superb, and it's what Newcastle deserve.
1 minute taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur.
With a header down to his head, it's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak. Have just unleashed a hypersonic missile.
We knew the microscope was on us today. I thought the players really delivered.
Newcastle United have won the Carabao Cup. It's been a long time coming.
Eddie Howe, take a bow. Eddie Howe, you've made every one of us Newcastle United fans and us Geordies unbelievably proud today, pal.
The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it.
No more people watching for Newcastle United. They've just scored a major trophy for the first time in 56 years.
Oh, I love it. By the way, Sam Fender has some tunes, doesn't he? I always liked him, but hearing him non-stop overnight this morning is always good as well. Well done to Newcastle. Well done to Eddie Howe. I have to say, even though I didn't have a dog in the fight last night watching the game, I was really buzzing for Newcastle. I think it's done everything that we needed for football waking up this morning. We'll start with some stats, shall we, about the game. And for Newcastle, the first trophy of any kind since 1969, their first domestic trophy since the 1955 FA Cup, their first ever League Cup victory, and the first time winners since Swansea in 2013. Eddie Howe becomes the first Englishman to win a trophy since Harry Redknapp in 2008. And after the game, Howe spoke about breaking that English manager curse.
It's so funny, your career is crazy. I mean, as you say, 1 minute I'm taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur. But all I can say about it is very similar to Dan's story. I've just worked extremely hard. Really proud of my coaching team who've been by my side near enough the whole journey with me. The likes of Jason, of course, has been with me every step of the way, but Simon Weatherstone, Stephen Purchase, Graham Jones, latterly, they're all so important, and we share all the ups and the downs, and I think that's the thing that people don't see. The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it, and I'm very thankful to everyone that's helped me on my journey.
Very, very lovely to hear Eddie Howe speaking in that manner. He deserved to win that yesterday. And also emotional too, because there was an interview where he was talking about being a wee boy and his mum taking him a stadium tour around Wembley, and then almost took a moment to just remember her. She passed away in 2012 after a short illness. And as he said in that interview, you think about the people who are no longer with you when you have a moment like that. I remember back a wee while ago, Eddie Howe was linked to Celtic. Do you remember that? And going, okay, reading up a bit more about Eddie Howe, and then there was a podcast available of him, and he was speaking about the detail, the love that he has for football, and absolutely everything in his day that goes into football. And he's done an outstanding job at Newcastle. He's absolutely a legend now of the club in terms of winning this trophy, the first trophy in 56 years. And they came to win the game. They dealt with Liverpool. They seemed to be the better team. Obviously, that hurt start from a couple of years ago really spurred them on yesterday at Wembley. And by the way, the fans, unbelievable. Take a bow, pat your back, every single one of you. Wembley looked incredible, especially that black and white side yesterday. It was even a joy to watch on the TV. And what a week for this man, Dan Burn. His first ever call up for the England squad on Friday under Thomas Tuchel, and now the local boy scores for his boyhood club. What a header that was as well. I thought he'd nearly taken his neck out of some sort of socket there. It looked sore, but a thumping header. An incredible performance from him, and boss Eddie Howe says he's the model professional too.
It just goes to show what you can achieve with a great attitude. Dan's never had it easy. He's always had to prove people wrong, but again on the biggest stage under pressure he's delivered a colossal performance today. He won every header. He was really good on the ball, on the floor, and what a goal. I mean, the distance he scored that header from was something I'm sure he'll watch over and over again in his life. But no one deserves it more than him. I can say that having watched him every day for the length of time that we've worked together. He is the ultimate professional.
He is indeed, and he makes everybody smile too. I love Dan Burn on social media because it's going around again this morning, that little kind of robot, massive kind of dance that he does because he's so tall. He swings his knees one way and he's throwing his arms the other way, and he does it in the dressing room and the lads crack up. And it's not been an easy run for Dan Burn. Like we say, his first England call-up this week. He was released from Newcastle when he was about 11 or 12 and then brought back in to the squad and just kept going. He was pushing trolleys at his local supermarket when he was 17 in Blyth, and then look at him, look at that moment yesterday. I just think that is incredible. You just persevere, you keep going, you stay true to yourself, and you will get those moments. Absolutely wonderful stuff for Dan Burn. We can get more reaction now from TalkSport. Former Newcastle boss Alan Pardew was with Majestic on the final word, and he said he's delighted for Eddie Howe to rise above the pressure cooker of one of all time's football toughest jobs.
I speak not just as myself. I'm sure Graham Souness, Sam Allardyce, Chrissy Houghton, John Carver, Steve McLaren, Rafael Benitez, Steve Bruce and myself, we all send our congratulations to Eddie Howe. He's done something that none of us could do. And I know you could argue that, you know, the finances and everything else, but you still got to secure it. Come through difficult spells. He's had a great spell and he's had a difficult spell, and he's come back and won the trophy, and I'm absolutely delighted for him, delighted for his staff, and delighted for the fan base. They must be I can't imagine what they're like.
Well said, Alan Pardew. We can hear now from Liverpool boss Arne Slot on his side. Rather underwhelming display yesterday. Speaking to TalkSport after the game, he felt Newcastle were fully merited for their win.
Tuesday was a disappointing result, but in my opinion a great performance. But you cannot compare these two games with each other. You cannot compare Paris Saint-Germain with Newcastle, but their game plan worked really well. So a lot of long and second balls, and through the air they are a stronger team than us, and both of their goals came from balls through the air. So credit to them, credit to their game plan, and a deserved winner with Newcastle.
Tough old few days there for Arne Slot. What happened in the Champions League midweek? By the way, I hate to say it, but I had almost a feeling that was almost kind of going to happen, because midweek Champions League, especially against PSG, they'd run them ragged in the first leg. You could tell they were exhausted, even though they had that goal advantage, Liverpool, but it was exhausting almost watching them midweek. So I felt that they were kind of struggling going into this game on Sunday, even though they have a great squad. They just weren't at it. They were not the same Liverpool that we've been used to seeing this week. No Salah, no Partey for Liverpool. He was there, but he wasn't quite at the races yesterday. But it seems like the better team won on the day. I think we should focus on the positives here. And of course, Liverpool still surely win the title, right? Liverpool fans, any concerns? Let us know your thoughts. 03717 223344. And of course, we'll end our look back on yesterday's game with with some happy Newcastle fans, the ones that aren't absolutely lashed and swaying on the radio. Here you go.
Newcastle United have won the Carabao Cup. It's been a long time coming. No more people watching for Newcastle United. They've just scored a major trophy for the first time in 56 years.
You know what? I just can't believe it. Oh, no, I'm going to break down. It was the proudest moment of my life watching my boys going into Wembley. We did it, lads!
So Eddie Howe, how very dare you? Yeah, my dad passed away in January after a long illness, and today was his birthday. So what a fantastic present it's been. The monkey's off, we're back. We've done it.
Mate, it's Andy Lee. Oh, yeah. Long-suffering Geordie.
Long-suffering until tonight, Andy.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Do me a favour first, fellas. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Third year squad. Hello. Third year squad.
Oh, I love hearing all those stories, you know, the really emotional ones about why you started supporting the club that you did, and you know, all the drought period and not seeing your team win or lift a trophy, and then that happened yesterday. It's really wonderful stuff. Newcastle fans, if you're up for it and you're feeling the love, give us a call 03717 22 33 44 81089 if you'd rather send a text message, if that's the safer method this morning. Fair play to Newcastle. Lots of reaction coming up here on TalkSport across the day, and TalkSport Breakfast with Ali McCoy and Andy Townsend on the way at 6. Coming up next, we'll get into this morning's back pages. I'll give you one guess whose team is dominating. Morning.
Early Breakfast with Shabana Hearn on TalkSport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
A very good morning to you. You're listening to Early Breakfast on TalkSport with Adrian Flux. You can get a tailor-made quote for your commercial vehicle. Search Adrian Flux. Insurance for the individual. It's Shaban with you here. Good morning to Ash, the Newcastle fan. 81089 is the number. I'm from Blyth. That's where Dan Byrne is from. I'm a Newcastle fan too. I was so emotional at the final whistle, and it isn't taking too much writing this to be emotional now. I'm very, very proud of him. And Eddie Howe and Newcastle United, thank you for making me believe in my club again. Oh, Newcastle fans, you can keep your love coming in this morning. Some of your other headlines going around too. Celtic, we have to talk about this. We now have to wait until after the Scottish Premiership splits next month to clinch the title. After a 3-2 defeat at home to Rangers yesterday, the leaders are still 13 points clear of our rivals after a dramatic end to the latest Old Firm derby. I was actually having a roast and then watching the scores come in, and I went, oh no. When Igmani scored just in stoppage time. Dundee's hopes of avoiding relegation have been boosted by their 4-2 win at Neighbours United. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this, even though I do not approve anything like this, I did absolutely chuckle my head off. There's a video going around after Igmani scores the third goal. Kearney, the Rangers player, runs past some of the Celtic fans, and he's got a scooshy water bottle, and he scooshes water and just some random Celtic fan's face. And he gets the shock of his life. It's not funny. It's not funny, but it's housery at its finest. And just remember where you are in the league, Rangers, okay? In other news, Jack Draper has won the biggest tournament of his career, the Indian Wells, considered widely to be the 5th major in tennis. He beat Denmark's Holger Rune in straight sets to become just the second British man to win the competition in California. Brilliant stuff. Draper will be up to world number 7 when the rankings are updated this morning. And also Morgan Gibbs-White has been added to Thomas Tuchel's first England squad, and the Nottingham Forest midfielder is expected to replace Cole Palmer, who was ruled out ahead of Chelsea's 1-0 defeat to Arsenal in the Prem through injury at the weekend. Gibbs-White will now join up with the rest of the players ahead of their opening World Cup qualifiers against Albania and Latvia at Wembley. And Adrian Durham says his call-up is a no-brainer considering his form and his starting role in Forest's 4-2 win over Ipswich on Saturday.
Surely everybody knows how good Morgan Gibbs-White is. Probably the best number 10, English number 10, right now. On form, current form, he's probably the best number 10 that's English right now in the Premier League. And they gave him so much time. They gave him acres of space in the middle of the park to pick out what was a wonderful pass.
Most people would agree with Adrian Durham on that point. Actually, driving back from Cheltenham on Friday when the squad was announced, I was listening to Harry Redknapp on Breakfast with Brazil and Parlour, and even he was saying, why was Morgan Gibbs-White not named in the squad? So fair play to him. He's in there now. For more on the England squad and on this story, you can visit our website, talksport.com. Time now to look at today's back pages with Adrian Flux.
The Back Page Review on TalkSport with Adrian Flux. Insurance for the individual. Find out more at adrianflux.co.uk.
Samuel.
Fair to say that Phil Foden and Cole Palmer are a little bit off at the moment. Obviously, Palmer was injured at the weekend, but quite some statement, isn't it, of how well Forrest and Morgan Gibbs-White particularly is playing at the moment, that he's probably the best number 10 in the country. I mean, what a fantastic season he's having.
Unbelievable. I mean, what they've done in the league so far this campaign, Gibbs-White has been integral to it all, and it was a bit unusual that he was left out of the first squad, so rightly so.
It was wrong, to be honest.
It was wrong. Rightly so that he's been called up now. Fair play to him.
Without doubt. And of course, all the pictures on the back pages. You can't help but feel, if you're a football fan, and someone made the point yesterday, isn't it funny how, we're all celebrating, Liverpool not winning the Carabao Cup, and yet it's a club who are sort of bankrolled by multi-billion pound owners who've won it, and yet somehow we feel like it's sort of plucky Newcastle. And I do get that point, but there is something quite charming, isn't there, about Newcastle supporters, Newcastle the club, the one club city thing. And the pictures all over the back pages this morning. You can't help but feel like it warms the cockles on this cold Monday morning.
Well, I said this to you off air, and I don't mean it with disrespect at all, but I was really glad to see Newcastle win it yesterday, and I feel genuinely delighted for them. Had it been Liverpool, still fair play to them. They've been brilliant this season. Arne Slot's been faultless, but it wouldn't have hit the same. There's something about Newcastle, and as far as Premier League teams go, I think we say it a lot about Forest. They're the club that kind of charm you in terms of what they're doing at the moment, even though I'm not a Forest fan. But Newcastle would be the same. I've really enjoyed them in the Premier League. I've really enjoyed their Eddie Howe era. And bearing in mind, Sam, you go back to last season when the chips were down, the injuries were rife.
Yeah.
Rife. There was actually a point where people were saying Eddie Howe needs to go. But as the proper fans stick by a manager like that, he's been outstanding. Considering they were rich, he wasn't allowed to go blow the cash wherever he wanted to blow it. And he's a very, very good manager. That team were brilliant yesterday, and it's good for football.
It is, and I think that's the big thing, isn't it? Is that it doesn't really matter how these things happen. You've got to have a shake-up when it comes to the trophies. You just can't have the same 5 or 6 clubs winning it every year, and it's it does make a difference, I think, when you see a team like Newcastle, who, let's be honest, have underachieved for many years. They've struggled in finals for a long time, but yesterday it really felt like they came of age, didn't it? They were absolutely terrific. And to see a player who you've already given praise to, Shaban, in Dan Burn, who describes a little bit of a journeyman earlier in his career, as having a bit of a late footballing life resurgence, isn't he, at Newcastle? To score such a brilliant goal, get the team on their way, I think it is those kind of stories that makes you feel like the heart of football still remains in some ways, because no matter the money behind it and all the bankrolling of Newcastle and all the rest of it, and football nowadays, to have a local lad who is somebody who was a supporter of the club who then scores in the final, that's where the stories really are, isn't it, that we love about football.
Well, we wouldn't have really focused on these stories and getting to a final had they not have won it, whereas that's where you really get to say, to celebrate these journeys of people. Dan Burns 32.
Yeah.
In football years, you would say that's no spring chicken, or you're almost looking at retirement, or his legs have gone. They all kind of go together. Dan Burns been excellent this season, but I think getting to hear that backstory a little bit more, released from Newcastle as a boy, always been a diehard fan with his dad, sharing that moment with his family, his dad recalling the time he took him to a final at Wembley to see Newcastle. What is it, their 6th final since they had last won a trophy? That was their 6th final.
Yeah.
Being with Dan at one of those games and then getting to watch your son do that yesterday, that special moment. He played out of his skin. He absolutely deserves it. Bruno Guimaraes as well, coming from Brazil with not any English language and speaking to the TV cameras yesterday. Honestly, he could have been speaking in his own native tongue, and everyone else would have still been crying. Tears streaming down his face, talking about what it meant to the Newcastle fans. I just think there's so much passion involved in that team, so much togetherness. They understand the fan base. Eddie Howe's been excellent. I just thought it all came together so perfectly well, so fair play to them.
I was so impressed with the way Bruno Guimaraes spoke yesterday. He sounded like a true leader of that club, didn't he? You know, he understands the importance of the fans. He understands the trophy drought. And the fact that he said he wanted to put his name in the same category as Alan Shearer, have his name sung once he leaves the club. I mean, it's going to happen for him, isn't it? Not just for him, but for all these players and for the manager now after this.
He said the fans deserve everything. For them, this is like the World Cup. People have died, people have grown up, and they've not seen Newcastle as champions, and now they've seen it. Tears streaming down his face. I absolutely love that about football, and about a team who we weren't, maybe thinking could win it, especially going up against the Liverpool. They did it. They were brilliant. They deserved it. Outstanding stuff.
Yeah, and there's loads of lovely pieces on Newcastle this morning in all of the papers, as you won't be surprised to know. It's brutal for skipper. Ending Toon Trophy pain is best day is a nice piece in the Sun this morning. Should just touch on Liverpool very, very quickly. Not their best effort yesterday at all. Didn't look themselves, did they? Arne Slot afterwards said that maybe the Champions League took its toll. Didn't want to blame it on that, but they will bounce back. But they definitely weren't themselves yesterday, were they?
Well, they would have been shattered emotionally, probably down in terms of, feeling positivity, whatever like that, after what happened in the week. PSG were outstanding, by the way. They'd have been shattered as well. Not the momentum you need to go into a cup final at Wembley. By the way, that was a look at today's back pages with Adrian Flux.
The Back Page Review on TalkSport with Adrian Flux. Insurance for the individual. Find out more at adrianflux.co.uk.
Coming up next, we'll build up more to Thomas Tuchel's first England squad. Morning.
Okay, guys, it's 4 minutes past 6 this morning. It's Monday, March 17th, St Patrick's Day. There you are, I forgot about that. This is TalkSport Breakfast with Arnold Clark's Rewards Week. Save up to £1,000 on selected cars this week. Ali and Andy T with you this morning. Andy, how are you, my old son?
Very good, my old son. I haven't seen you for a bit.
Weekend.
Unbelievable yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, it was such it's been, as you say, such an amazing weekend of sport all round. But, I mean, there's goggle-eyed yesterday by the time it all finished, wasn't you?
Listen, even by my own standards, there was iPads on, there was TVs on, TVs up the stairs on, phones on.
Terrific.
Watching games.
I mean, we've got to try and get in all of it this morning. I mean, what about the old firm game? What a result that was for Rangers. What a week Fergie's had.
What a week he's had, mate. I mean, after that 120 minutes was absolutely incredible. And the Newcastle boys yesterday.
Brilliant.
They were
so good,
tremendous, mate. Absolutely tremendous.
Do you know what I loved about it yesterday, Ali? What I really enjoyed seeing was a couple of old-fashioned goals as well, right?
Yeah.
Decent corner drilled in.
Yes.
Big man there at the back post. I mean,
you have to ask one or two question marks about the marking.
You have.
Did you understand that one? No.
It's not me whistling, by the way, if anyone can hear this. Something's going into my microphone. And I've not had any false teeth put in lately that I know of.
Are you that boy? No, remember the old boy in Tune the Fat with the denture?
Oh, dear. But I love the fact, the old-fashioned goals, it was ping out to Dan Burn just attacks it and brilliantly. And the second one even, Ali, player gets wide, ball stood
cross,
up,
back
header back down, and what a finish that was, wasn't it?
On a half volley. I thought it was an amazing goal. I really did. It's a great delivery. He gets up really well at the back post, knocks it down, and he came in and he just meets it sweetly in the half volley.
Fantastic
Beautiful goal.
Brilliant goal. And of course, look, it wouldn't be a cup final. It was never going to be easy for Newcastle. Obviously, Liverpool got themselves back in it. Good goal, that, Chiesa. Good goal.
Takes it well, doesn't he?
Took it very well. Really good goal. And then from then you're thinking, Liverpool, there's still a bit of time left. But the Newcastle have managed to get over the line and deserved it. And it's been a long time. They've waited an awful long time, but fantastic day for them.
Incredible when you think about it. I mean, 1955 was the last time they won the FA Cup. 70 years. They won the Fairs Cup, I think it was 1969. I always remember that. I can remember because they beat Rangers in the semi-final of the Fairs Cup. Wow. I think I'm right in saying Andy Penman missed a penalty for Rangers up at Ibrox. Anyway, I'm over it. But just to see the old Geordie boys celebrating.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. Brilliant. Nobody could have grudged them that. It was just a brilliant moment.
They got it absolutely right. Liverpool on the day never really got going.
Did they, Andy?
Never got going. Do you know, Liverpool, the last couple of games, and against Paris and that one yesterday, the only times they've started to look a real threat is when they go a bit more direct to Salah and they get him involved a little bit quicker. Yeah. When they're trying to sort of build up as they usually would do, it's just lacked a little bit of speed and intensity about it all at the moment, and they've not been able to really get on top of the opposition.
Yeah,
when they go long, they still look a very dangerous team, don't they?
100%. But it's amazing. But when I try to play through teams with possession of the ball, they don't look as dangerous.
No.
The opposition look as though they're handling them, they're defensively up. But no, I mean, you're right. Two great goals. Isak's goals was fabulous.
Stunner. Absolute stunner.
Thought Liverpool handled it brilliantly at the end. Class, just the way they went about it as well.
Brilliant.
With their congratulations. They handled it like a proper club. Now we're going to have a listen to this, because after 56 years of hurt finally ended for Newcastle fans after their 2-1 victory against Liverpool.
First pop for slot or time for a Toon trophy? Liverpool and Newcastle want to prove they are just getting started. With a header, and he scored! It's John who scored on the week in which he was called up for England.
What a header, absolutely superb, and it's what Newcastle deserve.
1 minute taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur.
With a header down to Isak. It's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak. Have just unleashed a hypersonic missile.
We knew the microscope was on us today. I thought the players really delivered.
Newcastle United have won the Carabao Cup. It's been a long time coming.
Eddie Howe, take a bow.
Eddie Howe, you've made every one of us Newcastle United fans and us Geordies unbelievably proud today, pal.
The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it.
No more people watching for Newcastle United. They've just scored a major trophy for the first time in 56 years.
Yeah, brilliant. The Toon Army were sent into ecstasy last night as goals either side of half-time by Dan Burn and Alexander Isak secured their first major trophy. I can still hear that whistling a wee bit, mate, anyway.
Yeah.
In 56 years, and their first domestic success since the 50s, like I said earlier on there. Manager Eddie Howe will no doubt go down in English folklore after the win, and he became the first English manager to win a trophy since Harry Redknapp in the process. That's unbelievable. When was that?
It is.
Was that 2008?
2008, it certainly was. And delighted for Eddie, look, because he's gone to Newcastle, huge project, huge opportunity for him, and then all of a sudden he bought a player for 3 or 4 windows, whatever, Ali, and you're starting to think, what's going on there?
Yeah.
And then, but now in winning that one yesterday and getting over the line, I'm sure now they're going to really kick on from here. Brilliant day.
Well, let's hear what he had to say, because after the game he spoke about what it meant to have achieved that feat.
It's so funny, your career is crazy. I mean, as you say, 1 minute taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur. But all I can say about it is very similar to Dan's story. I've just worked extremely hard. Really proud of my coaching team who've been by my side near enough the whole journey with me. The likes of Jason, of course, has been with me every step of the way, but Simon Weatherstone, Stephen Purchase, Graham Jones, latterly, they're all so important, and we share all the ups and the downs, and I think that's the thing that people don't see. The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it, and I'm very thankful to everyone that's helped me on my journey.
Okay, on last night's final word, Andy, it was all too much for Newcastle fan Jill.
No, I'm going to break down. It was the proudest moment of my life watching my boys going into Wembley. When did it last?
Listen, Jill.
I've been down 2 days, and I promise you, everybody, whatever culture they are, have said to us, hope you do it, hope you win, you win. Phenomenal, absolutely, great. I can't believe it.
Well, listen,
I can't believe it.
She's got a fright there, man.
Oh,
she sounded a bit like a Newcastle Cathy Bates to start there, didn't she?
No, but what a lovely day for him. And that's why I think there's a lot of affection for Newcastle.
Of course there is.
Because of the suffering they've had over the years, but also because there's so many of them. Yeah. Those Newcastle fans, I mean,
brilliant.
There couldn't have been hardly anybody left up in the North East yesterday.
Oh, what a day to be a burglar up there. Dear me.
What a day.
But in all seriousness, I mean, fantastic, and they've been celebrating into the. I mean, that celebration is going on for days.
It will do, won't it? It will. Look, that's going to be a bit special.
And Big Dan Byrne as well. I mean, we spoke about it.
Terrific. And
what a story!
Great story. And I'll tell you, he's obviously got himself in the England squad too, and absolutely on merit. He's yes, of course, as a giant guy, he's a huge asset from those corners, and lovely to see him meet that one so perfectly yesterday. But more than that, he's a good competitor. And I thought his all-round game yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, they had some great performances yesterday. They really did.
They really did.
Joe Linton, another one.
Joe Linton, man.
He's great.
You just want to, you want to get in the team with him, don't you?
You do. So true. So I thought there was a lot of very good performances. But I think Big Dan probably just shaded him, and with his goal as well, he thoroughly merited.
Tell you who was really emotional at the end of the game as well. Guimaraes was.
Oh, he was.
Was great, wasn't it?
Wonderful, lovely to see that.
Kids were born up there and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly, and again, I think that it's a club that clearly gets into your bones. I think as a players, everyone that's played for that club. I've never heard anyone turn around and say anything to me like,
correct, I didn't enjoy it up there.
I didn't enjoy it there. It was a nightmare up there.
Yeah.
In that place, there's something wrong with that place. Never.
Nobody.
Everybody comes out there saying, oh, what a club.
Yeah.
What a place.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well done, guys. The Newcastle fans obviously want to hear from you this morning. How did you celebrate last night? Are you still celebrating? Have you got a couple of days off work? Were you given a day off work? And does Eddie Howe now rank above Sir Bobby Robson? What's a bit of a statement? Calm down. Let's everybody calm down as a Newcastle legend in your eyes.
Question that is,
I'm not sure I should have asked that, to tell you the truth. I feel bad about that now. Come on, give us a call. You know the number, guys. It's 03717 223344. That's 03717 223344. Stay with us. What a show we've got lined up today. And it's a very good morning to have you got a spanner on you, Siobhan, to fix my chair?
All right, wee man. Your elbows on the table over there.
I know. I'm sitting here like R2D2.
I'm waiting for Dr. Evil to come in, Siobhan. That's all we
need. Must have been mad.
Hey boss, a plane. It's a plane.
You're so cute. Look at you.
We'll need to put it up. We'll need to get it put up.
Somebody who can fix a chair. I know, by the way, the scenes on the back pages, incredible. I like that you guys touched on the emotions of Bruno Guimaraes, because he was incredible. If you missed that kind of full-time interview, the tears streaming down his face, saying the fans deserve everything. For them, this is like the World Cup. People have died, people have grown up, and they've not seen Newcastle as champions, and now they've seen it. Speaking sadly of death, Eddie Howe paid tribute to his mum, who's no longer with us. She passed away after a short illness in 2012, and said he thinks about the time his mum took him on a stadium tour to Wembley, and then you get to these moments as a manager. And you realise the people who are no longer with you.
Brilliant.
You know, that is football.
Yeah.
That is what it's for everyone.
That's fantastic.
You know.
That's natural.
That's what it does to you, doesn't it? Those days like yesterday really do. Wonderful.
It's emotional. Is the back page of the Daily Mail, the Sun. It's
and he's a good guy, Eddie Howe, as well.
Yes.
Can't fault him. Can't fault him.
You look at him, you listen to him. He's one of these guys you enjoy listening to, enjoy watching his teams. So I think.
Do you know what I liked, Shaban, yesterday about Eddie's team and the performance? Because Eddie's he's a forward-thinking, modern-day coach, but yesterday he found a way that he knew his team could make life really difficult for Liverpool. Hard work, 100-mile-an-hour stuff, getting that ball in the box, aerially being a nuisance to them. Just all them old-fashioned virtues that, teams should use a little bit more now and again, I think. They should. Don't have to be so one-dimensional. Mix it up a bit.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, also like the sea of black and white in the stadium. Watching it at home, I don't know, maybe I'm miles off it, but it looked like some of the Liverpool end was missing some fans. Maybe there was some travel disruption. But the Toon Army were there to win it. You know, it felt like that really G'd up the team as well. Dan Byrne, I mean, he's taken all of the headlines today. Pictures of him with a trophy up above his head. And his story is also absolutely brilliant. And what's a shame, Ali, is that if they hadn't won, you wouldn't focus as much on the backstory.
Yeah, I know.
But released from Newcastle when he was 12. He's from the little town of Blyth. He then went to work in a supermarket, pushing the trolleys at age 17.
I thought you'd be stacking the top shelf.
He should have been. I mean, they've missed their trick there. 6'7". Imagine him seeing you now in that chair.
Brilliant, unbelievable. Good line. I like that, Andy lad.
His dad also had posted a kind of tribute to Dan Burn about the time he took him to one of the Wembley finals to see Newcastle when he was a wee boy, and now you're here doing it. Just brilliant stuff. All those lovely moments,
great, isn't it?
These nice tributes towards these players in the papers.
That'd have been some celebration. Let's be honest about it. What a celebration that would have been last night.
Absolutely non-stop.
And it'll still go, you know that?
Of course it will.
I mean, Newcastle brown sales. I believe other ales
Do you think
are
there's
available.
a few people ringing in this morning? Up in the northeast saying, might not be in this morning. Car wouldn't start. What's the pathetic excuse you've used this morning?
Fever. There'll be a fever. Newcastle will be hit by a fever.
And it's St Paddy's, so
of course it is.
I mean, you've got to. Actually, I said, what's the correlation between Newcastle and St Patrick's Day? And Nick Ellerby says, well, Guinness is black and white. And I went, well,
I like it.
So
there you go.
That seems fair that they get the rest of the day off.
I think so.
We're hopefully going to head out to London today and try and find some Newcastle fans who are still on the session. The Telegraph saying Newcastle exercise ghosts with brilliant passion play. It's kind of what football needed as well, do you think?
We boost.
Yeah. And again, we look, when you're the best team, and Liverpool have shown that they've absolutely been the best team this season. You're there to be hit, there to be shot at. They understand how it works. And again, it was just it wasn't they didn't nick it yesterday, Newcastle.
No, they deserved
didn't pinch it. They deserved it. They did. They did deserve
I think so, Andy. I think looking at the game, it's one of these games. You feel a little bit of sympathy for Newcastle because neutrals watching that game, vast majority of neutrals want Newcastle to win. Yeah. Simple as that. Because that's the way football works and that's the way football fans work. So from that point of view, but you're right, it was no smash and grab.
No, not at all.
You know,
in fact, it could have actually been, they could have scored 3 or 4. Newcastle had some good chances as well, didn't they?
It's funny when that late goal, Chiesa gets that late goal, you think to yourself, oh no, here
and
we
Chiesa
go.
of all people as well. I mean, that's the most he seems to have done.
He took it well, man. He took it well, I've got to say. Finished it well.
There's nothing on the Old Firm Alley, so we'll get to that another day.
It was a quiet one, wasn't it, really?
Thankfully, that one went under the radar.
Yes.
What about Cherney? Come on, I thought you were going to dig me up this morning.
Did you see that? I cracked up. Did you see it?
Yes, I did see
a video of Cherney after Rigamani scored the third goal, and he runs past just the Celtic fan, scooshes the water in one poor guy's face. And I shouldn't laugh as a Celtic fan. I should be coming for him, but it was housery at its finest.
It was the ultimate housery. And then he went back into the dugout and he's waving them. Honestly, well, seen he doesn't even hang about Glasgow too often.
I said to Ali, I said that you wouldn't believe some of the funniest people have attached to that. You know what I mean? Like the squad.
I know the poor guy gets up. He's furious.
He was boiling. Yeah, but you would be, wouldn't you?
You really would
be. It was some game as usual. But
right in the chops.
See, to be fair, the last 3 or 4 Old Firm games have been unbelievable.
Good. Yeah.
They've been brilliant games, you know.
Celtic missed McGregor,
without doubt.
Really missed
without doubt, they missed McGregor.
But listen, just talk to me about the league table before we move on. Then that Scottish Premiership table.
But I've not seen it.
Right, okay.
I'll tell you what I can guarantee you.
I'll tell you what,
it's 3 points closer than it was before.
All right, wee guy, let's fix your chair before you start throwing some shade.
I'm going to get somebody in here definitely to fix this chair. I'm kind of feeling out of things, looking up to you two. Great stuff, Shabam. We'll be seeing you very, very shortly again. You'll be back in, I've no doubt about that. Now we're going to be joined by a man coming up who made over 150 appearances for the Toon Army. Great friend of the show. It is, of course, former Newcastle defender Warren Barton, and Warren will be with us next, guys. You've only had to wait 70 years to savour the moment, Mags. So the Newcastle, as we know yesterday, are champions again.
With a header down to Isak, it's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak, and on a wave of emotion, song and hope, Newcastle, who came here with hope that they had the weapons to end a 56-year trophy drought.
Yep, the absolutely fantastic Alexander Isak with the second goal after Dan Burn put the Mags in front, sending Wembley into a frenzy. Magical stuff. Now joining us now for a historic win, the former club Newcastle defender Warren Barton is with us. Warren, a very good morning, mate. How are you?
Morning, Warren.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Warren, we're in top form, mate. Top form. Thanks for joining us. And I have to paint the picture as I look at you, draped in the Toon Army scarves, mate. Quite right. I take it you've a bit of celebrating been done.
Oh yes, it all started on Saturday in Covent Garden. Just a magical time. I know you spoke to Alan beforehand, Alan Shearer.
Yeah.
About the 70 years, about the wait. I'd been there 3 times and failed, but just all the emotions were coming out. Bobby Moncur was next to me. He was crying. Alan was jumping up and down. We're just so pleased for everybody. Not, obviously for the players as well, which is a great emotion, but Eddie Howe has done a wonderful job. And just them fans, they are the best in the world, in my opinion. They've stuck through the club through thick and thin, and the good times are back. And it was just a lot of emotion. There was people crying, there was people cheering, there was obviously a lot of drinking being done. And they're still doing it now, and they deserve it. But what a job Eddie Howe has done.
Yeah, and Warren, look, it's an emotional day, as you say, for everybody, but a deserved win, a good performance. The team played really well, didn't they?
Yeah, Andy. I mean, you've played up there, both of you, and you know what the area's like. And I think from start to finish, everybody had to play well, and everybody was on their game. I thought Trippier was brilliant.
Yeah,
really fitting at Big Dan Burns. What a week he's had. Maybe. Ali, maybe he should go in that competition. He might
win that.
Win that. He won't have to put multiple posts in.
By the way, Warren, I wouldn't rule out having a sing-song with Noel at the gig the way things are going.
But just a good performance. Again, tactically, when you think Gordon's out, Hall has been excellent at left-back, and he's been able to work things around and bring people in like Harvey Barnes, who's not really been a mainstay in the team, but make him feel part of the team and go out there and perform. And from start to finish, it could have been 3-0. I think 2-1 flattered them. They didn't deserve a goal. They was maybe the Tuesday night, and I would say that me and Alan was talking about that, Alan Shearer.
Yeah.
The energy of the Champions League, PSG, the emotion of going out. And the longer the game went on, the stronger we got. And obviously, as I said, it could 3-0, it could have been quite easily 3-0. And 2-1 flattered them, but we would have took 1-0 and a boring one. But we played really well, and we haven't done that at Wembley. I went there in 98. Arsenal didn't show up. Man United, Chelsea the year after, and we come out well short. But they went out there. So proud of them. So proud of the people. So proud of the club and the ownership as well.
You touched on it, Warren, where Eddie, I mentioned. I don't know if you were listening just beforehand there. I mentioned to Andy. I think the game yesterday. Any neutral watching that game is wanting Eddie Howe and Newcastle to win that game. I mean, obviously, and I have to say, and I'll ask you about it as well, I thought the Newcastle players and management after the game handled it superbly, as they should, but I thought they were brilliant the way they handled it. But any neutrals watching that game, I mean, Eddie Howe as well. I mean, how happy with Eddie, Warren?
Yeah, I mean, so happy. I mean, he comes in, he's articulate. I think I spoke to you, Ali, when he first took over, and what really stood out to me, and when you say about understanding a club like Kevin Keegan and Sir Bobby Robson, he went into work early the first day at 6:30, turns up, does his training session, meets all the staff, says hello to everybody. At 11 o'clock at night, he's leaving to go back to the hotel. As there always is, there's some fans hanging around outside. They've been there all day, the fans.
Yeah.
He could have quite easily made out he was on his phone or he's fallen asleep. He stopped, got out of his car, signed the autographs, had pictures with them, and got back on. And from that day, he got the club. He got what it meant about the fans, the city and the people. Tactically what he did against Arsenal in the semi-final when he changed it around a little bit. And he's just a very, very nice fellow. And what I loved as well, when he did leave Bournemouth, he went out and educated himself. He didn't just sit on his backside and do nothing and wait for the phone to call. He went out, he got better licences, he went and watched people train. So can't speak highly enough of him. We're lucky to have him. He's lucky to have the job, as he's always said, because it's the best job in the world, in my opinion. But what a coach, what a person, the way he handles himself. And Ali, like you said, it comes from him. The way he conducts himself is the same as what the players do, Andy. So, from my point of view, he's top drawer.
Can this be the catalyst now, Warren, to genuinely push forward and become a team that can challenge for the Premier League, regular top 4 team?
Yeah, I think the owners was there. He enjoyed himself with the trophy as well. There was a lot of celebrations afterwards going along. And like anybody, when Mourinho did it at Chelsea, they win the cup. When obviously Pep went to Man City, they go and win the cup, and then it builds on. I said to everybody, we ain't going to wait 70 years again. I'm not saying it's going to happen every single season, but I think we'll be competing. We're going to be trying to win trophies, and that's the fans have always. That's what they wanted, just to compete, just to see that we're there competing for stuff. But I agree with you, Andy. I think it will. There's going to be more to come. Bigger and better things coming along. New stadium potentially coming along, which will give people 65,000 people to go and watch the game. So we're on the up. It's been a long time, gentlemen, but we're going to milk it. We're going to enjoy it, and we're going to embrace it.
So you should want to listen to it on the up. I'm looking at the league here. Game in hand. You win your game in hand. You go fourth. Now, what a season that would be, would it not? If you manage to finish Champions League positions and a trophy, and that's got to be the target, surely now.
Yeah, definitely, Ali, because they've always said, if you can win a trophy and get into Europe. Now, whether that's obviously the Champions League is where everybody wants to be, but even if it was, European football in some form, but you're right, you've got momentum now. The game against West Ham give us a away from home, keeping a clean sheet, getting the result, good build to go into the cup final. You win that, you're on cloud nine now, and everybody will be looking forward to the game. And there's no reason why they can't get that. Chelsea been a bit inconsistent. Depending on how Liverpool won it, they might slip up a little bit at the moment, but they're fine. And then you're in and around everybody else, So why not? We've got momentum. There's 10 games to go or whatever it is, 11 games to go. So you've got a great chance of being in there. So fingers crossed, we keep going, but we don't want to be greedy. We take one step.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Warren, what does the rest of the day hold for yourself, mate? I mean, I don't know. I might be totally wrong, but I'm surmising you're not heading straight off to the gym at 6:45 this morning.
Well, I'm good. I was a good boy last night, Ali. Got in at 9 o'clock. I savoured it. The moment, and then I'm going to have a walk around London, and then I'm flying back to sunny California. Back to my homeland over there. So I've got a flight at noon. I'll be over there, and I'll be watching it from afar. But it was a magical 3 or 4 days. It doesn't come any better. And I've really enjoyed watching everybody celebrate, which is sometimes maybe that's a sign of getting old, gentlemen. Maybe that's a sign of getting old.
Brilliant though, isn't it? Great stuff.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy your day and have a safe flight back home, mate. And thanks again for taking the time to talk to us this morning, mate. Wonderful.
No. Pleasure, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Take care, mate. Thanks very much. Now, Newcastle fans, is your day. Let us know what's happening. Go on the phone lines and tell us exactly what you've got planned, how you're feeling. Are you still out in the town? Have you pulled a sickie to get off work? Your secret is safe with us. 03717 223344. Give us a call on this day of celebration for you. Later on, we'll talk about the Premier League weekend and its action, and we'll be joined by this legend, our Arsenal invincible.
Oh, good save by the other keeper, Lehmann. Oh, he's done well, Jens Lehmann. Very, very well.
First pop for slot or time for a Toon trophy? Liverpool and Newcastle want to prove they are just getting started.
All the lads and lasses there, all the smiling faces.
Bird with a header, and he scored! It's Dan Brown who scores on the week in which he was called up for England.
What a header, absolutely superb, and it's what Newcastle deserve.
1 minute and taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur.
With a header down to Isaac, boom, it's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak. Have just unleashed a hypersonic missile.
We knew the microscope was on us today. I thought the players really delivered.
Newcastle United have won the Carabao Cup. It's been a long time coming.
Eddie Howe, take a bow.
Eddie Howe, you've made every one of us Newcastle United fans and us Geordies unbelievably proud today, pal.
The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it.
No more people watching for Newcastle United. They've just scored a major trophy for the first time in 56 years.
Passing the folks along the road.
Dan Byrne, Bruno Guimaraes, Eddie Howe and co did something like Al Shearer, Sir Bobby and Kevin not able to do, and that's win silverware in the Newcastle black and white. It's amazing. It really is. You think of the players and the managers that they've
the teams, some of the teams they had, and actually seeing the fans there yesterday, when you think back to the Keegan era, Ali, how fanatical the fans were at that time, and I know played with guys that were actually at Newcastle at that time, and they say it was just like incredible to be there and in and around it in that era. And then Sir Bobby had some brilliant teams. He had some great players there, some fantastic players. Just couldn't quite get over the line. Eddie's done it, and this current group of players have done it. So
interesting to see where they can kick on.
Where can they kick on to? Now look, I don't know why they haven't had the financial backing over those last 3 or 4 windows that perhaps everyone thought they were going to get. Because when it all first happened, the takeover, it was like, wow, Newcastle are now going to be officially rubbing shoulders with the very best, not only in terms of stadiums and fans, but with how much they can spend.
See, if I told you the truth, I'm quite happy that it's not just been a massive jump spending loads of money. It looks as though it's been measured.
That's very good.
Well thought.
Yeah,
and I actually don't mind that at all. If anything,
But from this point now, mate, having just got over the line in that, being in a really good position in the league, you'd like to think that they want a lot more of that. They've sampled it yesterday, and the new owners and people now that are running the club will say, wow, we got to be in and around that more often than not.
Absolutely. Well, we mentioned earlier that Eddie's the first English manager to lift the trophy since Harry Redknapp. I just find that staggering. 2008. Here's what Eddie had to say yesterday.
It's so funny, your career is crazy. I mean, as you say, 1 minute I'm taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am, it's gone by in a blur. But all I can say about it is very similar to Dan's story. I've just worked extremely hard. Really proud of my coaching team who've been by my side near enough the whole journey with me. The likes of Jason, of course, has been with me every step of the way, but Simon Weatherstone, Stephen Purchase, Graham Jones, latterly, they're all so important, and we share all the ups and the downs, and I think that's the thing that people don't see. The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it, and I'm very thankful to everyone that's helped me on my journey.
He's right. Yeah, I mean, you think about it, there's probably more lows than highs. So when you get the highs, you've got to celebrate them.
Oh, look, and again, I think with football, crikey, I again, as someone coming from non-league and then gradually finding your way up into top flight football, so many disappointments, Ali. So many, it's funny, too many to mention.
I remember the disappointments more than I do the wins.
I do. Look, and you are a serial winner. So, but for me, I managed to get to win a couple of finals. I lost a final, and it's not a great feeling. But as Eddie said, it's one of those that you've just now got to really soak it up and enjoy the moment, and then kick on and go for a bit more.
Do you know what one of the great stories is, Andy? And it really is, mate. Joe Linton, right? I'm looking at Joe Linton when he's playing centre forward, and he couldn't hit. Honestly,
no, he couldn't hit a barn door, could he?
No, couldn't hit a cow in the backside with a banjo.
No,
right? And then to the extent where you're actually feeling for him, right? And the transformation since he's dropped back
into
deeper
midfield
has been absolutely remarkable.
It has, and he's never going to be a silky midfielder who's kind of always on the half turn and takes the ball in his stride and goes past. But let me tell you, he is such a warrior in there, isn't he?
Love him.
And you can't put a price on having people like that in your team. You really can't. They are so effective and so important. And I think because of his backstory, Ali, because of the fact he was a striker and it never worked for him, and I think people again have just taken to him.
Absolutely.
And he's given them everything in return. All he's got.
Now join us now for more on this is Cheap Magpies writer for the Newcastle Chronicle, Lee Ryder. Lee, very good morning. Thanks for joining us, mate. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for taking the time to join us. Lee, we're waxing lyrical about Joe Linton, but on you go, man. The floor is yours. Give us your day yesterday, pal.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was phenomenal. From start to finish, walking up Wembley Way, went into Box Park, seen the fans going crazy in there. There's a few ex-legends on the stage there, the likes of Johan Cabaye, Stephen Taylor, Tim Krul, all getting on there and getting involved, but they all had the black and white scarves on. They all wanted Newcastle to get over the line. And then obviously the game itself, I mean, did Newcastle look like they were ever going to lose that game? Probably not. Just the typical Newcastle thing at the end, a goal pulled back just to pull we back down to earth for a little while, But then that moment when the final whistle went, unbelievable. And so many different stories in there. You've been talking about Joe Linton there, but you've got Dan Burn in there, you've got Isak. There's so many stories that you could go through, and I think Dan Burn, someone could probably make a movie of what's happened to Dan Burn.
Brilliant.
He's gone from Blythe Spartans via Darlington to scoring a winner in a cup final to getting an England call-up, so fantastic for him.
Yeah, brilliant. Do you know, Lee, you just mentioned there about Alexander Isak. I saw a Newcastle fan at the train station yesterday, and I said to him, if Isak has one of those games today, if he has a big, big day for him, I said, it's going to be great for Newcastle, but I worry whether or not it will be the moment that the rest of the world finally say, yeah. That's the one we want to go and buy. And so I'm going to ask you that question, Lee. That amazing goal yesterday, because the way he finished that was the finish of a very accomplished striker.
Brilliant finish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking to you guys who scored a lot of important goals, but he was waiting for that moment, wasn't he? The ice cold moment where you have to do your job, and nothing really had dropped for him in the first half. But yeah, that finish was just spot on at the right moment. It gave Newcastle that comfortable position, and they went on from there. But that question is going to be asked by people outside of Newcastle, but he's contracted to Newcastle 2028. I do believe they are going to sit down and offer him a new enhanced deal.
Yeah.
So I think they are looking to build a team around him.
Yep.
But he's probably put another few million on his price tag anyway.
Yeah,
so
will have done.
Newcastle are in full control with that one.
Lee, you mentioned the level of performance yesterday was brilliant, thoroughly deserved, but also the way they've gone about winning the trophy. The two performances in the semi-final I thought were magnificent as well, mate.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've beaten the team that are top of the table in the Premier League in Liverpool, who are probably going to go on and win it. They've beaten the second team, Arsenal, as you say, over two legs, fully deserved. There's no flukes there, 4-0 on aggregate. And they knocked Chelsea out earlier in the competition, and Nottingham Forest in the first hurdle. So I think they're fully deserved. They did not get an easy run in this competition, and this hopefully can be the first of many. But let's enjoy this moment. Let's soak it up for as much as we can.
Yeah, certainly do that, mate. You've deserved it. Everybody's delighted for you. Congratulations. And I would imagine you won't be having a quiet Monday, but you don't need to go any deeper than that, mate. But you get yourself ripped in about it today, Lee. Okay, mate, congratulations. Well done.
Thanks very much, guys. Have a good one. Cheers.
Thank you, pal. Now we're going to looking back at a fiery Steel City derby. Some games over the weekend.
Well, weren't there?
I saw the late goal to the back post, which saw Sheffield United go level in points with Leeds at the top of the Championship. Leeds 2 each at QPR, I think they were 2 each at Coventry.
Yes, Coventry.
Frank, another great
brilliant.
result. Yep, United beat Wednesday 1-0. So do not go anywhere.
TalkSport Breakfast with Arnold Clark. Choose from 3 rewards when you buy a car. Ends today.
Okay, this is TalkSport Breakfast and Arnold Clark. Build your own car deal online, all with a few clicks. Ali and Andy with you this morning. Everybody calm down. Everybody at ease. Everybody. I said 2-0. It was 2-1. Okay.
2-1 it was.
Right,
Yeah.
Okay, just everybody calm down. And all the Dundee fans out there as well, calm down as well, lads. We gave you a mention earlier on, and we'll do it again. Congratulations on a fantastic Tayside Day derby victory against your rivals, which was a Tannadice smashing. Now, on the way for you this morning, we want to hear from more and more Geordies just like these.
You know what? I just can't believe it.
Sir Eddie Howe, how very dare you? The monkey's off, we're back. We've done it.
What a day, what a weekend.
Certainly was, absolutely was. First major silverware for generation upon generation of Toon Army fans. 03717 223344. You in work today? Did you even go to sleep? Describe the scenes you've witnessed over the last 12 hours. I think the fact that we haven't heard from anyone would indicate the last 12 hours they've had.
Correct.
Come on now.
That's a really good shout there. But come on, you Newcastle fans, you Geordies, we want to hear from you. It's the first one for 70 years. Come and tell us about how good it was.
Absolutely. Maybe you're a boss who'll be calling a Tyneside bank holiday today. Arsenal Invincible Jens Lehmann will also on with us around 30 minutes time to discuss yesterday's victory over Chelsea and whether the Gunners can make this season's Champions League final as he did in 2006. Only one place to start this hour though. Geordie Delight at Wembley.
What a header. Absolutely superb. And it's what Newcastle deserve.
1 minute taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur.
With a header down to Isaac. Boom! It's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak. Have just unleashed a hypersonic missile.
The pressure that you're under, and obviously the trophy thing. I remember when we got to the quarterfinals of the Europa League, and the pressure that was on us. Delighted for the fan base.
You know what? I just can't believe it. It's the proudest moment of my life watching my boys fall into Wembley.
They've just scored a major trophy for the first time in 56 years.
Strikes from Dan Burn and Isak earned Newcastle first piece of silverware since 1969, which was the Fairs Cup, and the first domestically since 1955. Incredible. The two now get past the likes of Chelsea, Arsenal, and of course Liverpool to cement their place in history. Before we speak to England cricket legend Steve Harmison, this is going to be magic. We're finally joined by a Newcastle fan who watched the game in Prague on a stag do. Davey, are you there? Are you with us?
I am, Ali, I am.
Davey, first of all, I thought the plans might have got changed. The Prague trip might have been the following week, but seriously, I'm guessing it was the next best thing. Tell us about your day, mate.
Unreal, mate. Probably the best day of your life, and I've got 3 kids. Absolutely magic.
Whose wedding was it? Tell us, whose wedding is it coming up, rather?
It's got to be Ed Darren's one. I'm dressed as a Sunderland fan yesterday, so that was good for him.
You did not, mate. Tell me you're winding me up. Did you make him sit and watch a game with Sunderland top on?
Full kit on. Some pads a lot.
Davey, didn't they play well though, your team? Wasn't they? They played terrific, didn't they?
Unreal. They just turned up. They weren't going to be beat yesterday. They just matched them man for man and just were absolutely outstanding, every single one of them.
When are you back, mate? I think you're still there.
Aye, it's me. We'll fly back about 8 o'clock tonight, so gonna have to have a few more pints to get celebrating the day.
Brilliant, mate. Listen, congratulations. You look after that groom, right? Is he still in the Sunderland pyjamas?
I don't know, I've never seen him since last night.
Well done, mate. Thanks for taking the time to give us a call. Take it easy, safe journey back. Joining us now for more is another massive Newcastle fan. It is, of course, England cricket legend Steve Harmison. Harmy, what a day, mate. What a day.
What a weekend, Ali. What a weekend. Good morning to you both.
Morning, Steve. Pal. What did you think?
I mean, it was amazing. I came back on a 10 o'clock train last night, and I mean, I've not been asleep yet. I couldn't. I got home last night about 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's now 8 o'clock in the morning, and every time I tried to go to sleep, what an unbelievable weekend for the Black and Whites. He deserved it. I mean, Liverpool are going to win the Premier League, and they deserve to win the Premier League. But tell you what, man for man, and the way that support was. I was in London from Friday morning, and the first time I seen anything in red was at Baker Street Station on 3 hours before kick-off. It was just a sea of black and white all weekend. It was magnificent, and to see them walking out, Andy, this is why I went. I mean, I didn't go to the cup finals under Hollett in Robson because I was playing cricket, and I was in New Zealand for TalkSport when we played Manchester United. And it was like, I've got to go to this because this is my team, and I've never been to Wembley, and to see them walking out. I mean, I've walked out in 100,000 MCG, national anthems, everything like that. I have never felt the experience watching Newcastle walk out at Wembley like that. I was on edge. I couldn't believe it, and then to see them go and win.
Yeah. What about when that first goal, Harmy, when Dan Burn has launched himself at that pinpoint cross corner and he met it so beautifully, and when that hit the back of the net, I bet you were all going ballistic, weren't you?
I mean, I know what St James's is like. I'm there every week. I've got headphones on, and it still sounds ridiculously loud. Wembley was rocking from the minute. I would say about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I mean, the black and white scarves, the atmosphere, the visual of it. It was just ridiculous. And then when they scored, when Isak scored, when he put the ball in the back of the net for the first time, it was offside.
Yeah.
the noise there, but then it went up again when obviously he scored to make it 2-0, and they deserved it. They played they were the better side. I think Liverpool did what Newcastle did 2 years ago and didn't really turn up. But I mean, what a weekend! And to walk down Wembley Way at the end of it with just black and white supporters.
I just thought the level of performance, mate, and the way they did it. And I even go back to the semi-final performances against Arsenal, mate. Absolutely tremendous, mate. What would finish it this season? Top 4?
Well, yes. I think that's a perfect season. Newcastle in Europe now, and you say it's a free hit now to go and try and get into the Champions League, and this will give them a huge amount of confidence. And I mean, Dan Burn, there's a lot made. He's from Blythe and he's from the northeast, but I mean, that lad, that is I think he's a beacon for anybody, because football, you both know really well that rejection in football, and you have a lot of heartache, but if you work hard and you dedicate yourself, you can get and fulfill your dreams. And I got called up last week at 32. I mean, he'd gone through the leagues, and now to win a trophy, first time in 70 years for his boy club team, he was immense yesterday, and just that for me. I mean, I love the manager. I think he's the best thing that's ever happened to Newcastle since Bobby Robson left, and that was the icing on the cake for Eddie Howe yesterday, because he is an amazing man, an amazing manager, and he will now go down as one of the best managers Newcastle have ever had. So I'm so pleased for Eddie.
Brilliant,
Steve. Brilliant.
I've got a feeling, Harmy, and this isn't for public consumption, really. I bet you're kicking on today, are you?
Well, to be honest, there's not much left in my voice. I mean,
no, listen, we're letting that go. We'd work that one out ourselves, mate.
Yeah, I was at Box Park yesterday, and I mean, I was Darren Ambrose and Addy and all the lads, and I mean, Sarah Collins, who's a great producer, she was like, "Hammy, can you come on?" And I was like, "Sarah, I can't speak." And it wasn't for the drinking; I just couldn't speak. I mean, what a weekend! King's Cross on Saturday afternoon, Camden on Friday, Camden on Saturday night. The Geordie Nation, I think, did their club proud yesterday, and their players represented their Geordie Nation very, very proudly. And I think, as a whole, as a club, and I know other clubs will say, "Oh, you just won a trophy," but what we've gone through over the course of the last 50, 60, 70 years from a supporter's point of view, hopefully this is a start. It was a brilliant, brilliant weekend, and the players thoroughly deserve it, because they mirror the manager, and I think the manager mirrors the city, and I think because of that, I think it was a great day for Newcastle United yesterday, and one I'm very, very proud to say I'm a very, very loyal supporter of.
Here,
well done, mate.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. I'm sure you will. Congratulations.
Catch you later.
We'll do, pal. Geordie this morning, fantastic. Celebrate your victory. Please be giving us a call, 03717 223344. What precisely does that football club mean to you? You can see, you can listen to Harmy, it just means...
Oh, it means everything,
passionate,
doesn't it?
You're calling in sick today, your boss a company that won't give a monkeys, you're going to treat the staff today, you're giving them a day off, maybe on your way back from London this morning. It's all happening out there for the Geordies. Give us a call, it's 8:15. Newcastle, obviously, your own team, Arsenal... Yeah. I said to we've had a few of the Newcastle fans on Harmy on just to finish the season for Newcastle. Simon, if they could get top 4 as well, dear me, what a season!
Listen, it'd be brilliant. And I was there actually. I went along, and I thought Newcastle were absolutely fantastic. Their fans were incredible. It was almost like you could tell the team who wanted, and I'm sure Liverpool wanted it badly, and the fans were really disappointed, and the players looked dejected afterwards. But there's something about that need and want to win, isn't there, guys? And sometimes that comes with pressure. But I thought the team play were magnificent, the fans were magnificent, and you couldn't begrudge them it. And I stayed around for the trophy lift, which they do it twice now. They do the traditional one up in the stand, which I like, and then they come down the pitch and do it in front with all the fireworks. Yeah, it's kind of like a bit over top. But listen, it was a great day, and look, they're 11-5 for a top 4 finish, a 2-1. And we currently have, obviously, Liverpool and Arsenal look solid for the 2 spots. And then you've got Man City at 4-7 still, Forest at 4-7, Chelsea 5-4, and Newcastle 2-1. But I believe, and with this is, I think, a 5th place could well be good enough to get into Europe, get into Champions League football. And if that remains the case, I think it's always to do with how the English clubs have done in Europe. That must be really on the horizon for Newcastle as well. So, yeah, I was thrilled for them, really. It was funny up there. Alan Shearer and Anton Deck were on TV more than half the players. They kept flashing them up, and Shearer dancing at the end. So it was great. Special.
Formula One's off and running as well, and Yes, it's a very, very warm welcome to former German international, Bundesliga winner and Arsenal invincible Jens Lehmann. Jens, a very good morning. Thanks for joining us. How are you, first of all?
Good morning. Thank you, I'm fine.
Great, thanks for taking the time to join us, mate. Now, before we move on to things Arsenal and Thomas Tuchel in England, I'm guessing, did you watch the game yesterday? Did you see Newcastle's victory over Liverpool?
Well, only in the aftermath, because it hasn't been broadcasted here live. I watched Arsenal versus Chelsea because Sky Germany did not show it. Newcastle against Liverpool. So I saw fractions. But it was a good win for Newcastle, and when you know the people and the passionate fans up there in Newcastle, I think you crossed a little bit your fingers for Newcastle because they haven't won in such a long time.
Absolutely. I think the vast majority of neutrals watching the game were very, very pleased for Newcastle. You mentioned, Jens, that you watched the Arsenal game. Now, you said something in the build-up there which was very interesting. I think a lot of people would agree with it. You talk about you win titles with a structured defence. Arsenal certainly look as though they've got a structured defence. Enjoy access to great giveaways and everyday perks. Now, still to come between us 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. It's the moment that the generation upon generation of the Toon Army have been waiting for. You finally ended 70 years of hurt and won a domestic trophy. Geordies, are you in work today? Did you even go to sleep? Did you do a harmy? Describe the scenes you've witnessed over the last 12 hours. Maybe you're a boss who'll be calling a Tyneside bank holiday. So you should. Give us a call. We want to hear from you. Newcastle are Carabao Cup champions.
With a header down to Isaac, it's a second goal, it's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak, and on a wave of emotion, song and hope, Newcastle, who came here with hope that they had the weapons to end a 56-year trophy drought.
Yeah, the fantastic Alexander Isak with the second goal after Dan Burn put the mags in front, sending Wembley into a complete black and white frenzy. Absolutely magical stuff. And joining us now is a man who worked in the likes of Bobby Robson and Kevin Keegan during many years on the Newcastle coaching team. It's a very, very good morning to John Carver. John, good morning.
Morning, John.
Wow. Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Ali. How are you?
Listen, John. Absolutely top form. Never mind that Newcastle. How are Scotland looking next week?
We'll find out today when the guys arrive. Obviously, we've got a big couple of games coming up that we want to stay in that top pot A.
Of course.
We've got a couple of difficult games, especially in Athens. So, looking forward to getting on the grass with the guys at the end, seeing some old faces, seeing some new faces.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I wish you all.
Ali, more importantly, happy St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, yes.
More important than that, happy St. Geordie's Day.
Well, I'm guessing you didn't miss a minute of it yesterday, John. I mean, all the neutrals, don't care what MD says, delighted to see Newcastle win it. For the supporters, for Eddie Howe, for the city, everything fantastic. But I'll ask you this question: did it surprise you the manner they won it?
No. And we put to bed the ghosts of 74, because I remember as a youngster watching it on TV, the FA Cup final against Liverpool, and
I do too.
And we got absolutely battered that day. And I felt that we thoroughly deserved the performance, the victory yesterday. We got at them from the first whistle. We controlled the game, and I was never in doubt until the injury time when they scored that goal. And I was struggling to watch it. I mean, I was devastated I couldn't go down there, because obviously we met up yesterday with the players. So I was devastated I couldn't be there, because I've been to so many finals with the team and as a supporter, and I just had this feeling. I just knew it was the time. It was our time. And when you think about the time, how long it's been since we've won a domestic trophy, if any football club in the world deserves to win something, it's our fans. And I'm getting emotional now thinking about it, talking about it. But for those people deserve it. And all my friends, family crying, grown people, grown adults crying their eyes out. That's what it means. And people will say, well, it's only the Carabao Cup. But you know what? It's the start of something.
Yeah.
You can smell it, you can taste it. And we deserve it. Our fans deserve it.
They do, John. Do you know, I was thinking after the game, and Shaban mentioned this morning about how it plays on the emotions and affects you all. And as you just say, all your friends and everybody that are dear to you, what a day it was for them. How would Sir Bobby have felt about that Newcastle team yesterday? Eh?
Are you trying to get?
I'm trying to make you cry live on air, John.
I hope you've got a Kleenex ready. We're trying to play your heartstrings, John.
I've got some. Don't worry. He'd be the proudest guy in the world.
He
honestly,
would,
he'd be sitting up there watching down and thinking. He would have loved to have done it. We would have loved to have done it. But you know what? It's been done now.
Yeah.
And we've already got a statue of Sir Bobby. We've got a statue of Alan Shearer.
Yeah.
I think there's one coming pretty soon, and that'll be Eddie, because he deserves it. And you know what? Every single one of them, players, staff, they deserve the freedom of the city for what they've done.
Well, think about it, John. I mean, Andy and I were talking about yesterday's performance, which was start to finish magnificent. What about the two performances in the semi-final? I mean,
absolutely,
they've won it and won it well,
and beat the top sides in the Premier League to get there. So it hasn't been an easy road, but the way we did it, I think it was emphatic. Obviously, I'm disappointed for Andy Robertson, and I'm going to see him later on, and I'll put my arm around him and console him. But as everybody knows, it's my team, and what a day! Honestly, I mean, I'm still buzzing now.
Yeah.
I'll take it onto the training pitch today with the guys, but it's an amazing achievement, and I don't know how long the party will last for. It'll be the whole week.
No, sure.
John, I'm probably the only Geordie that's sober.
What's got to happen, John, to make this now the start of something rather than a one-off? Because there's going to be a lot of talk. I know Isak's under contract, but contracts don't mean an awful lot when someone goes bang and slaps 120 million on the table or something like that. It can change the landscape very quickly. But what would you like to see Newcastle do now in order to preserve and keep their best players and build on what's happened yesterday?
I think winning the game yesterday gives us a chance to keep our players. If you think about last year, we've obviously learned from that situation, and like I say, we controlled the whole game yesterday, in my opinion.
I agree. But I thought they were brilliant.
They always say winning that first trophy is the hardest one to win, and we've proved that after 70 years. So once you've won that first trophy, I think it's so important that you do build on it, and you keep the structure and the basis of the squad that we've got. And if you don't want to play for a football club like ours with the support that we have, then in
the wrong business.
Yeah, I think the only people who can come and take our players away are Real Madrid, Barcelona, in my opinion, because if you want to play in the Premier League, it's the best place to play. And we've got obviously these new plans for a new stadium, and we're just on the up, and like I said, this is just the start. I think this is our time now. Obviously we have a wealthy owner now who will back the club if we're allowed to do that. So if you enjoy playing football and you want to play for one of the top clubs in the Premier League, there's no reason to leave. So hopefully we can keep our players. And you've seen the emotion on Bruno yesterday. I mean,
incredible.
Does that not just tell you everything?
Yeah, it does.
You know what? We're Newcastle is a party city. It's a goldfish bowl. Everybody knows your business, but those guys enjoy being there and working there. And people say you can't attract the top players because of where you are. Well, I think it's proved yesterday that we can, and we can keep them.
John, I did a wee piece with Al Shearer about 10 days ago, and I'm telling you that he was absolutely buzzing for it, well up for it. And looking at some of the footage that we saw of him yesterday, I don't think he'll be contactable in the next couple of hours.
Well, he's in my group on the WhatsApp, so I'm sure I'll touch base with him. But I was jealous. I was jealous because I wasn't there. I was there last year. And I felt the disappointment. I was gutted I wasn't in that fan box after the game down on Wembley Way, celebrating with the players and the fans, because, like I say, all my mates, season ticket holders, family, friends down there, I was gutted I wasn't there.
Anyway, congratulations, John. John, listen, I know you're going training with the boys, and I've been fined myself for being late with the national team by so many managers. I feel it's only fair I let you away, mate.
Listen, thanks very much, guys. And
great
listen,
to see you, John.
We're going to enjoy this moment. Trust me, and congratulations to everybody at the football club. Well done.
And so you should, John. And hope you do well in the next upcoming weeks as well with Scotland. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Thank you, guys.
All the very best.
Thank you.
Wasn't he? I mean,
brilliant.
Just the emotion, the raw emotion and everything.
And look, we've had texts from people saying, what is this? Talk Newcastle this morning. Look, I know. I understand that. But come on, it's been such a long time for this.
It's their day today.
And it's their day. And I think it's only fair and right and proper that we allow them to soak it up and to really, really enjoy it, because ain't long before they'll be back out there playing another game.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you start to move on.
Yeah.
Whereas today is all about celebrating what was a terrific performance from them as well, wasn't it? It really was.
Only dampening a little bit. I've just received news that our listening figures in Sunderland have plummeted.
Probably have
not ideal. It's not ideal, is it?
Ali, very quickly, liver sausage Larry. Now I don't know, he must be a butcher or something. Liver sausage Larry. I would like to see the ball inside the quadrant at corners. Why is that, that they keep on the boys nowadays? They have to put the ball right on the outside edge of the line, and the linesman has to come over and check it. Is it? What's the? I mean,
just put it in and
just put it in the thing. And take it.
Why do they do that?
I don't know, mate. I have.
Do you know the one I hate as well? Recover the mouse. That drives me mental. And they put a hand over the mouse.
They do, don't they?
I know, as if we're really lip reader. You know what I mean?
It's very true.
What makes you think you're saying something really important we want to listen in the first place? Get yourself squared up, murder. Right, we'll be taking a deeper look into Thomas Tuchel's midfield dilemma after he called up Nottingham Forest midfielder Morgan Gibbs-White, who, in my opinion, should have been in there in the first place.
Of course he should.
Yes, here we go, 9:33, Ali and Andy with you this morning. 7 decades of domestic pain finally met its end yesterday for Newcastle United.
The fog on the Tyne is all mine, all mine. The fog on the Tyne is all mine.
In the hands of the Queen, the Cup, the most coveted trophy of them all. A great moment for the Newcastle fans.
Newcastle United have won the Intercities Fairs Cup of 1969.
We've been waiting so long for a bit of success, and we've had a little, and so Bobby was here, Kevin was here. You get on a bit in life, you think, am I going to see anything?
With real hopes of upsetting Ferguson's team, it hasn't proved to be their afternoon for the second year running.
Eric Ten Hag leads the Red Devils to League Cup triumph. It's more Wembley heartbreak for Newcastle, who have now lost 9 games in a row at this stadium.
It does feel different. I think the whole thing this season's felt different. We need every bit of help we can to push us over the line.
Bird with a header, and he scored! It's Dan who scores on the week in which he was called up for England. Murphy with a header, down to Isaac, it's a second goal, it's another goal for Newcastle United.
What a day, what a weekend.
The proudest moment of my life, watching my boys fall into Wembley. We've done it, lad!
Newcastle United have won a trophy. They've won the League Cup. They've lifted the Carabao Cup.
Yep, happy days for the Toonami. Now, after a scintillating display at Wembley last night, it's fair to say there were a lot of Magpie fans with sore heads this morning after a long, long night of celebrations. Have a listen to this. Celebrity Mag's Ant and Dec, who got the party started at Wembley last night.
Well, we did it! We did it!
I've lost my voice. I cannot believe it.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
This is the best day of my life. Apart from the wedding and the kids and all that. Yeah. But it's the best day of my life. 2-2. No way away.
Just remember to throw that one in there then. That gets you in a lot of trouble if you don't remember to throw that in. Now I heard obviously Ant and Dec in absolutely top form. We're now going to speak to Wayne and Mal, who I think will be in equally top form. Good morning, guys. How are we this morning?
Hey, how you doing?
I've got to hear Wayne and Mal. You sound like Lee Marvin there, man.
It's Alan and Mal.
Alan and Mal. Okay, we've got that one wrong again. Alan, I beg your pardon. You just sound like Wayne Mardle for the darts. I was getting myself mixed up. What a day! What a day for you, pal.
We've got no voice. That's the all gone.
Wait, listen. Tell me about the whole journey. When did you go down?
We went down Saturday morning. Stayed in Watford. Then so we spent the day in Watford. It was just full of mags, man. We took the town over. Then we went there yesterday morning, and then we went to Johnny Park with our spoons. It was bouncing, man, absolutely bouncing. And then we went in the ground, You know, the whole thing, man, from start to finish. Hey, what a weekend. Honestly, what a weekend, man.
I've got to say to you, mate, it sounds as though it's not finished.
No way, we're driving home now. But it's, we've got the flags out the window. All the two lads are going past. Anyone's buzzing.
Well, have a safe journey, mate. I'm about to send that interview to Bletchley Park just to get a whole thing deciphered, mate. Fantastic. Congratulations. We've got another Newcastle fan. Ian, how are you this morning?
Oh, absolutely buzzing, mate. Just unbelievable.
Were you down at the game, pal?
I was. Me little lad one way back now.
Oh, brilliant.
Ian, did you actually, when you turned up yesterday, did you feel, sometimes you just get a gut feeling it's going to be your day? Did you have that yesterday or not?
Well, to be honest, Andy, all week I thought I'd get beat about 4-0 until I packed my bag on Friday.
Right.
And I thought we were going to win. I don't know why I thought we were going to win, and it was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Well, I was going to say, Ian, why? I mean, why would you have thought like that after I thought 2 year better, magnificent performances against Arsenal in the semi-final and some of the teams you've beaten in the tournament?
It's just, I don't know, we're still a bit.
We're losing you.
We're losing there. Never mind.
You get home safely, mate. You and the wee fella go home safely. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us this morning. We've got another caller who wants to say what he's done, what he's been up to. Wayne's with us now. Wayne, very good morning. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Very good, thank you. Congratulations on a great victory yesterday, Mr. McCoy, and Andy, happy Paddy's Day to you.
There you are. Very balanced, Wayne.
Very good.
We're not used to balanced calls like that. That was fantastic. Now listen, tell me about yesterday. Andy and I, obviously, we watched the game. Newcastle thoroughly deserving of the victory.
Yeah, I was going through it last night. How many standout players we had. Do you know what? To a man, they were amazing, weren't they? So happy. I watched it with my 6-year-old boy, who, to my absolute disgust, is a Man United fan, but I managed to get a Newcastle kit on him last night to watch it with me, cheering along as we scored. Brilliant night.
So what's next, do you think, for Newcastle? How do they kick on? Can they make Champions League this year?
I'd be happy with keeping some of our key players, Ali, I think. Bruno, Isak, these guys, they need to be winning things. They're good enough to be winning things. If we could just keep them at the club, if you can put some trophies on the table, get them signed up to longer deals. You saw what it meant to the guys last night, the players on the pitch. They absolutely they bought into the whole tsunami thing, haven't they? They seem to appreciate what it means to the fans, and if we can keep those guys there, that's probably the biggest victory for me yesterday. And can I just add, guys, as well, the reason I messaged in earlier was to say a big thank you to Amanda Staveley. I saw a lot of thank yous going around on the TV last night, rightly so, to Eddie Howe, to our chairman of the PIF, all these guys as well that have put in so much time and effort to get us where we are now. Amanda Staveley is kind of the unsung hero here for me. I'm sure she would have watched it yesterday. And I really hope she took a lot of pride in the massive impact she had on our club in the short time she was there. If you saw the documentary when we were in the cup final against United a couple of years ago, she was so behind the team. She is such on personal terms with everybody. She really wanted it for them, and I guarantee she'd have been sitting there last night cheering everybody on. Absolutely, full of delight that we've done something. So, Amanda Staveley, thank you. You're not getting a mention, you're getting one from me. Thank you.
Well said, Wayne. Well said, mate. Congratulations. You enjoy your day, you and the wee man. Fantastic. Alex, Newcastle fan, I believe you're with us. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Listen, we're excellent. Excellent forum, Alex. How are you this morning?
Absolutely unbelievable. I went 2 years ago with my grandpa, who's 87. Unfortunately, he's got Parkinson's, so we couldn't make it this year. So, it was watching at his house last night, and he's actually from Blythe, so my mum's side is all from Newcastle, and he was just absolutely ecstatic. It was a joy to sort of share that moment with him, really.
Yeah.
Quite emotional.
Do you know what's amazing? Only a few months ago, when the England job was available and Eddie's name was being bandied around and touted for that, and people were thinking he might end up taking it, and it's amazing how all of a sudden, look, Eddie stays and commits to and wants to continue his job at Newcastle, and now you are on the verge of really being able to kick on.
It's amazing, really. I mean, I was worried when this England job came up that he was going to get snapped up, because I think he is the best English coach out there available.
Yeah,
he does deserve the England job, and I think it will come. But I mean, we're just glad that he's stayed. And I'm not being funny, but like there was people on TalkSport that were, you know, Jamie and that were laughing when Eddie Howe was first mentioned at Newcastle fans. I remember that Newcastle caller that said he wants Eddie Howe, and look how that's turned out. I think he's justified in what he's done completely.
Brilliant, mate. Listen, have a fantastic day. Thanks for calling this morning. We'll get Sean now. Sean, good morning.
Good morning, hello lads.
We're great, pal. I'm having a guess here. You were at the game yesterday and then you're on your way back home.
We're all in our car going home, all the lads here.
What a weekend!
Oh, it's great.
Fantastic. Tell me how much you enjoyed the game, lads. Tell us how much you enjoyed the game. Tell us all about it.
Not very much. The best weekend of our lives.
Brilliant.
Unbelievable. I thought I was having a heart attack. It was great. Absolutely great. We've lifted our hoodoo, and now we can move on from here.
Listen,
no stopping Newcastle from now.
Well, listen, no stopping Newcastle. Are you boys going straight home, or will we be stopping the way up the road?
Well, we'll stop and have a burger.
You better have something to eat inside. Yeah, you better have something. I bet you haven't had much over the last 24 hours.
A bit of drink.
Magic, lads.
A bit of drink down here.
Have a safe journey back home, mate, and congratulations. Drive safely. Here we go. Keith's with us now. Keith, good morning.
Morning, lads. How are the lads?
Brilliant, Keith. Tell us all about it, mate.
You know, the strangest thing, my dad passed away in November, and he was the last one in our family to see Newcastle win at Wembley in 55. I don't know how he got down to Wembley and he missed Milburn's fastest goal ever at the time, but never mind. And he was the last one. I took a picture of him to the match yesterday, and it was the weirdest thing. I've literally touched his photo, and I said, "How are you, Dad? Let's go with a header." And then Dan Burn scores, and it was
no way.
It was nuts, and I was an emotional wreck then.
Yeah.
And I've been an emotional wreck since, and to be fair, I can't remember much about last night.
Keith, what a wonderful story, pal. What a wonderful story. I guarantee your old man will be sitting up there watching down a big smile on his face. Well, you mentioned War Jackie, you mentioned Milburn, you've got Alan Shearer. What about Isaac at the moment?
Oh, he's just on fire. He's just a gem, isn't he? You know, yesterday, Salah he just didn't get a touch of the ball, and these players like I said, sometimes they can be quiet and then they just pop up. But he was always around. I don't know how fit he is, but he's put a shift in, and all the lads put a shift in.
Yeah.
And everybody put a shift in from Covent Garden onwards, to be honest. If Carlsberg did weekends, this is it. I tell you.
Yeah, good shout.
I've never been such an emotional wreck as I have this weekend. It's just history, isn't it? One of the lads said on Saturday in the pub, you said, we could wake up tomorrow night and we might be winners, and we are now.
Yeah, brilliant. Great stuff, pal.
Keith, congratulations, mate. You enjoy it. Fantastic.
It's amazing that, Ali. Thanks, Keith. Amazing that you just sometimes get that vibe, and a few of the fans that have said this morning, probably in the build-up earlier on in the week, fancying Liverpool were probably going to have a bit too much for them all round.
I did myself, by the way.
I think we all did, and then all of a sudden, sometimes you wake up on the day and you just think, you know what, this might be our day today. Just feeling something else today we might be able to bring to the party. And my goodness, tactically it was very smart. It was interesting where Eddie said in the league game, the previous league game against Liverpool, he changed things around completely.
Well, he did. He played Gordon, number 10,
like deliberately, and almost with this one in mind, with the cup final in mind, to then go back to this. And tactically they got it spot on, but you still got to get out there and make it happen against really, really good players.
Correct.
Against very, very good players. Despite what happened to Liverpool against PSG, they're still a proper team.
Of course they are.
And you've got to get out there and do that. And you can have the greatest plans in the world. You got to make it happen, and that's
100%
where they deserve enormous credit.
The best news we've had, the phone lines are back on now at 9:46. Oh yeah, fantastic. Keep them coming, guys. We're going to take a short break.
TalkSport Breakfast with Arnold Clark's Rewards Week. Save up to £1,000 on selected cars. Ends today.
Hooked in yours. White and Jordan on TalkSport. Contemplation, agitation, expectation for the football nation. Welcome to the Colosseum of confrontation. White versus Jordan.
When the mics go live, the gloves come off.
White and Jordan.
Mid-mornings on TalkSport.
Good morning, everybody. You're listening to Jim White, Simon Jordan and Martin Keown, and we're live on TalkSport. So Newcastle end their 70-year wait for a domestic trophy, beating Liverpool to win the Carabao Cup. Is there a more popular cup final winner? Can this be the first of many? Meantime, after going missing at Wembley, has the shine been taken off Slot's perfection in the last week? Also today, managers acting like a fan, an odd look or a refreshing one? A 15th league defeat, but do Tottenham's domestic exploits still matter? Is owning a club meant to be fun? Has Barry Ferguson put himself in the Rangers frame? Should a London derby ever be a stroll? And are Manchester United really turning a corner? It's Jim White, Simon Jordan, Martin Keown, and we are live on TalkSport.
100% engagement. Jim White and Simon Jordan on TalkSport.
And we are just holding on to our voices, Mr. Keown. I was at Wembley yesterday. Wow.
Gosh, it must have
something
been
else.
Watched on the TV, it's incredible atmosphere. It looked like it was on the television.
It was an atmosphere and a half, Martin.
Finally,
really.
the Geordies get to be successful.
Yeah.
I was really pleased for them. And Eddie Howe, really classy in the way that he celebrated his successes. He was careful with that, with the Liverpool squad around him.
It was amazing. I messaged him beforehand to wish him luck, and he came back as always, as he does, with "Can't thank you enough. Maybe this will be our day." Simon, it was something else, I have to say. I was speaking to the great and the good before the game, about 750 fans of both sides, and everybody in great humour. It was a final to remember because of that. There was a lot of great banter beforehand, Martin. Everybody in a very good mood. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Liverpool we expected to show up, but nonetheless, it was
two great hotbeds of football.
Yeah,
incredible atmosphere. But Jim, what they did on the pitch, Newcastle, those midfield monsters, they did really well. Joe Linton, what an improved player he is under Eddie.
Yeah.
Tonali as well. I thought he was different class in that midfield. Bruno as well, putting his foot in. And they denied Liverpool the press. They couldn't press. They couldn't do their usual game.
Sure.
And they just looked out of place completely. Liverpool just couldn't get into the game.
Well, there's a gentleman to my left who was very quiet throughout it, didn't say much. That's because he's Brazilian and speaks Portuguese, and it was Bruno's dad. And at the end of it was thrilled about his son. But I wonder, Simon, I asked in the intro, is there a more popular cup final winner? After waiting 70 years, it's way too long for a club of that stature to have to wait to win their first domestic trophy, isn't it?
I guess so. I'm not a Newcastle fan, so I'm delighted for Eddie Howe, having spent some time with him and sort of formulated different opinions that I might have had in the past. And obviously the journey he's been on at Newcastle has been remarkable success in terms of what he's produced, the team that he's produced, the outcomes that he's gotten for the club. So I'm delighted for him. But for any club that hasn't won something against a club that's dominated English football, that has often won many things, there's always going to be a balance in people's minds as to who they might possibly want to win. I'm sure Middlesbrough fans and Sunderland fans and other fans didn't particularly root for Newcastle.
Come on, Simon, let's get into the spirit of things.
But
this is the 10th final. This is the 10th final Newcastle have been.
Martin,
you've got a heart of stone if you don't think that Newcastle deserve.
You deal with things.
Is it going to be that kind of day?
You deal with.
Please get into the. Let's show some football love for Newcastle.
Tell you what.
No. Come on.
Why don't you speak for me?
Let's be happy for people to be successful.
I'm very happy. I've just given credit.
Eddie Howe deserves this, and so do the Newcastle people.
I don't dance around sentimentality. It doesn't mean much to me. I'm not a Newcastle fan.
Oh, okay.
Right. If Crystal Palace had gone to a final, I'd be hugely invested.
Yeah.
Did I want Newcastle to win? Absolutely. Do I think the Newcastle fans are fabulous fans? I've watched them all season, going to away grounds and supporting their team, and the players are privileged. They're privileged to play for fans like this,
as they have been for generations.
But as far as me looking at it, going, I'm all weepy and sentimental about it. No, I'm not. I'll leave that to you.
Yes, thank you.
And I get that. Actually, there was plenty of weeping and sentimentality on the pitch at the end, as you might expect. And Alex Crook, as only he can do, got front and centre with Eddie Howe, and Eddie talked about the journey that he has been on.
It's so funny, your career is crazy. As you say, 1 minute I'm taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur. But all I can say about it is very similar to Dan's story. I've just worked extremely hard. Really proud of my coaching team who've been by my side near enough the whole journey with me. The likes of Jason, of course, has been with me every step of the way, but Simon Weatherstone, Stephen Purchase, Graham Jones, latterly, they're all so important, and we share all the ups and the downs, and I think that's the thing that people don't see. The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it, and I'm very thankful to everyone that's helped me on my journey.
Eddie Howe, speaking as Eddie does, a very humble man. Is he the kind of manager you'd love to have employed, Simon? Could you have worked with Eddie?
Knowing what I know about him now, absolutely. I mean, I feel that, having spent a lot more time with him than I'd previously spent, and obviously been on the periphery of knowing him briefly and seeing people that knew him, and then spending more time and seeing the job that he's done, you have to give an enormous amount of credit. And hopefully it'll give him an opportunity to go and manage a big club. I'm joking. But the fact of the matter is that he is a capable operator, no doubt about it. And my view is that he'll end up as England manager for a combination of reasons.
Post-Tuchel?
Yeah,
he's next.
I felt that when I walked away from him. I felt that from when the interview I did with him in November up front. I felt that he'll do a job at Newcastle, he'll get them to a certain level, and achieve perhaps we'll win a cup. I started off by saying he's a gatekeeper. My mentality is that that Newcastle will not win the Premier League anytime soon. And I don't mean that mean-spiritedly. It's wonderful they won a League Cup. They've won the same cup that Luton, Sheffield Wednesday, Birmingham and Swansea have won. So let's get things into context. But for Newcastle fans, it's their moment.
Yes.
They wanted some silverware. They've got some silverware and they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely. From a dressing room point of view, Martin, how transformative is that first trophy?
Oh, yeah.
Get your hands on it at last.
Yeah, but there's generations of players that have not, gone up those steps, those famous steps at Wembley and been successful.
Yeah.
I came into the game of football in 1974. It was a day where Malcolm McDonald versus Keegan, 1970, Liverpool, Newcastle. And both, you look at the pathway these clubs have gone on since then. Liverpool winning so many trophies and Newcastle not. So my heart was with Newcastle yesterday, and those fans, you can say that it's Bellani and this thing about loving what other people achieve. I think they deserved it. If they put Arsenal out in the semi, I think they learnt a great deal in that game about how to play tactically. We just talked about how they were. They just didn't give Liverpool a chance to get their press going because they didn't play out from the back.
Yeah.
I think Dan Burns was absolutely remarkable. Obviously what
a week he's had.
Yeah, I mean, the lift that gave him Livramento as well, playing at left back. He's had a bit of a tricky time recently, but he played really well yesterday. Yeah. And the midfield three, as I say, quite magnificent. Isak, another one. Yeah. There were so many good performances, it was really difficult to pick out.
Of course.
A man of the match.
And no Anthony Gordon, who I spent a little bit of time with before the game, of course, he couldn't play in the game yesterday.
That was tough.
One man who did in Sean was the captain, Bruno Guimaraes. And of course, as you might expect with him, he wears his heart on his sleeve. This was him with Alex.
What a moment. Be honest, I don't have any words. We're just feeling the same than the fans. 70 is a lot. It's a lot. They deserve it. We play for them. In the changing room, I said to the boys today, we go to the pitch as a player and we live there as a legend. And this happened. I'm very happy. We put our name in the club history. Just celebrate, but be honest, I'm just getting started. I want more. I'm ambitious. Since when I signed for the club, we were fight for relegation, and I said, I want a Champions League, I want to win something for the club and put my name in the club history. And first step done.
And he's done just that. So, Simon, the first win out of this under the Saudi ownership, is it going to be the first of many, do you think?
Again, for me, it always reverberates around the governance of the game. They've won the League Cup. That is a massive piece of silverware for them to win. As a former Crystal Palace owner, I would look at that. Winning the League Cup as wonderful, but as a big club, they want to win Premier Leagues, they want to win Champions Leagues and FA Cups. So it is the runt of the litter of things that you can win, with all due respect. I'm not trying to take anything away from them. Will it build? Can they build from it? Well, it's better to have won something and build from that than won nothing. But again, the argument reverberates. How are they going to do it? How are they going to be able to catch Liverpool and Manchester City and Arsenal and Chelsea and whoever else, and Manchester United with their turnovers? Right now, Man United are having the moment out of the sun. But how are Newcastle going to go from £350 million turnover to 600 or 700 million to be able to compete when it comes on top to win a domestic title? I know Leicester can be used as an outlier, but the reasons why Leicester can be used as an outlier is because they're the only outlier, really, in 33 years of Premier League history. And so with all that in mind, I would like to think that clubs like Newcastle can get an opportunity to dine at the top table and come away with the silverware rather than just being a participant every now and again.
I got the impression yesterday, Simon, that anybody who's been associated with Newcastle United along the way was utterly thrilled, just as thrilled as the players on the pitch themselves, like former player Chris Chris Waddle, who you hear from, like former goalkeeper Tim Krul, who you will hear from. But the question remains this morning. It's the first domestic trophy in 70 long years. What might it lead to for Newcastle United? Newcastle United fans this morning, let's hear from you. Whether or not you're still down here in London or if you're back up in the northeast, give us a call. 03717 223344 81089. You did it. But Kate. Monday morning. The Monday after one heck of a weekend before. My goodness, talk about big games over the weekend. Going to reflect on all of it. Jim White, Simon Jordan, Martin Keown. We're live on TalkSport with Selco. It's where the trade goes. Many Newcastle fans getting in touch this morning. We'll get to Liverpool. What happened to Liverpool yesterday? Didn't really turn up. Newcastle did in style and won it. 03717 223344. The thing is, having won your first domestic trophy in 70 long years, what might it lead to next? That's what you're going to tell us, hopefully, when you give us a call in the next few moments. The great and the good were there yesterday. Former Newcastle goalkeeper Tim Krul had a word with me post-match, but so too did former winger Chris Waddle.
I don't think anybody cares how they got over the line today. I think it was about getting their hands on the trophy. First time, 70 years, so I think the North East will probably have a week's holiday now. Let's hope this is a start of a run of success, and they're in Europe now, so they can sort of have a good go to try and get in that top four. But when you're in a final, you want to make sure you're lifting a trophy, and that's what they've done.
You must be so pleased for these fans. They were magnificent.
Well, I had 5 years at the club, and home and away, they're absolutely amazing. They love the club, and they've been. You can see the reaction at the end there. I mean, as I said, Newcastle shut down for a week now, so there'll be nobody at work tomorrow. Put it that way.
Tim, tell me, having been part of Newcastle, what does this mean to you today?
I arrived there as a 17-year-old kid in 2006, and the club has been crying out for a trophy like this, and the fans have been, they deserve it. They've been waiting long and hard for many years for a trophy like this, so the city will be bouncing. It's testament to the fans to stick by the club through the bad times and the good. So I reckon they're going to have a good celebration for the next few weeks for sure.
And Eddie Howe, what would you say about his contribution?
Buzzing for him, because people wanted him out a couple of years ago, and for him to lift that trophy, I think, I'm pleased they stuck by him, because he's a top manager, English manager, to do it for Newcastle, and people like Kieran Trippier, and top players to lift a trophy like that is amazing.
Now, I enjoy speaking to Tim Krul and Chris Waddle. The man to my right, if only you could have heard him. You're not having this sentimentality, are you?
I am, to a degree. And
a degree.
And the thing I love about it, and I always loved about football, was the fans. And the reaction of fans, and the expectation of fans, and how they live vicariously through their football club. And watching generations of fathers taking their kids to see games like this will live in their memory. And watching Palace fans and seeing how much it meant to them. But there's also another side of me that sits there going, come on, this over-sentimentalising of things. If Chris Waddle loved Newcastle so much, why didn't he spend his entire career playing there rather than shuffling off to Tottenham at the first opportunity?
He doesn't have to.
I didn't say he did. I also don't have to spend my entire 2 hours fawning over Newcastle winning the League Cup either.
Newcastle wasn't in a position to meet his needs there. Chris Waddle was one of the. He was one of my most difficult opponents. Let me tell you, that's a top player, and everybody wanted him. They were clamouring. Same for Gaza.
I'm sure
the club wasn't ready for those players then, but now it is.
And I spent years living next door to Sir John Hall, and got the feelings about Newcastle and Freddie Shepherd and Douglas Hall, and everybody. I understand the value of Newcastle United as a football club, but for me, as an impartial observer, I take my hat off to their achievement. I think if you go to a cup final, you've got to try and win it, and they did it, and they deserved it. They wanted it more than Liverpool. They gave more in that game than Liverpool did for a variety of reasons, whether Liverpool were tired after losing a Champions League game or whatever else. Fair play to them. But I'm just not in the same camp of celebrating it dawn till dusk.
No.
Neither should I have to.
They've won a trophy.
But after
Champions League now.
years, it's a moment in time.
It is for Newcastle fans. Isn't it? For Newcastle fans.
No, for football in general.
Why?
I refute that.
Why?
I refute that absolutely. There were plenty of neutrals there yesterday who very much celebrated the moment.
Of course they would do.
And they absolutely got behind the achievement.
Every time, I wonder.
But no one here is getting the Kleenex out.
I wonder if any club that hasn't won anything, and there's lots and lots of clubs.
Yeah, like yours when you were there.
Correct. absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it would mean a lot to me if my team had won something, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I wonder if there'd be a national outpouring of joy for another football club in the same way that Newcastle fans, because of the nature of what it means to this club, because of the associations, because of the people that have managed it, Bobby Robson, the players that have played for it, going back to Jackie Milburn up to Peter Beardsley, and how it's stuck in folklore, and the fact it's been a perennial underachiever for so many years. And obviously we hear the enthusiasm and passion. It gets a different feel than maybe if another club, I don't remember.
So isn't there then a joy in that?
For
isn't there a
Swansea,
joy in that for you, that they've finally accomplished what they set out
I'm pleased
to do?
for them. Yeah, the joy is relative to your life. If my child achieved something, or something I was involved in, achieved something, I'd feel joy. I feel appreciation for them, and I'm pleased for them, and I'm delighted for Eddie Howe, because I think he's one of the good guys. I think he's one of the honest guys in football, which there are very few of them. And I'm pleased that the players went out and did those fans the job that they should do for them, because those fans are remarkable.
And those fans, Simon, are queuing up to speak to us this morning, because Gary is a big Newcastle fan who was there yesterday. Gary, what does it mean to you, and is this the start of something?
Oh, mate, you've got no idea. Listen, best day of my life, hands down. Up there we're having the kids. I've got 3 beautiful kids at home, and yesterday was a better feeling than watching them kids be born. Unbelievable.
Do you really, really mean that? It means that much to you, Gary?
I was doing there with my little 9-year-old son yesterday. We've been doing there all weekend. It's been the best time of my whole entire life.
Fanta, and will it be the beginning of something now for you?
Mate, we're back. Newcastle is back in big time, and all these big so-called top six, just be prepared, because the Toon Army is back in the big time.
Fantastic. Love it, Gary. Thank you so much. What about you, Rob? Do you think similarly?
Oh, yesterday was absolutely amazing. Hands down, the best day of my life. And I tell you what, it was Martin's agent who got me the ticket. Honestly, it was the best day ever. And,
I saw him yesterday, actually.
In Europe now as well, which people are forgetting, and we've still got the Champions League to go for. And honestly, I'll put money on us getting in the top 4 now with the momentum that we can take forward into this. And
doesn't have to be.
Simon, totally appreciate what you're saying, mate, but you do sound a bit bitter.
but bitter about what? Why am I bitter? I think it's delightful you've won the cup, but I'm not a Newcastle fan, so why should I do the Dance of the Seven Veils because your club have won the cup? Brilliant, fantastic, you fans deserve it. You deserve it as much as any set of fans that have never won anything. Yeah, you guys think you deserve it more. Okay.
No, we definitely don't deserve it more. I totally get that we've not got any divine right to win anything. We've got to earn it.
And you did.
Football won yesterday.
It did, I agree.
Yeah, football did win yesterday. Derek, where are you at with this? Is it the beginning of something now after that 70-year wait?
Yeah, for me, it's gone, Jim. The hood is up our back, and we've got rid of what we needed to do. It's just a tremendous feeling. I'm really proud of this bunch of everybody.
Yeah, it means so much to you guys. It means so much to the city, doesn't it? But when
a team wins any trophy, it means everything to them. But this has just been a long, long wait. It's been 55 and 69 respectively. In the last tournament, one's gone, the Players' Cup. We've done everything we had to do, and the team were fantastic. The coaching staff were tremendous. Eddie's led on the golden path, and I'm just so proud of them. And I'll never ever come down from this moment, but not for the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Derek, just before we leave you, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel that with you and your club, there is a togetherness. There's such a connection between those at the club and the fans. Am I right on that? You've got a Saudi ownership, but you feel so connected.
When Eddie came, I had me doubts about the man, because I thought he was a rabbit courtner. He's a bit young, but he's done a fantastic job, and he got the feeling of the area when they were going to the pub for lunch, and everybody sort of just thought, well, this is going to be the man's going to take it forward. And the players have been fantastic, and they're playing for the shirt. That's all I want, just play for that shirt week in and week out.
You can't say more than that. Absolutely brilliant, Derek. Well done. Thank you so much for joining us. What about the Liverpool no-show? Why did that happen at Wembley yesterday? We'll get into that. Good morning, everybody. It's Jim White, it's Simon Jordan, and it's Martin Keown, and we are live on TalkSport. Mr. Keown and I are tipping our hats to everything that Newcastle did at Wembley and this achievement. 70 years later, they've won a domestic trophy. Simon very much keeping his feet in the ground, and very soon we're going to engage a bit about the Saudi ownership. Before we do that, Newcastle won at Wembley yesterday, and a bit soul-searching for Liverpool. We shall get to that. Before we do, post-match, I ran into Newcastle Chief Executive Darren Eales. You're about to hear from Darren as well, albeit briefly, from the Saudi chairman, Yasser Al-Rumayyan.
Oh, I can't believe it. I'm so excited for the Newcastle United fans because it's been a long time coming, but they played so well today, and what a great win.
What did you think? You know, the longer it went on, do you think, yeah, this is going to be our day?
I thought we had it until they got the late goal, and then I thought, oh no, it's going to be typical Newcastle. But no, I thought they played really well. I mean, Dan Burn at the back was a colossus, and just everybody. Joe Linton covered every inch of ground in the middle. And look, we took our chances, probably could have made it 3-0, but made it a little bit less stressful, but we got the win, and it's going to be a party in Newcastle the next week, I think. Everybody's so desperate to get that monkey off our back and get that trophy, and I think tonight was just what everybody wanted, and we're going to go and celebrate now.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations. Can you begin to tell me how you're feeling?
I mean, what do you think? I'm feeling like the best feeling that I have ever had.
The best feeling I have ever had, said the Saudi chairman, Yasser Al-Rumayyan. Now, whether they are neutrals or not, many people get in touch this morning. I'll pick one of them. There's Liam. A truly magical story of a state-owned football club winning a trophy. Give me a break. So this is a road. Did you put Liam up to that text, incidentally?
I didn't. Nothing to do with me, just an alternate view.
Right, so I'll ask you the question, and Martin and I very much, this side of the divide, celebrating Newcastle's
All
achievement.
Bleeding hearts get together.
But here we go. Is this a Saudi achievement, or is it an Eddie Howe achievement?
Both. I mean, when I'm talking about Newcastle in this context, you two make out like I'm clubbing Bambi. I'm delighted that they won the League Cup, but the fact of the matter is there's a variety of different reasons. And if you haven't won bugger all for 55 years, and the Saudis come in, and you get to fourth in the league, a Champions League, a good run in the Champions League, albeit they're very unlucky not to have gotten the format that others got this year, and win a League Cup, I think there might be a direct correlation between the new ownership model and the fact they've spent...
But what's wrong with that?
Nothing. But let's give context to it, because I don't hear a lot being said about the ownership model. I hear that it's all the players, all Eddie Howe, and all the fans.
But it's good they've got that acting gear, whereas they struggled to do that under your old pal Ashley.
They did. And Mike ran the football club in his own way, and he got vilified for it. John Hall ran the football club brilliantly, who was an even closer friend of mine, and at the end of his relationship, the fans weren't particularly happy with him. And there will come a point where they won't be particularly happy with the Saudis unless they get given precisely what they think they're entitled to as football fans. But the fact of the matter is that the Saudis are the key player. Amanda Staveley was right. As much as I disagree with a lot what Amanda Staveley does and represents, I think she got the deal done. Fair play, chapeau to her, well done, and she got her benefits out of that. And out of it comes an ownership model that fortunately alighted upon Eddie, because they didn't want Eddie. They wanted Unai Emery. People like me criticised Eddie Howe, thought that he didn't have the balls to go to the Celtic job, and I was wrong, because ultimately he's a far better manager and a person than I gave him credit for. And so they all deserve it. All those players, and with due respect to all of this sentimentality, those players owe it to those fans. If you've got fans like that, that's the very least you should be able to do. To be able to go out there and perform the way that they do.
So they delivered, then everybody's a winner.
Simon, can I just take you back to the point you made 10 minutes ago about correlation to what you spend and success? Yeah. So you're saying then, without their backing, you don't think they'd have been successful?
Well, I think
because we've just to give you an example of Everton Football Club. Everton Football Club, for instance, they've spent millions upon millions of pounds, on the wrong players.
When
you look here, if we just allow that, if we look back to the very first transfer window that Eddie was in charge of, and you look at the Trippiers and the Dan Burns, still playing a big part. Actually.
Absolutely.
So they made really good investments, and I don't see.
But that's not controversial.
I don't see like crazy amounts of money being spent on some of these players.
That's not controversial. This is not.
I can see the icing on the cake when you bring a Tonali.
This is not a controversial point.
And an Isak.
It's not a controversial point. The fact of the matter is, and you can pull outliers, right? You can pull Everton and the fact that Mashiri ran a clown college, and you can pull Man United and say that they've been profligate and say that in the last 12 years they haven't won anything of significance because they've spent so much money. I don't care about those outliers. I care about the reality of what Saudi have done. And for 55 years, if you haven't won anything.
But without Eddie at the helm, this may not have been successful.
But who appointed him?
Well, they appointed him.
Okay,
yes.
So they took care of their money.
But a
and
lot of
they spent
people
it-
were
they spent
nervous
it
about that.
wisely,
A lot of
and
people were unsure about it. You just heard the Newcastle fans say
and other people
that he wasn't happy.
But we're not even debating a point of difference. They've spent a lot of money, more money than Newcastle normally spend, as a result of their investment, the decisions, and their preparedness to do what it takes to make Newcastle successful. And they would do more if they were allowed, and they should be allowed to do more. And Newcastle should be able to spend as much money as they want within reason to be able to get to a level of challenging the big clubs. They won't be allowed to do that. But let's call it for what it is. The reasons why this football club has now gone onto different trajectories because the fans are delighted to be rid of Ashley. You've got a new ownership model that's got a different outlook and different attitude, and you've got a group of people that are now functioning at a high level because they've been provided the opportunity to do so, and they're doing it, and they should be praised for it.
But let's go back
very
just a
rarely
short
would I
while.
sit there
Let's go back to a short while with the fans. You know, there's no unity in that ground. The home games there were absolute nightmare under
Well, we
Steve
know
Bruce, weren't they?
Well, we know
so
that.
look what he arrived to, and what he's changed it to.
But taking the Saudis out of it, Simon,
But-
yesterday at kick-off it was still in.
once Ashley had gone out the door, because anybody but Ashley had created a
Well, they
legacy
didn't,
for
though,
himself.
did
And
they?
he's
They
not my
had
mate, by
Eddie
the way.
Howe
He's an
there.
acquaintance of
And I
mine.
think he deserves credit.
I
You're
think
pals.
And I think he deserved some of the things he got and didn't deserve it in other respects. He decided to run the football club like Alan Sugar ran Tottenham Hotspur. We had a Tottenham fan come on the other day lionising Sugar about how how good he was. Yet Sugar ran the football club economically and turned it into something that was more about how to run it in a profitable way. Ashley tried to do the same. Now you've got a new group of ownership that came in, and the fans provided a backdrop for someone to step into, and Eddie Howe stepped in and more than filled that vacuum.
Yeah.
And more than deserves every single
And
plaudit
it's
that he
a
gets.
popular cup final win yesterday.
It is.
It's a popular win
It
with
is.
fans of
And by
other
the way,
clubs.
Simon's
Agreed.
saying
It's
that
a popular win.
that they are
Agreed.
already competing with the big boys. They've already been in the Champions League,
Yeah.
and they quite possibly will get there again this year. With there could even be 6 teams in the
Sure.
in the
And
Champions
yet
League.
that's the
many
thing.
messages coming in, and
And
there's
that's the
Scunny,
thing.
who's no doubt influenced by you, Simon. Scunny is saying, congratulations to the Kingdom of Newcastle Arabia. Spot on, Simon. If Bournemouth had won it yesterday, would they be getting the same coverage? Now, Sam,
you
yes,
said it
they
was a
would
good day
have.
for football.
The answer
You
to
said it
that,
was a good day
Scunny,
for
is
football.
yes, they would have. Here's Sam, who's a Manchester United fan, but Sam, I think you want to speak as a neutral here. Good morning.
Yeah, I do. Morning, guys. I think Simon, you know, I agree with a lot of what you say generally because you're an intelligent person. Fine. But you seem to be and appear to be sucking the life out of the joy from this. Because the way I look at this is that you look at the supporters, you look at the teams that they've had in the past and they've tried, but they've just been a bigger money club that have gone on and taken all the cups and the glory.
Agreed.
But now they reminded me very much of a Man United side that were in their pomp, where they had wingers, they had wide fullbacks pushing on, they had wingers pushing on, crossing, a great centre forward. They got a decent midfield. I'm sure they'll improve in the summer, and they're on the up. They are definitely on the up, and they're on the up from a position where they can really challenge now. I do believe that, because Man United at the moment, we're not going to challenge. So there are spaces. I think they're better than Chelsea, personally. You know, so from
Challenge,
my
can you win? Are you a Newcastle fan?
No, he's a Manchester United fan.
Man United fan. Okay.
No, I'm a Man United fan. Look, I do understand.
Well, probably need
that
deflection to look at anything else besides your own team. But are they
Yeah,
going to
but
win?
You're
Do you
wrong
think?
there. You don't understand football. If that's what you're saying, you don't understand football. We're not. All
Maybe I don't understand it the way that you do, but it doesn't mean I don't understand it because I have a different view.
Finish your point, Sam.
Well, from the supporters' perspective, Simon, I don't think you're quite on side with where we're coming from. You know,
But I don't care. I don't have to be.
Yeah, I know you don't
I'm not on
care.
your side.
No, but I think you're being a little bit blinkered in your vision to what actually constitutes being a football supporter and the joy it brings. And after so long, with so much effort, because don't forget, you think about the geography of what we're talking about here.
Yep.
The northeast, they're stuck up there. It's not the most popular place. They have to travel everywhere. It is a long way.
Ooh, that's very generous.
An away game. They bring an army with them. And I just think fair play to the boys up there.
So do
You know?
I. So do I.
I like that, Sam. And
Yeah,
there speaks a
well,
football fan.
Magnanimous, Sam. Well done, mate.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Bye. Sam, thank you for that.
Well, he has to celebrate other teams' achievements because his team are having so few, aren't they?
Right, okay. You're having a swipe at everybody in the way down this morning.
But it's cobblers. You lot sit there with sentimental nonsense and I'm supposed to buy it up. But if I say anything different, it's controversial. I think Newcastle winning the League Cup is brilliant. but I am not going to do a dance of the seven veils because everybody else in the media wants to make a 4-act play out of it. Well done, Newcastle. You won the League Cup. Next.
Yeah, so what did we do this morning at 10 o'clock? Morning, everybody. Newcastle won the Carabao Cup yesterday.
That's it.
Now, moving on, let's look at the championship.
That's what I would like.
Because this is what Simon's wanting us to do.
That's what I would like.
The fact of the matter is, Simon,
you
70-year wait.
Wring the life out of it. So at the end of it, there's no joy left in it.
You'd love us to be given it. What was it like to win things,
We're
Simon?
actually
Tell
happy.
us what was it like to win things. Because you never stood in the podium.
Correct. And do you know what I did when we won the playoff final? I went, fantastic, up and onward we go.
Yeah.
Because that's the reality of life. What happens with the media is they wring every last piece of joy out of it. So in the end, you're desperate not to hear about the subject anymore.
Yeah.
And it'll go on and on and on and on. So I'll be categorised as Jacob Marley. I'll have the screw.
Let me tell you what happened when you won the playoff final at Palace. They all got together and said, let's go out and celebrate. Don't tell him. That's what happened.
No, they did.
Do you wonder why you were left on your own that night?
They wouldn't have said that because they would have wanted me to pay for it. So they categorically said, let's tell him.
He's got informed this morning. Many fans, whether Martin and I like it or not, are agreeing with Simon. This would not have happened without Saudi money. Okay, fair enough. But it was 11 against 11. And Newcastle and Bruno had to do it yesterday. And they did. And you're right, Simon, to a degree. With fans like that, they absolutely had to deliver. But here's the thing, they did. The other side of the coin is Liverpool. Where were they? It's Jim White, Simon Jordan, a.k.a. Scrooge, and Martin Keown, and we're live on TalkSport with Selco. It's where the trade go. We're talking about the outcome of the Carabao Cup final yesterday at Wembley. 88,000 were there yesterday. Great chat beforehand with Rob Lee, former Newcastle player, with Jan Molby, former Liverpool player, who were talking to many, many fans in the Great Hall with me beforehand, and it was a terrific experience all round. I mentioned that I was in touch with Eddie before the game yesterday. There's one. Jim, did you text Lot good luck yesterday before the game? Just in the interest of unbiased broadcasting. No, I didn't.
You got Slot's number?
Not yet. You'll need to give me it.
Then.
Yeah, I'll need to get that, and then I'll text Arnie the next time. Well, when they win something, they're going to win the Premier League, so I should have it by then. And then, yeah, I'll text him. In the meantime, Slot was asked post-match, well, what actually happened out there? Was it a simple case of Newcastle wanted it more? This was Arnie.
It's 70 years since they've last won a trophy, maybe, but that's for the fans. And the players want to have 15 years to play football, and they want to win every single trophy they are competing for. That's also what we want. But it was a game that went the way they wanted it to go. And they got, just before half-time, some extra energy with the goal, which they probably deserved after the first 45 minutes, because they were threatening us more than we threatened them. And I don't think there was more hunger for them. The game went the way they wanted it to go, and they are stronger in that part of football than us, and that's why they beat us.
Martin Keown alongside Simon and myself this morning. How about it, Martin? Were Liverpool a no-show, or were they forced to go missing by Newcastle?
It was very much about Newcastle and the way that they stopped Liverpool from being successful. So they denied the press. So a lot of what Liverpool do is about winning the ball high up the pitch, and it creates an energy and a fever in their play, and that was missing, and they couldn't really settle because they kept playing the ball long. And then they exposed Liverpool in that area. I think the physicality of the three midfield monsters, I call them, I mean, they really are physical specimens. Tonali is he's such a good player.
He's a workhorse.
So I think it was like really clever to put him just in front of the back four, because the distances he covers, high intensity runs, it's all under the bonnet. Yeah. We see a lot of Bruno either being fouled or fouling. I think there's something in that. McAllister does this for Liverpool.
Indulging us here, we're praising people. I'll be back with you in a second.
They took the game away from Liverpool. They did it really well. I understood his logic, the manager. I thought he explained it really well, Slot, after the game. This zonal marking thing for set pieces, I wouldn't agree with him. If I was in his staff, I'd have to question it. So what he said, we have 5 players in a zonal area, and we have 3 that mark. But you have to mark somebody of Dan Burn's size in your zone.
Yeah,
we did this at Arsenal.
You have to pivot, don't you? You have to change.
Marked in our zone.
If you're seeing something manifest itself in the game, surely you have to change. By the way, you should praise Tonali, and it's the least he can do for the football club given the circumstances he put them in. So he should be out there doing his job.
Well, I would agree with that. I would agree with that absolutely wholeheartedly. What about Joe Linton, Martin? A guy who it never seemed he was going to make it at Newcastle, changed his position, and is now
Yeah, I was inspired.
A favourite of all favourites. I mean, they love the guy.
Do you know what? Incredible energy up and down the pitch. He's strong. He handles the ball well. You know, I think there is something in that. So I think you've got two there that are really, very good under pressure. Bruno's very good in tight situations. So is Tonali. And another one that's more leggy, powerful player. It's a nice combination, that midfield three. I felt sorry for Willock a little bit because, do you know, the way that they put Arsenal away, I think it was a good preparation for the final, that they could show that they could actually take the ball away from the team that passes the ball. I mean, PSG-Liverpool was a fantastic game of total football.
Right.
And here we are now, we had a different side to the game. It was a throwback. It was nice to see, if you're a coach, you're watching and say, okay, maybe this works.
Yeah.
To go long a little
I'm
bit.
conscious of the fact that off the back of talking about Liverpool, we're back on Newcastle. Let's get back to Liverpool. Has the shine, Simon, been taken off Slot's perfection in any way over the last week?
Going to win the league, aren't they? Anybody that closed their eyes and said at the end of the season Liverpool were going to win the Premier League, and would anyone suggest at any shine at any particular point because there was an assumption that maybe you could win the treble?
You could say, and I'm just hearing it in my ears now, you can say I'm paranoid again. If this was Arsenal losing two major games like that, you'd say they bottled it
to win the league.
But I don't think they've just gone out of the Champions League and they've just lost the cup final. You'd be saying Arsenal have bottled it.
No, I wouldn't, because they're going to win.
No, you would, because that would be the mischievous part to your personality. We're seeing all of it exposed here this morning.
But Arsenal,
you've no love for the fact that a team has won a trophy after 70 years, and you can't find it in your heart to see any joy in that.
All done.
But you want to aim an easy target.
All done. Right.
But I'm going to say, no, Liverpool. That was taken away from them by a very good Newcastle. And Liverpool haven't bottled it at all.
So let's get it right. You just asked the question, answered it yourself, created a narrative amongst yourself, and had a debate with yourself.
I'm learning with you.
I would not suggest, if Arsenal won bugger all, which is what they do right now, I would say they bottled it, right? If Liverpool lose the league now, what do you think I'll say?
Liverpool aren't going to lose the league. I'm talking about what's just happened. What have they just lost?
So you can't.
What have they just lost this week?
You can't make the argument they've bottled it, can you? And you can't compare it to the argument that I made with Arsenal, who were 8 points clear in the one competition that they could win. The one competition they could win, and they didn't. Liverpool had 3 opportunities to win a competition. If they win one of them, I'm not going to turn around and say they bottled it. And by the way, I wasn't in the camp of saying they were going to do a treble either.
What is the difference between what Liverpool have done this week?
Because they're going to win something.
You get so
unlike
close.
Your lot,
you get so
clown.
close, but they haven't done it yet. They get so close to winning something, and they don't, and they're bottle merchants. I don't think that. I don't like that word. I don't like it aimed at anyone.
Squirty flower.
I just think they've had a very difficult week. This PSG were absolutely remarkable in the way that they played, and Newcastle.
I'll put it to Simon. I'll put it to you.
ADS.
To any degree. I mean, they went out to PSG. They lost in the FA Cup to Plymouth. They lost yesterday in the Carabao Cup final. I watched them trudge out of there yesterday. Now, of course, they've got the Premier League. But has the shine been taken off anything that Slot has tried to achieve? Or looked like trying to achieve? It was going to be, wow, it's now... Yeah, Premier League, but brilliant.
Yeah, but they've just lost 2 games on the bounce. All the timing of when it's come and when the adjusting, and it was going beautifully well. It does take the shine, of course it does. And now you've got 3 players that haven't signed their contracts.
Now, what does that tell us?
So you've got Van Dijk, you've got Salah, and the attention's now coming towards Liverpool. But I think it was almost...
Are they going to win the league?
Yes, they will. And
it's the most difficult thing in the world.
But that makes it worthwhile.
It's the most difficult domestic competition. Is everyone's bread and butter. Everyone starts, even Guardiola starts with the principle of win the league.
Of course.
Are they going to win the league?
Without doubt, they're going to win.
Arsenal derangement.
They're going to. But I'm just saying. Please don't go with this bottling thing, because it doesn't make it. Look,
but they haven't. Because no one did.
No,
you did.
You put that label because it's cheap journalism on certain clubs.
Arsenal.
Correct.
Not certain clubs.
Yeah.
Your club, you loaned. They bottled the league.
So why haven't Liverpool bottled it this week?
Because they're in cup competitions. You get knocked out in knockout games. If you win over 38 games and you're 12 points clear and you don't win the league, you bottle it. If you're 8 points clear when you get to the business end of the season and you choke.
Yeah.
You can still be accused
of discussion.
And the fact of the matter is, Martin, Liverpool at the moment sit there this morning with a 12-point advantage. 12 points more than Arsenal. If they were to choke at this stage, that would be choke with a capital Ch.
And it'd be big bottling.
We are coming up to 11 o'clock, but Martin raised it, and it's a very good time to raise it. What about Salah and Van Dijk and Trent, who wasn't on the pitch yesterday? What about that contractual situation? We'll get to that next, if we're all still alive in here.
A great myth. Well, let's start with the League Cup final, Danny, shall we? And Newcastle's win, the great output. Just coming in today, there are Newcastle fans who've stuck around to make a very long weekend of it. Quite a lot of them wandering around proudly in their Newcastle shirts in central London today. And I know there's been a bit of, it's only the Carabao Cup, but you have to put the whole thing into perspective. A few of our listeners have been in touch. Ash, the Newcastle fan, saying he's from Blythe, where Dan Byrne is from. He said it was emotional at the final whistle. I'm very proud of the team and the manager. He said after all the madness of the Mike Ashley years, it felt very special. And you have to say,
that's totally understandable.
You have to put some context onto it.
I've got a friend who supports Newcastle, and I sent him a text, and he said he was crying. And I said, I get that. You know, when Chelsea won it for the first time for 50 years, I was the same. They've not won anything for 70 years. You have to give them that. But of course, it is just the Carabao Cup. It's true.
Andy, yes and no, because I thought it was a really interesting weekend in that we're going to talk about the Premier League fixtures over the next 3/4 of an hour, but actually there was only one game in town, wasn't there? The Premier League fixtures were dwarfed by what happened at Wembley. Now, it doesn't happen every year with the Carabao Cup, but this year really was an important game, and I don't think there clearly wasn't a more important game in the Premier League this week, and maybe a lesson there for all the clubs that sometimes take it a bit airy-fairy in the early rounds. It's an important trophy, and of course you're actually right. The context of Newcastle coming out of a drought that's lasted, I mean, it's almost impossible. I tweeted yesterday, this is why English football is so fantastic. Trophies are important, of course they are, but this is a club that hasn't won a domestic trophy. Hardly any of our listeners will remember them winning it by definition, because it was said they'd have to be 80 years of age now and yet they still, at various times, of course they've had less crowds, but about 50,000 people turn up there once a fortnight to watch that football team. It's incredible. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
In terms of the performance, it was a great performance. They were just so on top. I mean, I know Liverpool got that late goal and there was a little bit concerned, but they were just dominant in the game, and Liverpool could just not get going, could they?
They did what the first thing you have to do. You can do tactics, you can do all the rest of it. The first thing you have to do with this Liverpool team is to match them physically. They are a strong, tough, muscular team that's sometimes lost in all the brilliant other things they do. And Newcastle stood right up to them. From Isak occupying the two big centre-backs through to the midfield three dominating physically the players they were against. It gave them a huge platform to play from, Newcastle. I think Danny Murphy, who I'm on tonight on Kickoff with, I think he said on Match of the Day, these are the two best midfields in England. Well, if that's the case, one of them is far better than the other, judging on that game's evidence, and only that game's evidence, but they stood up to them, and that's the important thing.
There's no substitute for class. Isak would make any team better that he played in the world. He's a quality player, and we'll come on to Arsenal, Chelsea yesterday, but both teams it's hard without a striker. It's difficult to score a goal, and that goal he took, that was real class, and not many people could take a goal like that.
Well, he's a great player. They did well to get him. He's in fantastic form, and sometimes I'm going to get accused of repeating myself. I don't know who Sweden have got in his World Cup qualifiers. It's a good job Kulusevski's injured, because otherwise you'd be playing Gyökeres, Alexander Isak and Kulusevski as a forward three, and there aren't many teams in the world be looking forward to that. But he is... I mean, it's a mixture of technical excellence and the athleticism. He always looks like he's going to get to the ball, doesn't he? He belies his rather stringy build by being strong and quick. He's really, really something.
Now, you'll recall when one day Ramos won Tottenham's trophy, which feels like 70 years ago, but isn't quite that long, for Tottenham, when they won the Carabao Cup. You think, this could be the springboard, this could be the start. And we stunk the place out for the rest of the season. We may have all just gone home at that point. Newcastle are in 6th. They're pushing for Europe. Champions League could be on for them. But they have to, there is a danger, isn't there, that having won this, you don't see the same level of form. That's one of the things Eddie Howe's going to have to deal with.
There's so much going on at the top of the Premier League with European qualification. I mean, there is still a lot of things we have to align. There is still a way that team that finishes 11th could qualify for Europe. So Newcastle will be in Europe. It's a question of whether they get to that top 5 for the Champions League places, because it's now it's not impossible that England could miss out on the 5th Champions League place, but it's mathematically very, very difficult. They would have to, if I might be so bold, they'd have to do a Rory McIlroy to not get that 5th place. And Newcastle, you'd imagine, be right. I hope I'm not. I mean, I want Rory to win this right now, and he looks like even he surely with a 3-shot lead coming down the last.
He's walking through a lot of trees currently.
No, the other bloke also hit his ball.
It looks like he's gone for a walk in the forest, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. So let's we're going to talk Newcastle later on.
It's interesting, Danny, saying that, because really it's been a funny season. I mean, the fact that Chelsea are still 4th and they're awful says a lot about the standard of the league, and it could be, you're right, anybody from 10th to 4th could finish in even the Champions League positions.
You think it's quite
there's nothing at the
championship-like?
top. Liverpool are going to win it. There's nothing at the bottom. Those three are dreadful. They're all going down. So it's a funny old season, really, and that is really what it will come down to the last day. I think that's the only bit of
those
excitement.
European places. Yeah. Well, let's have a look at two sides that aren't really pushing for European places. Leicester City and Manchester United, 3-0 to Manchester United. A bit later on in the show, we'll be joined by Kai Humphries, comedian and Newcastle fan, but one of our own team is a Newcastle fan, commentator and presenter Ollie Klink. He was there yesterday, and he's popped in to see us now, looking remarkably clear-eyed.
He hasn't stopped smiling, though.
He hasn't stopped grinning.
I don't feel it, Paul, to be honest.
Yeah. So what did you do after the game? Where did you head to? Not back to Covent Garden.
Well, no, if I'm being completely honest, Paul, I heard that the players were all going to end up at Box Park, so I tried to get in there. They didn't let me in.
Right.
So I went straight back over to Covent Garden. I mean, I don't know how I tried to blag being, I don't know, a player or something. You've not seen me. I was on the right wing. So I tried to get in there. Didn't quite get it. But yeah, went to Covent Garden, which was, as it has been the whole weekend, taken over by Geordies. And
this is because you were moved on from Trafalgar. I didn't want anybody in Trafalgar Square, so they didn't allow it. But everybody just decamped to something just down the road.
Well done. What was great, honestly, on the Saturday was, as you say, it was absolutely full, and you've got all those posh shops around, and you had so many couples, boyfriends carrying all the bags, with their girlfriends, and the girlfriends turning and going, why didn't you know this was happening? We can't get anywhere. It's just incredible, and to see all the fans just around, and the day yesterday obviously was so special as well.
It's interesting. Paul was talking to you about freezing in finals, and Newcastle have had a real habit of that even 2 years ago. But you were saying, I think that it helped yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like 2 years ago there was a novelty to it. There was a party atmosphere to it. I think Matt Ritchie actually talked about this, and he said it was like a balloon that had been put up 2 weeks before, and by the time they got to the final, that hiss had started, and the performance was flat, and they just didn't turn up on the day. And this felt more like it was about business. It was about getting it done, getting that trophy. I think we were helped by the fact Liverpool had gone to extra time and had that difficult game against PSG.
Definitely. That fed into it, I think.
Absolutely, and I think the win over West Ham was really important. Had good performances for Harvey Barnes, who was stepping in for Gordon. Good performance for Bruno, and actually the midfield made the difference, I thought, yesterday as well.
Yeah,
I mean, he's done a great job, hasn't he, Eddie Howe? You got to say that.
I mean, let's be honest. I think most people felt that when he came in after the takeover, that he'd be the kind of, with respect to him, the kind of stepping stone manager, the one who was perfect for that slot, and then he'd settle things in. They'd recruit a team, and they'd do this, and they'd get to a certain level, and then they'd thank him for his time, and then they'd bring in one of these, Allegri or someone like that. But he's done such a good job. You feel like, especially after this, he's here for as long as things keep going in the right direction. He's there as long as he wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, where they're going to build his statue as well. I mean, if they do, they're going to have to build Jason Tyndall in bronze. You'd imagine next to
that
him.
Would have to be definitely
don't get a statue for the Carabao Cup. Come on.
No, of course not. But but the thing, it is such a seismic achievement. He will go down as a legendary Newcastle manager because he has broken that duck. He's managed to be the one that got them over the line after 70 years. And actually, as much as I think from the outside people saw him as the kind of stepping stone, Mark Hughes at City was always the comparison. I think from the attitude he brought, from the way he improved players, from the way that the club, and not just him, have recruited as well since, I think, for the most part, Newcastle fans have absolutely loved him and would love to see him, crack on from here as well. But the fact that he's managed to win that trophy with this team, I'm so proud and pleased for him as a manager as well.
It's what he's done with players like Joel Linton and Jacob Murphy, the other players, Tonali and all that. They're Guimaraes are great players, but yeah, and you say the recruitment's been fantastic, I think.
Yeah, and it's been through the spine of the team as well. And Dan Burn, the hero of yesterday, there's not enough marble to build his.
They don't understand it at Chelsea. They can't believe you've actually recruited players you need for now to win now. They just can't get it. What on earth are they doing at Newcastle?
How have they done that? Yeah, exactly. And but you're right though, in the comparison to Chelsea, it's been a mix of experience and raw young talent.
That's what you need.
Like Isak, and that is exactly what the club
win
needs.
just with young talent. You can't.
And I was saying to Danny earlier on that in 2008 Tottenham won the League Cup, and then they may as well not turn up for the rest of the season. The manager ended up losing his job. I'm sure that won't happen at Newcastle
because they've got that incentive to finish in the Champions
You've got so much to play for. You're right on the cusp. Andy will tell you that Chelsea aren't quite at it. There's one or two teams that are floundering a bit. So, but it is important not. And this break, you're right, Andy, this break of a couple of weeks now is come at the right time.
You might have dropped a couple of results.
Everybody can regroup. If Andy's right, if you were playing Wednesday or you were even playing next Saturday at home, you could easily be in a bit after the Lord Mayor's show.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're absolutely right. It gives them a chance to celebrate it all as well, and then refocus and then reset themselves. Obviously, Dan Burn will be away with England, which is really exciting for him. But yeah, I think you're bang on. This feels like it will be a springboard, and I think that 5th place, hopefully that will be a Champions League place as well, and I think that is very achievable. You mentioned Chelsea's form. I thought Bournemouth were looking, especially when they beat Newcastle 4-1 a bit earlier in the season. I was worried about them. They've gone a bit, and
even City though, they're not
even
nailed on.
Exactly.
Whoever can put a little run together.
Yeah.
What's your run in like? I haven't actually looked at it.
It's pretty good.
Chelsea and Newcastle meet on the last day of the season.
They do, yeah.
At St James's Park, so that's 3 points you're going to get. So if you only need 3 points, you'll be laughing.
Chelsea would be 10th by then, wouldn't they?
I would imagine they would be. Absolutely. Don't worry about it.
So the next game is a midweek game with Brentford on the 2nd of April. That's nice. So they'll be out there with the cup.
Yes.
But Thomas Frank will be saying,
they're having a party.
Yeah, let's get into
You've seen a lot
with
of
their
Brentford.
away form.
Yeah, it's very true. Which you weren't saying earlier this season at all, were you? But really good win for them against Bournemouth. But like you pointed out, that break is so important, and Newcastle are very good at home as well. That there'll be the celebration of bringing the cup out. It feels like if they can ride that wave and like I say, use this as a springboard.
It's the worst team to play though, the Brentford, because they are party poopers. So.
Yeah, they are, and they bring that physicality
game.
As well. But yeah, I think the run-in is fairly favourable, Paul, and hopefully they can make it an even more impressive season.
Think they will.
You'll be celebrating on the social over on TalkSport 2, is that right?
Yes, I will be. So if you want a big Geordie loving, me and Harry Simia are on in just a moment, actually, from 3 till 6.
We'll let you crack on. Thanks very much.
Cheers, guys.
Find out more at nissan.co.uk.
And we're going to talk Newcastle now because joining us, I think he's got back home to the northeast after all the mayhem of yesterday. He's not stayed. I mean, I wonder if he's going to be a bit like the Scotland fans in Argentina. I've seen enough Newcastle fans walking over London Bridge today to suggest a few just may stay and never go back. Go and buy a house in Wembley.
Yeah,
Kai Humphries, Kai Humphries, comedian and Newcastle fan, joins us. Hiya, Kai.
Hello, gents. How are you doing?
Not so bad. You got out of Dodge then. You got on a plane and got yourself back.
I've had a belter time. Thanks for putting Dan Burn in the All-Star lineup there. Pride of Blythe right now. That's where I'm from, and there's so much civic pride behind that lad. Like, I'm chuffed he's got his England call up and he was belter last night.
The only sad news for Blythe, we spoke to somebody at Spartans the other day, their relegation was confirmed over the weekend, apparently, which is a great shame.
Just stop putting a dampener on my weekend, mate. I'm trying to have a good time, yeah.
So, I mean, are you a veteran of a few Newcastle finals? I know you've been overseas and watched them in the Champions League and stuff.
I went to Cardiff to watch them get pumped off Man United 4-1, where we had players suspended because they'd been fighting the week before.
Right.
Dyer and Boya. I got sent off now. So I went to Cardiff because we were singing "Tell Me Ma, Me Ma" to put the shame on ice. There's champagne on ice. We're going to Cardiff twice.
Yes.
Tell Me Ma, Me Ma. We only went once. And I didn't make the last final because I was on my best mate's stag do in Vegas, and I'd organised it before we got through, so I couldn't really pull out of that one. And I ended up watching it in a bar with Americans who are the worst people to watch football with because they're just the wrong vibration, man. Come on, you Red Devils!
I agree with you 1,000,000% on that one.
Yeah. Did it feel different yesterday? Did you feel quite confident, the Newcastle fans generally?
I don't know how it looked on telly, right? But our fans were mint. Like we won before kick-off. It felt like a home game. And I think Salah's a lot to thank for that, for putting a scarf on every seat. Like, it really just meant that, like, give a Geordie free stuff, we'll have a good time. But we've got to swing the scarves. And, like, I was a bit gutted that, like, I wasn't gutted because I'm pleased it felt like a home game, but I thought that was going to be a clash of two of the best fan bases in the country. And I thought the Liverpool fans would turn up in full voice, but they were like a Renaissance painting. They just weren't bothered.
I mean, I think it's a bit, when I'm sort of a supporter for a team that made the Carabao Cup final a lot, it is the third competition, and they have been in the final 3 out of the last 4 years. They've won it twice in a row. For their fans, everything was the Champions League this year and the league. So I suppose it was a bit of an anticlimax. And Newcastle, like the team, the fans were really up for it.
Mm-hmm. And I like coming into a game like that as the underdog as well. Like, when the bookies expected Liverpool, we kind of, even though we have hope, we always have hope, we expected Liverpool to win, but then there started just being that glimmer when the lads started kicking the ball around and it was cohesive and they knew where each other were, they knew their roles, and they were calm, like, even just like Trippier heading the ball back to Nick Pope, like calmly under pressure, we started to just go, maybe we're in for a fight here, maybe we could do this, and there was hope from early in the game from us.
Yeah, it was a good time to play them. They'd come off this big game and
I wasn't sure how that was going to play out. I thought they might bounce back and try and slap us about out of just in that PSG team. One more time.
Yes.
PSG were just so much. They were so good. They were overwhelming them, and I didn't think we had that to give, but we did.
Yeah. And so, did you? How long were you in London before the game? Did you spend a couple of days in Covent Garden?
I landed that morning. I had 2 shows up in Glasgow, and Saturday and Sunday, and I had to pull the Sunday one to go. So I done my Glasgow show on the Saturday, and then I flew down on Sunday morning. But I feel like I'm in a bit of a daze because I feel like I haven't slept because I've been restless because I've been so nervous about the final that like the last couple of nights I haven't been sleeping very well. It's massive for us. You were saying about the Liverpool fans, it was all about the Champions League and they're going to win the league later on, like a month's time. That's massive for us, what happened yesterday. You know why it's massive? Not just because it's our first title in years. We've got these players that come to Newcastle to win things, and I'm talking Bruno Guimaraes and Sandro Tonali and Isak and Botman. And if we want to keep these players, we have to be decorated. And they've got a decoration now. They've got a medal around their neck. They've got the trophy, and you saw how happy they were. Did you see Bruno's interviews?
Yeah, I did. I was about to say that to you. That was fantastic. I mean, he's completely bought into the area. His kids have been born there. You could just tell he's incredibly committed to the club and the region, isn't he?
And now I feel like we're keeping them. I feel like we're keeping these boys, and we're going to be able to add to it. I think it was vitally important to go to the next level to turn up last night, and they really did. And everyone's so happy, man.
Yeah, I think another go at the Champions League will convince them definitely to stay, and I think Newcastle will make the Champions
League. Right, we've just been saying that you don't want it to be after the Lord Mayor show. You don't want to sort of have a drop off now because you've won a trophy. He's got a couple of weeks to get their heads right before you play again.
Oh, it was nice seeing Eddie Howe celebrating and having fun as well because he's so stoic. I was surprised he didn't just let the whistle blow and go and start thinking about the Brentford game. He got right into it.
Get the whiteboard out on the side of the picture.
Even the little consolation of like that qualifies us for Europe. So like even if like the rest of the season's a disaster, we've still got holidays next year because that was when Man United won the FA Cup like against all the odds against Man City, and we got knocked out of Europe because we were sat in the spot for Europe. And then Man United winning that cup dropped out of it. I grieved the missed holidays.
Yeah. Imagine what would it have been like doing comedy shows, and there must have been people doing gigs in Newcastle last night. It would have been.
Sorry, in Newcastle. Sorry, I thought you meant in London before.
Oh yeah, well, no, probably both.
Like what Ian Stone and Charlie Baker were doing at Cologne.
Yes, exactly. Doing those. Everybody's too nervous to laugh the night before the game. But I would imagine if you well, they were saying on the TV coverage, if you've got a place you don't normally open in the centre of Newcastle tonight, make sure you open it. I would imagine the city was lively. Have you heard reports? What it was like?
I FaceTimed my brother while I was in the stadium. I managed to connect the Wi-Fi and got on FaceTime to him, and he was he'd been at the Shark Club and watched it there, and everybody from all the bars, it looked like the flooded onto the like St James's Park, so the streets were flooded with people. When I FaceTimed him, it was a bit like reminiscent of the Takeover when everyone just surrounded the stadium, so it looked like it was absolutely jumping in Newcastle.
Did they do a beam back, Kai, to to the stadium? Were people watching it in the ground on the big screens? Did they do one of those?
No, not that I saw. No, because they were focusing on the players. Like everything was like cutting Ant and Deck and Shearer, and then the players lifting the trophy. So they didn't do a beanbag.
Brilliant. So
I saw someone put on Ant and Deck got more coverage than Mo Salah.
yeah, they seem to cut. Yeah, he seemed to be in the vision a bit more.
It's a bit like Taylor Swift in the NFL, isn't it? And they weren't sitting together, which is quite unusual. I think that maybe that was superstition.
Yeah, maybe. And Alan Shearer and his family look very happy as well, understandably, because that's the other thing. So many great players have gone through this club and not won anything.
So that now is the most successful Newcastle team we've had in my lifetime. Like you look at the entertainers, it's the best team we've had, but that's like they've won something. It's historic for us.
And when you're back on stage, again, Kai.
I'm going to the Alps Altitude Festival. There's a comedy festival in Meyerhofen where it's a ski resort, but all the après skis comedy. It's great to get some huge acts there. Last time I was there, Alan Pardew was at the festival as well, and I did a podcast. I've got a podcast.
Was he doing a set there, Alan?
He was just bombing doing the slopes on his skis. He's quite a proficient skier, Alan. And he jumped on the podcast with me and a couple of comedians and just chatted to the audience up a mountain. It was nice.
Tell us about your podcast before we let you go.
Sloss and Humphreys on the road. It's me and me mate Daniel Sloss. It's like a tour journal. We'll go on tour a lot and we take our equipment with us, set up and just talk about where we've been, where we're going. It's just a travel journal, but we just talk nonsense on it. It's fun.
Lovely.
I saw Daniel in his first gig in Edinburgh. I think he was about 12.
Yeah.
He was an infant when he started comedy, wasn't he? He used to be a Chelsea fan, didn't he? Supports Wrexham now. Who wears the wind blowing?
Oh, does he really? Anyway, good stuff.
I might be joining him.
Good to talk to you, Kai. Congratulations. Thanks very much.
Cheers, gents.
That's Alex Rees, isn't it? You have a good weekend. You were at Wembley yesterday working for TalkSport.
Yeah, I worked Sky Saturday night doing Bournemouth, Brentford.
You forget that. I saw a picture of you with Thierry on. How did that come about?
Just like I've met him loads of times, but I was chatting to John. Shout out John.
Who's John?
John Eagles. And we were just having a conversation and that. And Thierry walked over. I was like, oh, get a picture of Thierry. So
who said that?
I said to John, I'll get one, because John works for CBS.
Okay.
And
you said John like we all know John is.
Yeah, and I just had a conversation with him, and then Thierry came over, was talking football, and I was like, oh, picture? Yeah, no worries.
Right.
He said to me, Bentley, can I have a picture, please? Big fan. I went, Thierry, no worries, man.
How nice is that he actually said that he knew you were?
Yeah, but now, it was, I mean, some of the faces that were pictured, like Desai, you're talking about, like Russell Desai, Jaap Stam, Peter Schmeichel, Thierry. I mean,
superstar. And then Darren Bent.
Yeah,
do you reckon someone else has told that story? Yes, Thierry, there was Desai. Who's that, the fella? Is that?
Do you know what's funny as well? Like, listen, this is no disrespect for him because he's a good friend of mine, but like Nigel Reo-Coker, I thought he'd gone back to America. He just comes and walks in down pitch side as well. I'm like, what are you doing here?
Didn't he launch his own cigars not too long ago?
Yes, he did.
I think he did.
Yeah, I can't remember what they're called. I think he sent you a couple, didn't he?
No, I think it was meant to, but I never got them in the end.
But no, it was a really, really good day on fair play Newcastle. I mean, that they were so happy. I mean, trying to get into Wembley, that was quite funny because I parked my car, and then where the car park I parked in, which was the red car park, that was a Newcastle end, wasn't it? And I thought, oh no. And as I walked, obviously parked my car, walked in. I
should point out, Benny played for Sunderland.
Right, yeah. There's thousands of Newcastle fans. They're waiting where they perceive the players to come into, but they didn't come in that way. And as I walked in, like at first I thought, okay, it's all right, and I just heard a couple, you Mackham, beep.
Oh really? Well, joking or?
Well, I didn't really turn around to find out.
Scary,
like,
innit?
Mackham, beep.
Scary.
And
imagine if you'd have been stuck in a lift with them.
Yeah, it was. Thanks, Adrian.
Yeah, tell that story. That's a nice story.
Yeah, I've just been in the lift and the door opens and there's a few Newcastle fans in there.
And you're with just you and Aid?
No, me, Aid, and Sam Matterface. And everyone's quite happy and no one says anything. And Aid just goes...
This is after the game?
After the game, so everyone's in a good mood. And then Aid just goes, oh, it'd be funny if there was a ex-London player in there and someone... It's Darren Bent! And then
that's nice of him. How nice is that to
from
do?
I know from A. It's really nice that.
We've got a busy show as always. If you want to be a part of it, you can 0371 722 3344. We'll be talking about all the big ups and downs from a busy weekend of Premier League football throughout the show. We'll also talk EFL in this hour actually, but there's only one place to start, and that's with Eddie Howe, or Eddie Howe, the lads as I like to call him. He's delivered Newcastle's first domestic trophy for 70 years. So should he get a statue?
A first pop for Slot or time for a Toon trophy? Liverpool and Newcastle want to prove they are just getting started. Bird with a header and he scored! He It's Denver who scores on the week in which he was called up for England.
What a header. Absolutely superb.
Down to Isaac. It's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's been a long time coming.
Eddie Howe, take a bow. Eddie Howe, you've made every one of us Newcastle United fans and us Geordies unbelievably proud today, pal.
You know what? I just can't believe it. Oh, no, I'm going to break down. It was the proudest moment of my life watching my boys going into Wembley. We're dead at last.
That's what football's all about. Newcastle's long way for a trophy. He's over after a 2-1 win against Liverpool in the League Cup final. It was live on TalkSport yesterday. Goals from Dan Burn, a brilliant header, and Alexander Isak, a great strike as well, actually, were enough for the Geordies despite a late Liverpool fightbacks, their first silverware since the Intercity Fairs Cup. That was in 1969, their first domestic trophy since that FA Cup in 1955. The manager who ended that way, Eddie Howe, spoke to the media after the game. He reflected on an historic day for the club.
So pleased for the players. They've all had different journeys to get to this point, but we've come together as a squad. I love working with them every day. Honoured to be their leader. And for the supporters, who came in their thousands today, who supported us back home. Since I've been at the football club, the support we've had home and away has been incredible. So I'm just so pleased they have this trophy to end the long wait, and hopefully we can get some more in the future.
We'll talk about just how brilliant a job Eddie Howe's done since he's taken over as manager of Newcastle in just a moment. Let's talk briefly about the game. I thought Newcastle were fantastic. 1-11, to coin an old phrase that can't be used anymore. They were just better than Liverpool in every single department, the main one being that midfield three. I thought they were exceptional. Liverpool, for whatever reason, weren't at the races.
No, and do you know what, that's been kind of kind, because I mean, the team selection I found quite strange. Even Gakpo not playing, considering he's the top goal scorer in the tournament. Most of his goals this season have come in that tournament. Diogo Jota, obviously on that goal drought, didn't look like he was going to change it. Had that big chance before the half, but I know he was little bit off balance. But as you said there, I thought that the game was won in that middle of the park because Tonali, Guimaraes and Joe Linton. I mean, Joe Linton for me out of the three was the best. He was everywhere. Strong, beast,
yeah.
Getting after people. I mean, they've got that calmness as well up top in Isak, and Isak wasn't really involved. I mean, I thought Virgil van Dijk marked him really well. Every single time he tried to run in behind, Virgil was there. He was winning his headers, but the one little bit of movement, that anticipation where the ball might drop, Isak kind of read it, pulled out to the penalty spot, and it's a really nice sweeping finish. And Newcastle deserved it. Even at the end when Chiesa scores, and he looked sharp when he came on, lovely finish. Other than that, and Curtis Jones, he had a little bit of a... I'd say that he had an impact as well. He had a big chance where he smashed it too straight at the goalkeeper and made Nick Pope save it. They added a bit of energy, but other than that, there were some really poor performances. I mean, Salah's had a bad couple of weeks. I know he got 2 against Southampton, but he hasn't looked anywhere near as good as he has been this season. And again, it was the same as the PSG game, just non-existent. I thought Livramento played well. Harvey Barnes coming in for Newcastle was good. And all round, I mean, I thought Joe Linton was the best player, but I think it'd be unfair to pick one player over the rest because they were all absolutely outstanding. Yeah,
including Eddie Howe, who is, I think, a master tactician, because there would have been problems, you would have thought, with Lewis Hall and Gordon on that left. What do you do about that? Because when we were talking about this game, looking ahead to it last week, that was one of the big talking points, and I thought Anthony Gordon was going to be a huge miss, but didn't look it at all, and that's a lot of that is down to Eddie Howe and how he rearranged his pack. And I thought they looked brilliant. They didn't have a weakness. Everyone looked. I thought even Nick Pope looked fantastic.
You know, I've always liked Harvey Barnes, even at Leicester. I just like how direct he is, how powerful he is. He's got that lovely finish where he comes in off that left hand side and just feeds it into that far post.
He's turned Harvey Barnes into an excellent player.
Yeah, do you know what? He's almost, you know, when you've got a horse that's rapid, a thoroughbred that's rapid, but then you've managed to kind of calm them down. That's like Harvey Barnes. When he gets going, you can't catch him. Honestly, he's that powerful and that quick.
But him turning into the player, I'll put Joe Linton, you mentioned, Murphy, another one. These are players that since Eddie Howe has had them under, they have looked like a different player. But certainly Joe Linton, I know we talk a lot about him, but he wasn't that midfield. He wasn't a midfielder.
Remember, but that was one of the things. Like they signed him, put him up front, and people were absolutely ridiculing him as Newcastle's worst ever signing. Look at his goal scoring numbers, and Eddie Howe then moves him back into midfield, and then from then he's looked like one of Newcastle's best ever signings. He looks incredible. But even the day yesterday, even Liverpool fans were there in their thousands, and fair play to them. They just felt like there was more, I won't say passion, Well, I probably would say more passion coming from that Newcastle end. It just felt like there was more electricity coming from that. The black and white scarves were all going. They were loud in there, non-stop. I mean, when the final whistle went, oh my wow!
It was a long wait for that final whistle.
Long wait, but there was a long wait about the VAR with the offside.
I didn't get that.
I could quite clearly see he was onside.
And also, when they did the VAR check to see if he was onside, then they went back to the middle to see if that little challenge that was fine. So we knew both. Then they went back to the onside bit. I was like, you've already looked at that.
Yeah, it took ages, but
I think the phrase they used on the telly, which was bang on the money, they're scared. The people that do the goal line technology, not the VAR, they're scared of their own shadow.
Yeah.
And I thought that was bang on the money. They really are.
As soon as I saw the replay of Chiesa's goal when he's onside.
Yeah.
But no, he looks sharp. But no, for Liverpool, it's just the league now. It looks like, but for Newcastle, this might just be the foundations they needed. You know, you win a trophy and then you go again.
Yeah.
I know there's been examples, Wigan being one or Birmingham where it hasn't quite worked that way. But Newcastle.
But those two teams you mentioned, one where Newcastle.
No, just the manager's decent. Yeah. They've got this investment now. They're going in the right direction. I can't see Isaac wanting to go anywhere. Grimares gives that interview afterwards where it sounds like he wants to retire at Newcastle.
He really did, yeah.
Just in a really good place.
Yeah. A quick word about Eddie Howe. One of the questions we talked about in our meeting was where does he rank on the list of great managers Newcastle have had compared to someone like Sir Bobby?
I don't know where you put him because it's really a difficult one because we know how much Bobby Robson means to not only Newcastle fans but just England fans in general. Obviously, me being an Ipswich Town product, him the big influence he had at that football club. It's just where do you put Eddie Howe? And I think some Newcastle fans, if you take the other side. Because he's done the Champions League, Eddie Howe now. He's got them to the Champions League. He's now won a trophy. Surely he's got to be up there.
I think so.
He has to be.
Newcastle fans, you can ask all those questions or just come on and maybe just cry down the telephone. Yeah, I think you deserve it today. 03717223344. Liverpool chat a bit later on. We're going to start with the new League Cup holders, Newcastle United. Yeah, no, it might be, but I might not know the answer to it.
But it's not a dumb question because you know I'm not a golfer.
Right.
So is that what is it? Players' Championship you won? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Is that a major?
No.
Okay.
There's only 4 majors. No, it's not one of them. It's a biggie.
So is it So is it a little bit like you got Wimbledon, Australian,
US and French,
right? And then there's the one at the O2, which they call as the fifth slam. It used to be the O2, the Masters.
That one is known as the 5th major.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So it's not like one of the biggies.
No, I mean it's massive. No, and he needs that. By the way, he needs that for confidence. His confidence has dropped a bit over recent years.
Okay, so what's the one that's Augusta's one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Masters.
What's the one? Is there one in Wales?
No, you'll think of Scotland, St Andrews.
St Andrews.
Yeah.
Okay. What's Celtic Manor then?
Right, let's move on. Former Newcastle manager John Garver joined the Breakfast Show this morning, said that their League Cup win could convince players like Alexander Isak to stay at the club.
I think winning the game yesterday gives us a chance to keep our players. If you think about last year, we've obviously learned from that situation. Winning that first trophy is the hardest one to win, and we've proved that after 70 years. So once you've won that first trophy, I think it's so important that you do build on it and you keep the structure and the basis of the squad that we've got.
Yeah, they've got a great structure as well at that club. 03717223344 is the number that lots of excited Newcastle fans have dialed. Let's speak to as many as we can now as we say hello and good afternoon to Richie. Hello, Richie.
Hello, lads. How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm absolutely cock-a-hoop elated. Like, this weekend has been as good as watching my children being born, and I mean that. I'm 58 years of age. I thought I would die before seeing Newcastle lift the cup. There's just nothing compared to this. You can call it a Mickey Mouse Cup, you can call it whatever you want, but to us, like in the World Cup.
Yeah, I don't think people do call it a Mickey Mouse Cup. I think those are just people that are jealous because I'm old enough to remember just its value to football. I put it up there just like literally a point behind the FA Cup. It's a big trophy Newcastle have won. But it's not just that, it's just what this does now, how Newcastle kick on from here, right?
Yeah, this has got to be the catalyst. We've got owners, we're now making profits, we've got to start investing in the team, we've got to retain the players like Isaac and Gamarish and start building a European beaten team around them. We've seen how City have done it, we've seen how Liverpool have done it, and we've matched those teams this season, and we've actually beaten them. Now's the time to kind of push on.
Richie, I've got to ask you a question. Well, I've got to ask you two questions. I'll ask one first. The first one is, you said that you obviously can match the top teams, and you've shown this season you can. How far, realistically, do you think you are then from challenging for the Premier League?
I think we're a couple of seasons away. I'm not being unrealistic. it will take investment, and we've got to get that investment over the line. PSR and everything hampered us. We've not been able to do the likes of Chelsea and Man City. No other teams will probably be able to do that again. So we've got to do it organically. But many of us at my age, we've had that belief. There's people who doubted Eddie Howe now. I'll tell any Newcastle fan, anybody who doubts that man now wants to hang their heads in shame.
Yeah, 100%. And my second question is probably a little bit more difficult than the first one. Eddie Howe, fantastic job. Is he now above Bobby Robson?
He has to be. He's the most successful Newcastle manager since the 50s. That's fact. If I called that man in bed with my missus, I'd ask him if he wanted another blanket. That's how high I've hold him in regard.
That is a great attitude.
I'm so glad we didn't dump that.
Yeah.
Do you want another black? You warm enough? Let's quickly move to James. Hello, James. How are you?
Hiya, lads. All right. How are you, lads?
Did you go to Wembley yesterday?
No. I've my family don't have that much money, I'm afraid. That we've always not really had the richest family in the world. We've always watched it on TV, and we obviously we never miss a match on a TV and on TalkSport and everything.
Okay, where were you watching it? Who were you with yesterday?
Well, my mum, who sat next to me, she's 80 at the end of this year, and we were watching it here we live in Weston-super-Mare now.
Where are you from?
Where's that down the M4?
Near Bristol.
Yeah,
You've got a Newcastle twang, though, haven't you? Certain words. I watch it with me, ma'am. Where are you originally from?
But I'm from Weston, but my mum's from Newcastle, and my grandparents and my aunts. My great-grandfather used to let the carrier pigeons off at St James's Park to give the scores to the city.
Wow. What do you mean, give the scores? I mean, they can't talk, presumably, right?
Well,
it's 2-2. It's 2-2.
No, it used to. This was before TV and radio.
What they used to do?
He used to set the pigeons off to let everybody know the scores and things.
How'd they tell people?
They used to leave the scores attached to their legs.
Right. And who are they landing on to tell the score? Tell me more about that.
Well, that's it. Right, I tell you what, my mum sat next to me. I get her to tell you.
Yeah, put her on.
In the middle of Northumberland Street, I expect. All the shoppers, yeah.
Well, all the people, the public out there. But my Uncle Ricky and my great-grandfather used to watch from the corner of the field before St James's Park was as big as it is now, and it goes right back, and the passion in the family, and I don't know, it's just Newcastle United is in the blood, you know.
Brilliant. What a great story that was.
Yeah.
I need to know how the pigeons work.
Yeah, that's like what they used to do back in the day, right?
Yeah, but what?
When the medieval times, they used to get
medieval, right?
Yeah, back in the day, they get the and they said pigeon, not pigeon, like
dragons,
like a what's some big birds? Hawk? Like a hawk, eagle.
I don't know where this is going.
And then attach it to their thing.
Attach what?
A little note.
What would the note say?
Well, I don't see the note, but she says that we're going to attack in 3 days. Roll it up, put it in a little thing behind their foot, and it fly and deliver messages.
I mean, this is Game of Thrones stuff.
Exact same as that.
No, I don't know if I don't. How does the eagle know where to go?
Because it just does.
It just does. It's got sat nav, right?
Yeah, the eagle just does. It's called a messenger pigeon.
Right.
Bird.
TalkSport.
Yeah. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, honestly.
Medieval times, they'll attach a little note. We're going to attack in 3 days. Off you go.
Yeah. Let our spies know.
Let our spies know.
Yeah,
right.
That's what we're going to do.
Okay. Where are these other spies? Where's the pigeon? Where's the hawk going?
It's going to the spies that are embedded in the enemy's territory.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just let them know.
I think there'll be more on this when we come back, actually. Still to come. We'll be looking back at a big weekend of results in Andy Golson's EFL Corner. We've changed the music, you're not sure. Okay. First, it's time for No Googling, part 1.
Talk Sport.
Good afternoon. We're warned not to expect Virgil van Dijk, Mo Salah or Trent Alexander-Arnold to sign new contracts at Anfield. Reds legend Robbie Fowler has told TalkSport it is poor from a club of Liverpool's side to be in this position. But what would he do?
Sat here now, you know, if you're saying, well, listen, you can only have one of them three, I think I'm going to go for, obviously, Virgil van Dijk. And I know Mo Salah's numbers is extraordinary. And Trent is, for me, he's probably that position where he plays, he's probably the best in the world.
There are calls for Newcastle's players and coaches to be afforded the freedom of the city after that famous win at Wembley. Former Toon keeper Tim Krul has told TalkSport he's thrilled Eddie Howe has silenced his critics.
Buzzing for him because people wanted him out a couple of years ago, and for him to lift that trophy, I think I'm pleased they stuck by him because he's a top manager, English manager, to do it for Newcastle, and people like Kieran Trippier, and top players to lift a trophy like that is amazing.
Newcastle, in the meantime, have confirmed there will be an open-top bus parade on Saturday the 29th of March. It's FA Cup quarter-final weekend. You can hear all 4 matches across the TalkSport network.
But first, let me get your magic moments of the sporting weekend. Darren, I'll start with you, since we're making you an honorary Irishman. That's the last I'll mention St Patrick's Day, until we talk about Rory McIlroy. What was your magic moment of the weekend?
Well, I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about Newcastle tonight.
We are.
But the magic moment for me from that game, and I'm sure we can cheat a little bit and have more than one magic moment.
You can. In this case, you can, yes.
It was Dan Burn scoring that opening goal, because I love it when players work all their way up right from the beginning. They don't... Yes, there are lots of players who work incredibly hard at academies and they come through the ranks in that way. But when you start right at the bottom of the pyramid and you make your way through the game, up the game, and you show that same commitment, that same work ethic, that same desire and hunger. And I was talking to another ex-pro last week, and he was just saying Dan is the nicest guy you could wish to meet. He doesn't just have that footballing ability, but he's
Darren,
a lovely
am I right in
guy
thinking
as well.
that 10 years ago, I think I'm right in saying, he was completely out of contract and went to Wigan to train and convince them to give him an 18-month contract. Is that right?
Yep.
Amazing.
Yep. And everything that his career takes in Wigan, Blythe Spartans, all of the, if you like, all of the hard yards. He's a real inspiration to footballers now in terms of commitment and dedication and the rewards that you can get as a result of it. You come through at Crewe, you know all about what that takes.
It's a phenomenal story, and he's I think you're spot on. He's an inspirational figure for many now. He was at Fulham with me, and he was a great lad then. Very humble, very honest, just a really good lad, and he's not changed at all.
No.
And he deserves great credit. He deserves great credit for being able to not only maintain a place in that Newcastle side, who, when the new owners came in, you would never have thought that he would be the type of player. I mean, they signed him after they came in. But he's now a bedrock of that Newcastle side, and he's actually someone who connects with the fans because of the fact he's a local boy and all. And after the goal yesterday, I mean, he's there forever, and he can just he'll have a bar. He'll probably have the Burn bar up in the stadium. I don't know. What a great story!
I just love that it was a lovely goal. It wasn't a scrappy goal. It wasn't. And when he was named in the England squad last week, as is always the case when someone isn't from one of the elite, that doesn't take one of the elite routes into the game.
Careful, Darren.
He changed it there.
But there we are, ever so slightly. But there was a little bit of looking down our nose. The only player I can liken it to was when Jamie Vardy got first named in the England squad, and people were like, really, what you doing? And then Vardy had to show his class again. And for Dan to score against Liverpool, top team,
it was an amazing
goal.
Story.
Great story.
Yeah, great story.
Yeah, on Wednesday you're in the England squad, Dan. How can you ever top this? Hold my coat, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely brilliant. My moment of the week, and of course I wanted, the Newcastle fans were partly what I wanted to do, and of course there was all that. I said that on social media, that they are the bedrock of the football club, and got loads of people going, what about the owners, blood money and all the rest of it? Listen, I've mentioned the fans, not the owners. Sometimes you just have to let things be what they are, a moment of joy for some other football supporters other than yourself. But my choice is almost a comedic one, and it comes from another miserable away display by the club I support, Tottenham. I've got used over the years to watching Christian Romero lamp people up in the air as the local tough guy. There was that moment in the first half where Calvin Bassey bemused him with a piece of skill, so Christian decided, I'll do what I normally do here. And the next thing you saw was Christian Romero in a low orbit around the earth as Bassey put him into space. It was I mean, you shouldn't laugh at one human being out muscling another, but it was so wild, and he flew up in the air and landed. He would have needed a parachute if he'd gone much higher. And when he got down, I mean, honest to God, the look on Christian's face. The great Muhammad Ali once said, no matter how big and tough you are, around the next street corner is someone bigger and tougher. And that was just brilliant. I noticed as well, Danny, and you'll recognise this from all professional footballers, that the next time Bassi was involved in anything, Christian broke the Argentinian 60 metres record to get involved himself. I'm guessing our colleagues at Ladbrokes are still counting their money after Cheltenham, so I'm going to do the odds myself this evening. Firstly, the title race, if there is such a thing anymore, sees Liverpool overwhelming favourites. They're now 1 to 150 to 1 on to win the title. The relegation also looks settled with that 9-point gap between Wolves and Leicester. So it's all about the race for the top 4. Forest now find themselves odds on level with Manchester City at 4 to 7. Chelsea are 5 to 4 after that defeat to Arsenal over the weekend. You can get 11 to 5 against Newcastle finishing the top 4. Brighton are the next outside bet, I guess, at 7 to 1. And from the Premiership to the Championship, there is much more of a title race, of course. Leeds are still massive odds on to win this, 3 to 1 on, despite winning one game in their last 4. Momentum is with Sheffield United. They're a 7 to 2 to win the league after winning the Steel City derby at the weekend. Burnley, who have a better record than both Leeds and Sheffield United in recent times, certainly over the last 5 games, they're still a touch under 7 to 1 to be the champions of the winners of the Championship. And that's it. That was a look at the latest odds with Ladbrokes. It's 18 plus and be gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Yeah, so unless you've been deliberately lying under a stone, getting a snooze or something, you can't have failed to notice that yesterday Newcastle won the Carabao Cup. Somebody who's watched them go to Wembley several times in my lifetime and largely not turn up, infamously, of course, the Malcolm McDonald team that was definitely going to win the Cup and lost 3-0 in the final. It was amazing to watch them take on a Liverpool team that had been so all-conquering in English football for most of this season, match them and then actually more than match them and win the trophy. Wonderful for their fans, and whatever about the controversy over the years about their current owners, I think you'd have to have a heart of flint not to be happy for the people who have trudged around the country and certainly going to that cathedral of football in the northeast every 2 weeks to support the black and white stripes. I'll start with you, Dan, if I may, because look, Liverpool were favourites, but it wasn't ever going to be an easy game. And you can tell me about all the tactical things that happened, but I thought the first and most important thing with this Liverpool team is you have to match them physically. And I thought Newcastle, in every department, particularly in midfield, just said, right, well, one thing's not going to happen. We're not going to get bullied out of this game.
Well, I think the more important part of that was the tactical plan. So, of course, you need endeavour. Of course, you need energy, physicality. They had all of that in abundance. But the game plan was to not let Liverpool press them. So they were going to go long early and pick up the bits if they didn't win the headers. And they did it brilliantly. They also did a very clever little thing, which is why they got so much joy down the left, is when they were hitting a lot of the long balls towards the left, or Liverpool's right, Livramento was flying forward to help the midfielders get the second balls on that side and leaving Salah, and Byrne was coming across and going man for man. Now, it's hard enough against Newcastle trying to pick up seconds with those three in the middle because they're all so athletic and so strong.
Yeah.
And with Livramento added higher up the pitch as well, Liverpool were struggling with that part of the game. And it was a really clever tactic from Eddie Howe. I mean, normally things would settle down and Liverpool would find their rhythm and start playing through and causing them more problems, but they didn't get chance. They didn't get time to settle. I mean, we'll come on to Liverpool in a second.
Yeah, we will. We'll come on to Liverpool in a quarter too. Yeah.
I think from Newcastle's perspective, what you saw was a complete team performance, and they didn't carry anybody. Nobody froze. Nobody wasn't sure on their job. It was a very, very clever game plan from Eddie. and very different to what they did at Anfield a few weeks before, and even a little bit different than what they did in the draw earlier in the season, where they played more football and actually went toe for toe. That respect with Liverpool, so caught Liverpool out a little bit, and some brilliant performances.
Liverpool's 7 out of 8 games, Liverpool have come out on top. Do you think, though, that for a game like this, the Newcastle players and Eddie Howe learned from those defeats to Liverpool to approach it in a different way?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think maybe we always learn as you go against different teams. I think that's inevitable. But I think he saw the games midweek. He knew that Liverpool probably wouldn't want to be in a physical battle. They'd rather have a football match. So he went for the physical battle, because it makes sense to. They've got powerful boys, and actually, if we're going to pick up seconds and play some long balls, it stops Liverpool pressing and gaining any momentum. And actually, if we have a football match with them, that's what they want. They're technical players, so it was a clever option. I thought Liverpool looked a little bit lethargic. I was a little bit wary when I saw the team. I mean, if you watch the PSG game, Jota for me isn't really a striker. He's a brilliant finisher, and he's all right playing up front in home games where they get a lot of the ball and dominate teams. But I don't think he's ever played his best stuff as a central striker. He's played a lot of his better football from wide, and he looked exhausted. So that was one focal point missing for Liverpool, that they couldn't play off him, bouncing off him a bit. He wasn't the only one, by the way. I thought in midfield they looked a bit leggy after the PSG game, which is understandable. And when there was only one change, I was where I said to my eldest boy, I said, I thought he'd have made some changes and freshen it up. And I think a lot of Liverpool fans felt that a few sets of fresh legs was needed. But let's not take away from Newcastle. I mean, that level of performance, you could argue, wouldn't have mattered who Liverpool played. That would be fair to say, because they were that good. They played that well.
I think the point you're making, Darren, is an interesting one, because the human mind, we're trained to look for heroes, to look for individuals. Dan Burn would be an obvious example, but this was an example of just truthfully, when you get to the very, very top of football, of course there's always going to be a Messi or a Ronaldo, but to give yourself the best chance, you've got to be. It has to be a team effort, and that's what I was so impressed. They were compact, they were determined, Darren, and they looked like, as I say, a team. And it just sounds so obvious, but often it doesn't work like that in football.
Well, the hard thing in a final, because the emotion can get the better of you and the adrenaline's pumping and something can happen, and it's remembering the game plan and what we're doing. You know, your energy and emotion sometimes wants to take you somewhere, and like you use that energy to follow the ball or follow the man, and actually it's like, whoa, we've got a game plan. What's the game plan? Can everybody think that? Can everybody have that football IQ in the moment to remember what they're doing, rather than just let the emotion of the game get the better of you? And they did that really, really well.
I think the interesting thing for me was that midfield. Danny, as a midfielder, I'm not going to try and go into the intricacies of what Danny could score me on, but I just looked at the individuals in the centre of the park. You had the industry of Joel Linton, who in himself is a success story, arrived for £40 million. Rafa Benitez wasn't having him as a striker and wouldn't play him, and Eddie Howe converted him into a really energetic, lung-busting midfielder. You've got Tonali in there as well, who's part of the Milan's only Scudetto in 14 years and brings that touch of class. And then you've got the captain, Guimaraes. He can find a goal. He can lead from the front. He when he arrived from Lyon, and other clubs were interested in, he said, "No, I want to be a part of this club." And he wanted to be part of Newcastle when they were, when it was muck and nettles and they were in a relegation fight. And he wanted to be a part of that. And he embodies the whole spirit of the city as a captain, but he brings that touch of class as well. And he scored in the West Ham game the other night, didn't he, beforehand? So they were in good heart going into the match, and I just think their energy and creativity in the middle of the park was superior to Liverpool's on the day.
Do you know what? They were all at it, bang at it. It wasn't even so much creativity, really. It was just at it all the time, and not just too much for Liverpool. I have to say, Tonali quickly, he's been absolutely exceptional since, especially, and Eddie's tweaked him in his new position as well in the holding role. He looks fit, he's good on the ball, he was so at it. And just one thing, Dan, I know we've got to go break, but
cool.
I think sometimes when you watch your team lose, because I've been very lucky over the years to take my kids and watch Liverpool win finals, and you know, they've been so many times success. There are rare occasions where if you lose a final, there's actually some part of you that feels happiness for the other team, and that's mainly because of Eddie Howe. And do you know what? He's a brilliant guy, and the way he conducts himself, the way he talks, everything about him is class. And I was really pleased for him, Dan.
Why don't we talk about Eddie next here on Kickoff, because I think that is appropriate. The first English manager to win a major domestic trophy for 17 years. I mean, again, never mind the 70 years of the team. Even that's an extraordinary figure. Multiply that by the 3 tournaments they can win. It's remarkable. Eddie Howe has broken that logjam, and it's to Eddie we'll turn our attention next here on Kickoff on TalkSport.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
With your latest sport headlines at 7:30, I'm Matt Hutchinson. Man United are increasing their season ticket prices by 5% for the 3rd year in a row. It's part of the club's ongoing efforts to be financially stable. The FA has charged Milutin Osmajic after he allegedly made racist remarks towards Burnley's Hannibal. The Preston forward has always strongly denied the allegation. Rory McIlroy says he's super proud after winning the Players' Championship for a second time in Florida. And TalkSport understands Spurs have started drawing up a list of possible replacements for Big Ange. Andoni Iraola is thought to be Daniel Levy's top target.
Our name is TalkSporters Maximus, and we pledge this. You will have your sporting entertainment in this life and the next time you turn on your radio. With over 450 live games this season, there's no need to go roaming anywhere else around the dial.
Oh, what a victory!
Don't Coliseum, come and hear them.
Magnificent!
Live football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
From zero to hero!
Are you not entertained?
What a winner! They are back in the big time.
TalkSporters Maximus.
Oh, what a terrific finish!
Britain's #1 hot fix midweek verbal radio rampage. It's Kickoff.
Yes, so Newcastle won their first domestic trophy for 70 years, and in doing so, they meant that their manager Eddie Howe became the first Englishman to get a trophy, his hands on a trophy, since Harry Redknapp's Portsmouth won the FA Cup in 2008, 17 long years ago. All right, it doesn't matter really what nationality the managers are, but it is something of an oddity that one of football's power bases in the world had gone so long without a local man winning a title.
Danny, I think I don't know. You know, I think there is a significance to that. There is an inspiration for British coaches. In another life, Eddie would be picking the England squad now.
He will be soon.
And well, indeed, exactly, and that is going to help
when
him.
Tuchel messes it up.
It's 18
Don't
months.
tell Jordan Henderson.
It's 18 months for Tuchel. Now let's assume that he does win the World Cup. Even if he does,
absolutely, yeah.
I think there would still be a will. We'll get to that. There'll still be a will for Eddie, who is now a winner, to take charge of the national team, and who could argue with that? And I just think you're right about that stat about Harry Redknapp, 17 years since he took Portsmouth to the FA Cup. But I think there is a perception of English managers that they almost pale into insignificance behind non-English managers. So it is a huge fillip, in the same way that Dan Burn being successful and scoring a goal and making an effective contribution to the victory for Newcastle would be inspirational for other players at that level, aspiring to get to the very top. So Eddie Howe, who is well liked and well respected, would be an inspiration to other English coaches that it can be done. You know, let's not kid ourselves. Eddie Howe showed a commitment to Bournemouth when they were collecting money in buckets to keep the club alive. It isn't just Dan Burn who's done the hard yards. Eddie's done it as well, and I'm a real fan of players and managers who are almost ambassadors for the English game, because it's so very easy to be at that level and think that could never be me. Well, actually, Eddie Howe shows you it can be.
There is a link, of course, between the two English managers who, won the trophies. Harry Redknapp was manager at Bournemouth when Eddie was a player, and his premature injury meant that he took off on his coaching career. I saw Harry being interviewed about it during the day. I was very pleased to see that Harry did not try to take the credit for it. Bless him. It is interesting, Danny, that Eddie Howe has come, as Darren points out there, up the footballing ladder. It's been the rise, you could argue, has been unspectacular, but I think he's what he's done at Newcastle, where by and large they've improved year upon year upon year. Once you're in the top third of the Premier League, it's hard to keep up that improvement because you're up against some tremendous teams. What's his great strengths, do you think, as a coach, as far as you can see and hear, Danny?
Well, I think he's adaptable, first and foremost. He doesn't always play the same way. I think he's very good at communicating with the public, which is always important at a huge club and a huge fan base. His calmness and his honesty and his integrity shines through. And I think ultimately he's very popular with the players. I think he comes across, I haven't spoken to anyone who's worked under him at Newcastle, but he comes across as someone who'd be straight with you, motivate you in the right way. I don't think he's a tyrant in any way. There's so much about him to like. The thing I like about him the most here is I never hear blame. I never hear him coming out and having a go at everybody, refs or other teams, or I've got injuries, or he's not part of that blame culture. He's never the victim, and I love that about him. He's always about what he can do, what the group can do, what they can do better, what they need to do better, and the things he's looking forward to. It's always so considered, and I think players really respond well to that. I've been fortunate to have a couple of managers with similar traits and mannerisms where you always feel like they've got your back and you can go to them and you'll be treated with respect. There's so much to like about him. I think Newcastle fans very lucky to have him, and the job he's done. 2 finals, Champions League run. Okay, little bit of a wobble last year because of the fact they were in the Champions League and had a load of injuries and trying to maintain some sort of form. But overall, what he's done, and also, let's put it in perspective, irrelevant of the wealth of the owners, I mean, their transfer activity in the last 2 windows has been next to nothing. I mean,
almost negative with the young players.
Well, it is negative. They let Minter go to Brighton. Elliot Anderson and Minter, who he's actually said he didn't want either to leave, because 2 terrific players, by the way. Those 2 have gone, and he did he bring in Asula, maybe 1, maybe 2. So they've actually got a net spend in the negative.
But what that does show, to back up what you're saying, is his coaching ability.
Yeah.
Because if you think about other clubs that have got a lot of money, that very often, certainly, for example, in City's earlier days and with Chelsea as well, there is just this almost interminable influx of players, whereas it's been a lot more considered at Newcastle, partly obviously down to Dan Ashworth, and obviously since he's left as well, the fact that they've had to be very careful with FFP. But what that has shown is that Eddie Howe has that ability to manage players. And you were talking about his background. I was reading that he is I remember being at the game that won them their first promotion to the Premier League, and he was talking at the time in the build-up to it about being inspired by Sean O'Driscoll, whose management style was never to criticise players in public, to your point, but also in terms of the way he went about setting teams up and creativity and all that stuff. And also someone who I actually had to go away and Google, John Wooden, the legendary basketball coach, in terms of man management, being able to get into players' lives and really understand the players that he's working with. And you can see that from the bond that he's got with his individual players, who all run through brick walls for him, and that's why they're still competitive. And what struck me most watching the game on Sunday, and where I was sat, it was almost in line with the Liverpool back four, if you like, And around about 20 minutes in, I turned to the person next to me and I just said, they're really at it. They're really hungry. They knew this was their moment and they had to take it, and that would have come from him.
I'm glad you mentioned Sean O'Driscoll there, because anyone who remembers Sean's team, he was never going to get a chance in the upper levels of English football because they were thought to be far too flamboyant. But long before, keeping the ball absolutely demanding that people pass, Sean O'Driscoll's team were doing that, and at high speed as well. I was interested, Eddie hasn't copied him, but they were amazing, Sean's teams, given the level at which they were playing. And I'd almost forgotten about Sean O'Driscoll, so thank you very much for that. Listen, after the game, Eddie Howe himself, of course, because it's his way, was full of praise for the team and for the fans.
So pleased for the players. They've all had different journeys to get to this point, but we've come together as a squad. I love working with them every day. Honoured to be their leader. And for the supporters, who came in there, thousands today, who supported us back home. Since I've been at the football club, the support we've had home and away has been incredible. So I'm just so pleased they have this trophy to end the long wait, and hopefully we can get some more in the future.
Yeah, the decisions like bringing in Dan Byrne because he was a local man and understood the club, the transformation of Joe Linton, which I thought that he was a busted flush, the way he started his first year at Newcastle. All of that indicate that he is a brilliant coach, because he improves footballers, and that's, since you can't have the 11 best footballers in the world in your team, unless you're Carlo Ancelotti, improving them is all you can do, as well as getting them going as a team. Absolutely brilliant. So well done to Eddie Howe as well. And I will listen out for the first person who has a bad word to say about him. For all he might be the devil incarnate, but I don't hear this very much on grapevines or spiders' webs within the game. You're listening to Kickoff here on TalkSport.
Who's that team we call United? Who's that team we all do? Cause playing black and white, I'm gonna have a fight. We'll support you evermore. Good afternoon, this is The Social on TalkSport 2. I'm Ollie Klink. I've got Arsenal fan and great man Harry Symeou alongside me for most of this afternoon. What a show we have on the way for you. Coming up, the wait is over. The mighty Newcastle United have won their first domestic trophy for 70 years. I still can't believe I'm saying that. They beat Liverpool in the final. It was magical. It was magnificent. What does it all mean for Newcastle's future? And where should we build Eddie Howe's statue? As much as I want to talk about that for 3 hours, don't worry, it's not just a Geordie loving. We'll talk about a bad week for Liverpool, more issues for Ange, who was having a pop at the fans. We'll look back on the rest of the Premier League, all the big stories from the EFL, and loads more. This is the Geordie Social on TalkSport Toon. What a day. What a day. I was there at Wembley yesterday. It still hasn't sunk in. We actually won a cup. Newcastle United have actually won a cup, and this is how they did it.
First pop for Slot, or time for a Toon trophy? Bird with a header, and he scored! It's Dan Bird who scores on the week in which he was called up for England. He thunders a header into the corner to put Newcastle United into the lead in the cup final.
That is some header, by the way. What a story this could be.
Murphy with a header, down to Isaac, it's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. Now Chiesa has been played in behind. He slipped it under the goalkeeper. The offside flag is up.
The Liverpool number 14 is onside.
Well, it wouldn't be Newcastle if there wasn't late drama. And Newcastle United have won the Carabao Cup. It's been a long time coming, but this is immortal. And Bruno Guimaraes and Kieran Trippier lift the Carabao Cup into the sky. Newcastle United are Wembley winners.
Goosebumps, absolute goosebumps. That's how the final sounded on TalkSport. Brilliant commentary there from Sam Matterface. And I could hear him say those words all day. Newcastle United are Wembley winners. Wembley winners. Absolutely outstanding. One man that was ingesting all of it. He was live on the TalkSport YouTube channel. And I tell you what, if you haven't seen his reactions yet, it is well worth watching. TalkSport.com's Geordie boy, War Jackie. Jack Cunningham joins us. Jack, how you doing, mate?
Ollie, mate. I mean, unbelievable, isn't it? It's absolutely unbelievable. Like, Newcastle United have won a trophy. I can't believe it. Like, we met up last night, didn't we? We had a great time. But, it's so good.
Well, how late were you out, Jack, by the way? I slinked off, but I think it was quite a late night for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got in at 7:45 in the morning.
Absolutely incredible.
And then jumped on a train, and so I've not slept yet.
So,
yeah.
So technically it's still going, is it?
Yeah, it's still going, yeah. It's still going. 100%.
I mean, let's talk about the day then and the performance as well of Newcastle. I mean, I turned to my brother 5 minutes into the game. I was so lucky to be there yesterday. But I turned to him 5 minutes in and I just said, we're on it. We're on it. And I think we're going to win. And that was so early on in the game. What about you?
Yeah, and I felt the confidence even the night before, you know. Like, I was nervous leading up to it. And then it got to the weekend and I was like, the Saturday, I was like, everyone in Covent Garden, and everyone just seemed like a bit more like, it was different to the last final. It was almost like the last final, everyone was nervous, and it'd been so long that we'd been in a cup final, and it got to the players, and it was way too emotional. You know, you had like Dan Burn saying, you know, I'm going to get me suit measured and all that stuff. And like, don't get us wrong, that's great content, but like, it was too emotional. And I felt like the attitude from the players was entirely different. I thought Eddie Howe's attitude was entirely different as well. It's like, look, we've been there once, we didn't win. We're playing a better team by miles, by the way, but it's like we're getting down to business here.
Yeah,
we're going to do it.
I mean,
we're going to do it.
Dan Burn's going to have to get his statue measured, I think, next.
Pretty
big statue as well, isn't it?
But he will be a massive statue.
I mean, as much as you're absolutely right, there was such a difference to the way that the fans and the team approached this game. It wasn't like a novelty anymore. It wasn't like a party. No. But there was still emotion attached to it. There was a lot of tears being shed in the stands. And I think not even just at the full-time whistle. I think there were tears for some fans at halftime, maybe including myself, because of the goal for Big Dan Burn. Yeah. I mean, what a week for him. What a week.
Has anyone had a better week? I don't know. Like, I don't know. You get your England call up when you, as a player, Dan Burn, you know, was told very young that he was never going to make it. And he's had to grind and graft. And even when he joined Newcastle, you know, I can't imagine he ever thought he'd even play in a cup final. Like, you know, I think he probably thought he'd join, keep them up, try and keep Newcastle up, and then he might be sold. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think if you'd asked any Newcastle fan, though, before that game who they wanted to score, it has to be Big Dan Burn.
For me, Joe Linton, I think, to be fair. Just because of the transformation that he's gone through as a player. And his performance yesterday was magnificent. I mean, Joe Linton, don't get us wrong, Dan Burns man of the match, absolutely fair enough, but Joe Linton pushed him very, 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 very close.
He was just everywhere. I'd love to see Joe Linton's heat map, because I'm pretty sure he must cover the entire pitch. And that's what I loved. I saw, you know, after the game on the Newcastle social media, they put from undesirable to undeniable for Joel Linton. And I think that just sums up his right. And I tell you what, there was a moment after the game when I saw them all lifting the trophy. And Joel Linton's felt the most surreal. You know, there were times in that club when he was at that club and he was a laughing stock, when he was number 9 and he shouldn't have been playing in that position. And it felt like he didn't have a hope. He was surplus to requirements. To have put in that performance in a cup final to win Newcastle's first trophy in so long, I am so pleased and proud of him. We have to talk about Eddie Howe, though, as well, don't we?
Oh, we really do. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it straight away. I think a statue needs to be built. Like,
do you really?
100%.
With Jason Tindall next to him in bronze?
Yeah, obviously, of course. Jason
Doing a shush.
To be fair, you know, Jason Tindall front and centre and Eddie Howe at the back, as he always is, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, get one of the whole team, man.
Oh, no, that's what I want. I literally want that. I want the whole team. Because I know Newcastle could go on and win some more stuff, but we also might not. And it doesn't matter even if we go on and win more stuff. I think what this means, I loved it that it was this group of players and that it was Eddie Howe. Because if you look at some of the players like Longstaff, Cher, Willock, whatever, they've all been through bad times. Emil Kraft, Dubravka, they've all been through really bad times at Newcastle where it was all about just staying up. And Steve Bruce's phrase, ticking along.
Yeah.
You know, that was the club, ticking along. And now they've won a trophy. They're immortals now. This team is immortals. They'll never buy a pint again in the town.
No.
Ever. Like, and and Eddie Howe's, his tactics yesterday, absolutely incredible. I mean, that is his best managerial performance. Don't get us wrong, PSG was amazing, but that was just like.
And
totally
I think close
Liverpool.
behind, and we can ask Arsenal fan Harry Simeo when he comes in, was the semi-final with Arsenal, which Newcastle won 4. Was it 4-0? I'm just looking at Harry through like that was it
4-0. Yeah, it was 4-0. Yeah.
Outclassed Arteta, didn't he? But
absolute disgrace.
Wasn't that from another game they lost to Newcastle? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was. But Jack, I think one of the things Eddie Howe said that I thought was really interesting after the game too was he was asked, come on, when you played at Anfield and Isak had a little injury and you changed a lot of your team, were you bluffing? And I loved it because he just went, do you know what? I can say it now. Yeah. We were completely bluffing. We didn't want to give anything away. He realised, obviously, but the importance of this game, because let's be honest, the league is important as well for Newcastle. We have to get as many points as we can, try and finish in the Champions League spaces. And as boring as it is, financially, it's so important for the club to be reaching that in terms of their league position. But Eddie Howe knew this was all about getting over the line and getting the job done. And you know what? You talk about that period for the club, Jack, where in the league it was so stagnant and the performances was just so dreadful. It was all about staying up, and that was the only thing that the club was interested in. And that's really important when you think about the cups as well. I mean, we don't have to think too far back of losing to Cambridge, losing to Oxford, losing to Stevenage. You'd celebrate getting to the 4th round of competitions.
I know.
And that was the standard. That was the standard of the club at that time. To now see, the power of the support yesterday and getting over the line in an actual cup final, which I still can't believe I'm saying. I just think it makes those moments as supporters as well. They kind of fade away, which is just such an amazing feeling.
Yeah, it's a weekend that no one will ever forget. Everyone who was down there, everyone who watched it, wherever they were, it doesn't matter. You were a Newcastle fan, no matter where you were in the world, you watched your team win a cup final where it's been 70 years since a domestic trophy. It's just absolutely unbelievable. And do you know what I loved more? You're talking about Eddie Howe with saying that he was bluffing at Anfield. I loved how we just entirely have been bluffing with set pieces for the last month as well, because we've been whipping them in and they've been doing nothing, and then we just came up with this thing where we're just going to chip it to the back post and Dan Burn's going to win every single header.
Do you know what's so good though? It's just for so long, if you're sat at any game, if you're in the away end, if you're the home end, every single time you hear a fan just go, why don't we just play it to Dan Burn ahead in the back of the net? The man's 6'7", and finally in a final we actually did it, and what a header! I mean, to be fair, we've got to point out that he did have Alexis McAllister marking him.
He did,
he did. But there we go. They must have worked on that. They must have realised that Liverpool had a tendency to put those smaller players further back, and they trusted the strength of Dan Burn's neck to nod one in from about 14 yards out. Jack, I just want to talk about the kind of wider context of this win as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because I feel that getting over the line and bringing tangible success for these group of players, for so long as fans, we've been so frustrated by fans of bigger clubs, Harry Simeo, saying things like, right, when is my club Arsenal getting Isak? When's Bruno going to move? Which clubs are in for Botman? No, Newcastle, we want our players to stay here and achieve success with Newcastle United, and this club moves us forward in terms of how far we're moving along as well, and I think that's so important, not just for attracting players, but for keeping those big stars too.
So do you know what I found really interesting yesterday? So I've been consuming a lot of Newcastle content on the train home, obviously. And I loved Isak's celebrations for everything.
Amazing.
Like I love the way he celebrated with the trophy was amazing. At full time, he was properly into it. I just don't see how this man is even thinking about leaving.
No,
I really don't.
Well,
I really don't.
The wider point is, Jack, that the contract is there until 2028. There's no release clause. He's just won something with the club. I would imagine that this success will be a springboard for Newcastle to hopefully finish in the Champions League places. If not, they've already guaranteed Europa League, which I completely forgot about until about 2 hours after the game. I was a bit busy focusing on other things.
Let's be honest.
I was a bit busy crying in the stands to think about that. But you'd imagine that with that 5th place up for grabs, hopefully that is something that Newcastle can achieve this season, especially with the form of Chelsea, with the form even of City, and the form of Bournemouth falling away a bit, Villa not quite there either. So, what more at the moment do we need to offer? It would be Champions League football and a club that takes the trophies and the cups really, really seriously. And I think you could see that as well with the devastation of going out of the FA Cup a couple of weeks. I mean, that feels like an age ago now, of course, but there was a genuine desire to try and go as far as we could in both competitions, and footballers like Isak or Bruno, as we saw yesterday, are winners and they want success. And at the moment, especially with yesterday, Newcastle looked like a club that can give them that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, if you look back at the Brighton game, I remember when we went out, I was foaming. I'm still angry now, to be fair. Because I think at that point, it looked like even though Newcastle were in the cup final, that was actually almost a better chance to win a trophy, weirdly, because of the teams who'd gone out of the competition. So that was extremely annoying. The domestic competitions mean more, certainly to me anyway, than the standard Premier League games, just because of that lack of silverware. Now they've done that. I think Newcastle after the international break can really kick on, and I think I fancy us getting in the Champions League now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I think this is going to be such a big boost for them all, and you got some players coming back. Botman's out for the season basically, but there's other players who'll be available, and Harvey Barnes yesterday. Everyone would have started Gordon, but I thought Barnes had a great game. He was involved in so many attacks on the left, and if I'm Harvey Barnes now, I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, am I not going to start over Gordon? I've done enough
and
here.
You want that competition. Jack, before I let you go, when are you going to bed? Are you ever going to bed?
I feel fine at the moment. I mean, I assume I'll crash at some point later on. But actually, you know what? I've just messaged my mates before. I think we're going to go some pints.
Oh, so, good man. Yeah. Good man. Well, enjoy them. And Jack, great to have you on. Enjoy the rest of the celebrations. Jack Cunningham there. A very, very elated and happy Jack Cunningham. And why not? Because Newcastle United won the cup yesterday. In just a moment, of course, it wasn't the only football that we saw yesterday. A big loss for Tottenham Hotspur against Fulham. Once again, their 15th Premier League defeat of the season. Ange Postecoglou was having altercations with fans, but he also went on a huge rant after the game. Come on then. I mean, I'm on cloud 9, Harry. You know that. My team's just won a trophy. I don't know if I've mentioned it on the show yet. And yet you want to have some kind of conversation about our big stars?
Yeah, because I know you in particular have got quite irritated with me in the past talking about how good a fit Alexander Isak would be for Arsenal. I know you've grown irritated when other people have said it as well. We've had this conversation before, me and you. So I appreciate that right now you probably think I'm trying deliberately to sort of rain on your parade or mock you even. I'm not trying to do that. Let me be clear. I just think if I'm Alexander Isak now, if Newcastle were to miss out on Champions League qualification, I would probably look back at what happened on Sunday and I'd probably think, this is great, right? We've made history with Newcastle United. We've, written our names into the club's history. But what more can I do at Newcastle United? Therefore, if the right offer comes in the summer, I would be interested in leaving. And I don't mean that disrespectfully to Newcastle United, but if you miss out on the top 4, then yes, this season's been great in that you've ended a 70-year trophy drought.
Do you think we will miss out, though, on the Champions League?
Right now, I think it's more likely you make it than you don't, because I don't particularly rate Chelsea at the moment. Manchester City, every time I think they've turned the corner, show that they haven't. So and obviously it's available to 5th place now as well. So I think there's a good chance you do make it. But if you don't, which could also happen, if you don't, and you're Alexander Isak, is there not a part of you that thinks, I've done that with Newcastle now, I got the trophy, where else am I going to go with them from here?
So just before I come back on that, I just want to know, what about if they do get Champions League? How much does that change the picture for you?
It changes it in some way, but then I would start to think about how far I can go in the Champions League and are Newcastle serious competitors. Now, this is not to have a go at Eddie Howe or anyone at Newcastle Football Club, but their financial situation means that, yes, they're the wealthiest club in the world in theory, but they can't actually exercise that wealth to any use because they're stuck. They are stuck in a cycle.
But the thing I come back on that with, that we've had the CEO, Darren Eales, come out in a recent interview and say that they're in, because of the last few windows. I mean, the last 3 windows, they haven't made a major signing. They've had to sell young talent. They sold Elliot Anderson and Yankuba Minter just to comply with those rules. So I do understand what you're saying about that. But he's then said, no, this summer we will have power to spend, and we'll also have power to keep our biggest stars.
Okay,
we don't need to sell them.
But is that power going to be bigger than the power that Arsenal have, or Liverpool have, or Manchester City have, or Chelsea have, or Manchester United have? Chelsea will always find a way of spending money. We've seen them wrap up deals for 2 players already.
Why right now, seriously, would you move to Chelsea over Newcastle? Seriously, why would you? Look at Newcastle's starting 11. And look at, I mean, the thing is, right, if Villa in this new Champions League format can reach the quarterfinals and have a chance, let's say, against PSG, obviously that's going to be a very tough game, have a chance, why can't Newcastle do that as well?
They can. They can do that.
And also, you talk about moving to Arsenal.
It can.
But you talk about moving to Arsenal, who, plenty of people at the moment would probably say that's a really tough game against Real Madrid. They'll probably be out in the quarterfinals. The title challenge hasn't quite worked. Listen, I know Isak would elevate Arsenal, of course, but you're looking at a season where you finish in the Champions League.
But that would be to suggest that because Newcastle won the Carabao Cup, they've caught up with Arsenal, which is so far from the truth. It's unbelievable.
No, but
they're worlds apart still. They're worlds apart. Like, it's great that you've won the Carabao Cup. It's amazing for Newcastle United. I was among the neutrals. I was probably one of the strongest in terms of being in favour of Newcastle yesterday. I texted you in the lead up to the game saying I really want to see you guys win it. I'm delighted for them. But this idea that winning the Carabao Cup all of a sudden makes all right with Alexander Isak to the point where he would not consider a move away now. It's fantasy.
But
it's not true.
The other thing is, though, how much is it in Isak's actual control? How much seriously is it in his actual control?
I think
the club don't need to sell him. This is the point I'm trying to make.
But who wants to keep an unhappy player?
Yeah, but Isak's attitude so far has shown a player. He constantly talks about the fact he doesn't think about his future too much. That he gets his head down, gets on with it, and tries to win as many games as he can. That as a fan, I'm not too worried about at the moment. And you're looking at guys contracted to 2028. I think there's just still plenty of time, if not at least another season. And if Newcastle have made big signings in the summer, who knows what next season could hold for them. I'm not saying they're going to put in a title challenge. I'm not doing it. I love him to bits.
Okay, do you think Arsenal can put in a title challenge next season?
I think it's going to be the title race next season is unbelievably interesting, isn't it? Because we don't know what Man City we're going to be getting, especially if they've got Rodri back fit. We have no idea. But
you've dodged the question there.
No, but we don't know.
Who's more likely to be in a title chase next season, Arsenal or Newcastle?
Arsenal are more likely to be.
Who's more likely to win the Champions League next season, Arsenal or Newcastle? Considering Newcastle haven't qualified yet.
I don't think either of them are.
Okay, but who's more likely?
Well, hang on, did you just say you don't think Arsenal will be in a title challenge next season?
No, I did, no.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's good the producer's listening, isn't it? Yeah.
Jesus, sorry, I was actually working on the show. I listened, I was like, you said what?
Yeah, the producer trying to put words in my mouth there as well.
I can't believe you just said that.
Yeah, I don't have the button, but I'll say it. This is an absolute disgrace.
my point is here, Ollie, and again, I'm not seeking to rain on your parade, right? It's an amazing achievement for Newcastle United. You've got every right to enjoy it, to lap it up, and to feel really, really good about things. But I find it difficult to believe that winning the Carabao Cup really dramatically changes the landscape for a player like Alexander Isak. And yes, he might say all the right things, and I'm sure, you know, at the minute he's quite happy and he's quite content. But once someone else comes knocking on your door, once you start to think about how short a footballer's career is, and you maybe see an opportunity, it might not even be Arsenal, it might be someone else.
Yeah, that's
okay.
What, Joe,
it might be someone else.
Say back. That's what I was going to say back. Is that, you know, I do take your point. I do understand what you mean, and I also think that Isak himself, you know, at times, you know, when you hear Bruno Guimaraes talk, you know, he's in tears. He's saying, "I love these fans, I love the Geordies so much," and Isak has never said the opposite. But I don't think he's ever committed himself so much to the club that we'd be there like, "Oh my word!" But I thought he loved Newcastle United. You know, and players need to have ambition, and completely understand that. I do though find it just so frustrating as a fan when you see your club literally win silverware yesterday, and you want these players to stay and try and build success with Newcastle United. Obviously, you know, eventually these stars will move on, but I just feel that where Arsenal are right now is not where, for instance, you know, if Real Madrid came knocking, that for me is a completely
okay. What about Liverpool?
I think that Liverpool, if they go on to win the Premier League, which, let's be honest, I mean, I know Arsenal are 22-1, but is going to happen this season, it would make more sense to me if Isak joined Liverpool than Arsenal. That obviously makes sense because they'd have just won the Premier League title. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And I think that's fair. This idea to me that Newcastle winning the Carabao Cup makes it far easier to keep their stars. I don't completely agree with that, because I think there can be an element of, actually, it's quite a nice time to draw a line under my time here. And I'll go down in history as a Newcastle great because we won a trophy. But now I can move on, and I can move on knowing that I achieved something with this team, and I'll always go down in Newcastle folklore. I think there's that aspect to it and that element to it as well that maybe is being overlooked for people to go, oh, well, actually, you know, now that he's won the Carabao Cup, he's going to stay forever and no one's ever going to turn his head.
I do know what you mean, but the other thing here, I think the main thing we've got to consider is the ambition of the ownership of Newcastle United. That is why their CEO has come out and said, we're not selling these big stars. This ownership wants Newcastle to be title challengers that we talked about with Arsenal.
I've got a question for you. How long do you think those owners think it will take for Newcastle United to, for example, win the league? What's their realistic timeline?
This is a really interesting point.
Because Isak, I think we all look at Isak and think, oh, he's this young player, which he kind of is, but at the start of next season, he'll turn 26. Like, that's for a striker who's quite reliant on pace, you're looking realistically at 3 or 4 years, unless he adapts his game, 3 or 4 years at the very top from start of next season. So what's he going to do? Is he going to look realistically and think, oh, well, I'll wait 2 years and hope that Newcastle, you know, can start to win the league then? And even then, he's 28. Whereas if Liverpool, and again, like, I'm sorry, but even Arsenal or Manchester City come along and say, hey, we want to win the league this season, we want to challenge for the Champions League this season, you are the missing piece of our jigsaw, that is quite a big thing.
Out of interest though, where do you guys genuinely, as Arsenal fans, where do you genuinely think Arsenal are if there was a queue for Alexander Isak, as we know there is?
I think they're right at the front.
Do you really
I think there's a number of factors. So first of all, I think the idea of going somewhere and being the guy is massive. And at Arsenal, he would be the guy. It's the perfect fit. I know it irritates you guys hearing that. It frustrates you. I know. But he would be the perfect fit. Okay? I think stylistically it works. I know people downplay this. I think the London factor is a big one. That's not to say anything negative about Newcastle, but the London factor is a pull. It always has been. And I think that works in the Gunners' favour. And I just think, like, anybody who really studies what's happened to Arsenal this season, I think has to come to the conclusion that there's been a hell of a lot of rotten luck along the way. Yes, some bad decisions too, but primarily it's rotten luck that's put them in the position that they are now. And had it not been for that, people would be talking about them progressing again rather than talking about a regression. So I think the idea that they've dropped off this season means that they're not at the front of the queue anymore, if indeed they were at all. I don't believe that. I don't buy that.
Well, Caelan, what do you think? Do you agree with Harry that Arsenal would be in the front of the queue to buy?
I'll tell you what it depends on. Weirdly, I think if Liverpool keep Mohamed Salah and they go, right, we didn't spend any money last season, so we've got double budget, let's go buy Isak, and they say to Isak, hey, play up front with Salah, I think they'd be number one because they're probably going to win the league this season. If not, I mean, Real Madrid are out the picture because they've already got enough attackers. So you'd have to look at if Mbappe went somewhere else, maybe, but if not, no. Barcelona don't have the money to buy Isak, realistically. If Barcelona, I mean, look, they could replace him with Lewandowski and he'd be, oh my God, I could get to play Rafinha and Lamine Yamal, but they haven't got the money. So the queue kind of becomes Arsenal and Liverpool.
That's the other thing. Keelan's hit the nail on the head there. How many clubs can afford to pay Newcastle what they want? Not many. Not many. I think Arsenal are one of them. I think Arsenal can.
How much?
120, 130. I think Arsenal can afford to if they really want to do it. Whether they want to do it or not is another question. But
I just think the only, like I said, the issue for you guys, if you know, and I take your point about Isak turning 26, and you got to, you know, bear in mind what he wants as a player. But at the same time, the club have so much power right now. There's no release clause, contracted until 2028, and they want to keep him. And that is going to be very, very hard. Any offer is going to be hard to take.
It's on the player, though, isn't it? It depends on the player, because if a player's head is turned and he is then being a problem, wanting to go, making that quite clear in any conversations and discussions taking place, that power can very quickly diminish.
It's funny, because I said this to Keelan a bit earlier. It makes next season for Newcastle so important,
huge.
And so important, and I'm confident that they will qualify for the Champions League and be within that. But if they bring in a lot of huge talent in the summer, it will be the time to judge Eddie Howe whether he can take a next step and whether he can, you know, take this team even further. Because actually, if you're building on a squad already that is, you know, they've beaten Arsenal so many times this season. Obviously, Isak's usually the difference in these games, but Liverpool they've beaten. You know, Eddie Howe's record against the Big Six is very, very good. But we'll see how it goes when he does spend the money that he's finally going to be allowed to splash, and then we'll see at the end of next season potentially where Isak is and where Newcastle are.
I do want to apologise. I feel like me and Keelan owe you an apology, because your whole demeanour has changed in the last 10 minutes. He was so happy and positive, and all of a sudden it's like we've sucked the life out of him.
And also, I'll tell you what, let's be nice to Ollie. If you do sell Isak this summer and you get into the Champions League, you'll have a lot of money to build a good squad to compete on a couple of levels, which, you know, I think last season kind of went off like a damp squib because you were in the Champions League, you had some great nights, and then you also, around that, you had loads of injuries and it kind of fell away and
couldn't play.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas actually,
loads of left wingers.
If you were able to actually kind of build a squad deep enough to challenge for kind of Champions League and stay within the top four, that would be considered a big achievement.
Isn't it?
You'd have to replace him with someone else, but if you could replace him with someone else and then buy another couple of players in positions, buy some centre backs, you'd be all right. You know, buy a goalkeeper.
I think we should just sign Bukayo Saka. You know, you can join our project, and that'd be great, wouldn't it? This is the social here on TalkSport.
He's riled.
Don't worry, I am still in a great mood, and that is not going to stop all the way up till 6 o'clock. We'll chat more about the Premier League in just a moment.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on your mobile and on your smart TV.
Double trouble, after whistle argument and filter-free football talk. The nation's favourite air-conditioned late-night sports speakeasy. The Sports Bar, with free-thinking radio radicals Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on TalkSport.
All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar and TalkSport. I'm Jamie O'Hara. Here over there is Jason Candy.
Has anyone seen Liverpool? Has anyone seen Arnie Slot? Has anyone seen Liverpool's quadruple? Sorry, I'll do that again. Has anyone seen Liverpool's treble? Sorry, I'll do it again. Has anyone seen Liverpool's double? What's happened? Jurgen Klopp's fist bump. Can you hear me? You're basically with a liver beating atomic kick. Brookside. Can you hear me? You're basically with a liver beating Dean Saunders, Jermaine Pennant. You'll never walk. You never walk alone. The cop, Neil Mellor, Ray Houghton. Frankie goes to Hollywood. Can you hear me? You're basically with a liver beating 100% Mo. Animator Confemwa. Mo, the Yellow Submarine. Penny Hey, Stephen Graham connector. The Cavern Club. Stephen Gerrard Slip. Stephen Gerrard Slip, can you hear me? You're meant to win a hell of a beating. Trent's contract. Van Dijk's contract. Mo's contract. Can you hear me? You're meant to win a hell of a beating.
Oh dear. Newcastle in 70 years of hurt. They beat Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final. And the wheels well and truly falling off at Liverpool. What went wrong? 0-3. 7-1-7-2-2-3-4. Elsewhere, Spurs recorded their 15th Premier League defeat of the season. It's the most since I played back in 2008. What a team that was. Should Ed be replaced at the end of the season, or even if he wins the Europa League, should he go? And finally, Man United. They followed up their win by smashing Leicester 3-0 yesterday. Things starting to click with Ruben Amorim. Get involved in the show. You know what to do. 03 717 22 33 44.
When you walk through a storm.
Steps across to his left-hand side, has a look at the keeper. Oh, and it's saved! Whoa, my goodness me, Darwin Núñez. It's not been his night tonight. Curtis Jones, again, the substitute, stepping up with his right foot. Has a look at the keeper. Oh, my goodness. What a save again from Donnarumma. It's brilliant.
You know, this season would be the Spanish champions, the German champions, the English champions, and the French champions.
That is it. Desiree Doué has got the winning penalty for Paris Saint-Germain.
It was totally for us. We were shocking, didn't it? We know we got beat. The ref was shocking, Gandhi.
Honestly, lads, I think it's a blessing in disguise. Best game, not a Tuesday, Saturday, Tuesday, Saturday.
With a header, Gandhi scored. It's Dan. He scored on the week in which he was called up for England.
We're just too good, mate. We're just too good. The quad is on, Gandhi. Quad is on.
With a header. Down to Isaac. It's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United.
No, that's cool. You can fancy him. You know what I'm saying? you can fancy him in that. Liverpool will win. I ain't playing games.
Bruno Guimaraes and Trippier lift the Carabao Cup into the sky. Newcastle United are Wembley winners.
I think Liverpool were schooled, in all fairness.
Andy, you are so biased against Liverpool.
Well, I was proved right though, wasn't I? I said you can't keep...
Andy, otherwise you'll be getting to people's elbows. Seriously.
Oh, dearie me.
Jack, well done.
Well done, boys. Well
Jack,
done.
excellent work.
How are you, matey?
I'm all right, mate.
Yeah, you're all good?
Not really.
Go on, what's the matter?
Well, chipped my tooth.
What do you mean you've chipped your tooth?
Chipped my tooth, mate. Yesterday, chipped my tooth. It's killing me, mate. Got an emergency dental appointment Wednesday morning.
Can they sort the other 30 out?
It's like found them at the bottom of a biscuit barrel.
So no, 2 teeth in the mouth.
I'm in a little bit of trouble, mate. A little bit of trouble.
All right, well, no one cares,
no
mate.
One cares.
No one
don't
cares.
Ask me then.
Well, you know, I didn't expect the answer that you give me. I didn't expect it. I wanted you to get stuck into Liverpool straight away.
Well, don't ask me then.
Well,
ask me again.
Okay.
Ask me again. I'm fine. Let's move on.
Okay, brilliant. How was the Carabao Cup final? Where did you watch it?
Oh, mate, honestly,
sensational
stuff.
Loved
Congratulations, Newcastle. Liverpool season. Honestly, they go... Here's my point. Liverpool, I've said this season, they're not that great. I've said it all season. They're not that great. They're efficient. They're the best side in the country. That doesn't, for my money, doesn't actually prove a great deal, because I don't think this year's Premier League is...
you're going to throw that one out there again?
I've been throwing... Jay.
You're going to throw that one out there again?
Jay, I've seen the best side in England yesterday. I've seen the second best side in England and play the full side best side in England yesterday. Mate, there is something not right with this league. It's not of the level. It's simply not. Congratulations, Newcastle. Let's talk about them, because there's Newcastle fans listening to this saying, give us a mention. Give us a mention. Well done.
They were brilliant. They were absolutely fantastic.
They were. Deserved it, mate. First trophy.
Run all over Liverpool.
Mate,
all over the park.
First trophy in 70 years.
70 years.
I mean... No wonder they celebrated like they've just landed the World Cup. Fair play, though.
Yeah, it's got to be done, hasn't it?
No, you've got to. No, well done then. But, you know, geez, that's the first trophy in 70 years.
Yeah.
Imagine how you Spurs fans feel. Imagine how Newcastle fans feel.
Well, I was happy for Newcastle. I was.
No, I thought they'd win it.
I didn't expect them to win it. They went into the game as under. I thought Liverpool would have turned up, but
I thought they'd win it. I said on Thursday. I thought they'd win it.
Liverpool were terrible. They were terrible.
Liverpool. There is something, and here's a question I'm going to throw out to Liverpool fans now. On the back of what you have seen from Van Dijk and Salah in the last, I would say, 5-6 games-ish. I can see why
it's the 3 big games.
Oh, there's been a number.
Mo Salah's been very quiet. Non-existent he was in the final.
Mo Salah
Non-existent
did
against
not
PSG.
turn up against PSG in both legs. Didn't turn up again yesterday. It's not alone, but I'm not blaming him solely. But if you're going to splash out the thick end of £400,000 a week on a 3-year contract, is rumoured to what he wants, based on what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 games, I can see why he's not in that contract. I can see it. Because you don't have a crystal ball. You don't know when you're giving someone a contract at 24, 25, you know that they're going to be fit enough to get around the pitch at 24, 25. What's that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 27, 28, 29, something like that.
What are you going on about?
Just adding numbers up.
Just spit it
on
out.
The contract.
Yeah.
Adding numbers up. But he's now 32 going on 33. So are they going to give him that contract? Because we know his physique is amazing. You know how professional he is, but you don't know what he's going to look like in a year and a half's time.
He's going to probably look the same.
Well, look at Casemiro.
I know, but Casemiro's different, mate.
I'm just saying.
Casemiro's different.
All I'm saying is,
I hear you, but he's different.
You don't have a crystal ball. You don't know what they're going to turn into. You don't know what they're.
Listen, regardless of his contract,
I'm just saying, mate. That's what I'm just saying. I can see
what you're asking Liverpool fans if they would get rid of Mo Salah. No. Or would just accept that the fact that he's not going to sign a deal.
Well, based on what we've seen in the last 3 big games, he ain't worth it. Is what I'm saying.
You don't think he's worth it?
Mate, he's scoring goals against a poor Premier League.
He scores goals every season, Jace.
Yeah, but
for the last 5
year,
seasons.
his numbers are insane. Something doesn't add up, mate. And I can see why. Personally, if I was a Liverpool fan, I'll give him what he wants. But it ain't my money. It ain't their money. But I can see exactly why the Liverpool hierarchy are saying, let's wait and see.
Why do you think Newcastle were able to run all over Liverpool? I couldn't believe that.
Liverpool ain't that great. They're not that good. Jay, I've been saying all season, they're not that good. Yeah, their record's brilliant. They've only lost 1 game at home.
Yeah.
But the Premier League's not that great. Newcastle are at it, mate. Plus on the back of them having the hangover of being knocked out the Champions League, going through extra time, that not just the physical fatigue, the mental fatigue, that Newcastle took advantage, taking nothing away from Newcastle. Liverpool, I don't know, mate. We're looking at a good Liverpool team, not a brilliant, not great, good.
Okay, all right. Liverpool fans, want to hear from you. It's obviously a disappointing night. 03717 22 33 44. We're going to get him straight on tonight because he's thrown us up and he deserves to get absolutely battered. He's 100% garbage. All right, Mo?
What happened?
Andy.
What happened?
Look, first of all, congratulations to Newcastle, yeah? Candy, come on, stop playing that silly the guitar thing, yeah? Congratulations to Newcastle. And second of all, Jimmy J, you look like Clark Kent with them glasses on the sky yesterday.
Ah, looking good, I was, mate. I was looking good.
You look like Clark Kent, man. You do.
you needed Clark Kent, mate. That's what you needed at that final.
Listen. The lads were tired yesterday. They were absolutely shattered. You know what? I'm happy. With 12 points clear, we're going to win the league. Everything's rosy. You know what? Give the lads a break. They've had a couple of bad games.
What happened to the quadruple?
Listen, Candy. Next year, buddy. Next year, yeah?
What happened to the treble?
Next year, Candy.
What happened to the double?
Next year, Candy.
Mo, it's all gone a bit south.
Honestly, mate, you're not a bit embarrassed?
Listen, I'm not embarrassed. I'm proud of them, lads.
No,
seriously,
you're not embarrassed yourself, though.
Listen, Candy, you know what it is? You are so biased, it's unreal, right? I keep saying this, you are biased. Towards Liverpool, you're biased. We are 12 points clear top of the league, and you've been saying for the past 2 to 3 weeks that this league is not right, this league is terrible, blah, blah, blah. Do you understand? Now, you just said it there as well, that Liverpool not a great team. Liverpool are an absolutely magic team. They're 12 points clear, man. If that were Man City or anybody else, you would be singing their praises.
Did your pants pulled down by Plymouth?
Listen, Candy, it was one of them
things. Pants pulled down by Newcastle?
Plymouth's pitch was terrible.
Pants pulled down by PSG?
Yeah, PSG, do you know what? Fair play to them. You know what? Good team. Good team. Yesterday, Newcastle, good team. Do you know what? Fair play to them, yeah? But Candy, you could not criticise Liverpool. We're going to match United's total of 20 titles, Candy. These boys are going to make history. Now, you know what it is? You keep you're just talking nonsense again.
You're dull, Mo. You
listen. Candy, you're talking nonsense.
Right, okay.
You are, honestly. You're biased. Let Jimmy G speak. Jimmy G, you talk.
Well, Mo, listen, I kind of tend to agree a little bit with Candy on this one. I thought look, I watched the game. You saw me on Sky. I didn't turn up, mate. It was so flat. Long ball merchants. Like, no creativity. Like, run all over you. Wanted it. Newcastle looked like they wanted it more. And that, for me, is something that you can't have in a cup final, mate. And I thought Liverpool would turn up on the day. They've been there. They've done it all before. And the big moments at Wembley, you've seen Liverpool win it. But, mate, you looked like it was your first time there.
I know, mate, I know. But you know what it is? Like I said to you before, Liverpool have not had so many bad games this season, and that was one of them.
No, you've been bang average, Mo. Mo, you got bullied yesterday.
Candy, how many points are we clear on top of the league? Come on. Stop talking rubbish, man. You're just talking negative. Listen, stop talking negative. There's a lot of Liverpool fans out there, millions and millions of them, and they'll ring in and they'll say the same thing. How many points are we clear top of the league, Candy?
Yeah, I know, but I think that says more about the league than does Liverpool.
What do you mean talking league? Listen, the same league. Same league as last year.
Bang average league, Mo, this year, I'm afraid, matey.
You can't take the shine off Liverpool's.
No, I'm saying, well done then.
Well done. Candy, you can say whatever you want, mate. Whatever you want. I am proud of them boys. We are going to win the league. We're going to match United's titles. Yeah, and you know what? If you would have said to me start of the season, I would have said to you, Candy, you're 100% correct.
No, cool. I'm not asking you, and it's my opinion. I'm going to say it.
Your opinion is useless. Your opinion is always useless, man. All your negativity, all this. Listen, you're from not just even one time. You've been building this up inside you since December, November.
No, because it's been bad since then as well, Mo.
They've not played anybody. They've not played anybody. You've been talking nonsense all along. Give Liverpool some credit. Give Arnie Slot some credit.
Well done. Well done.
12 points clear. I watched your shower of rubbish yesterday. They're terrible.
I know, but we're still fourth. That's how bad the league is.
Terrible.
Chelsea are terrible, and we're still fourth.
The only
That's
team
how bad the league is.
No. The rest of the teams have gone better. Look at Bournemouth. Look at Fulham. Yeah,
Bournemouth and Fulham.
Fulham. They've gone better than last year. They're a better side than last year. Look at Bournemouth. Yeah, the league's gone better. There's about 8 or 9 teams there who can challenge. Of course it has.
No,
just because it's Liverpool, and you're just going on and on and on. Come on, Candy.
No, nothing to do with Liverpool, matey. I'm just saying that this league, this year, the reason I think that Liverpool are holding on to whether they give that Mo Salah a contract is they're looking at the quality of the league. It's not of the standard it has been in years gone by. It simply isn't.
Mo Salah has been absolutely sensational.
He has.
The guys had. Listen, I'll tell you why.
Hold on.
I'll tell you why it was quiet yesterday, Candy. The guy was fasting. He was fasting in Ramadan, man.
What about against PSG?
He was fasting there as well.
What about in the previous finals he's played in?
What do you mean previous finals? The guy's been awesome. You know what, Kenny? You are just so biased, man. Seriously.
Does he fast every time a final comes round? Oh, I missed that.
Listen. Come on, don't be silly, right? The guy's good. I mean, how many goals has he scored this year? He's been Premier League. The guy's gonna win PFA Player of the Year, isn't he?
Oh, he will.
Yeah, he will. So he's been the best player in the league.
He is.
PFA,
he deserves
PFA
it.
Player of the Year is voted by all the players, not by you, or not by Jimmy G, or not by me. It's been voted by the players, yeah? So he's going to be the best player this year.
Mo, what happened yesterday?
Listen, Candy.
Mo, we're going to let you go. Want to hear from Liverpool fans, get involved in the show. What happened yesterday? Is Jason Cundy right? Is it because the Premier League is not as good as recent years?
I've been saying that a long time. This is not
I don't tend to disagree with you. I think you're taking the shine away, trying to take the shine away from Liverpool's Premier League title win. But I hear what you're saying. It's not been good, but they were poor yesterday. They weren't good enough, Liverpool, that's for sure. A bit of Spurs as well. Get involved in the show. 03 717 22 344. Jamie and Jason Cundy, we're talking Carabao Cup final. I think it's only right that we take some Newcastle fans because it was their day of glory. They've waited 70 years for a big trophy again, and they got one, and fully deserved. Let's go to Taylor, who's a Newcastle fan. All right, Taylor?
Yay! What a beautiful day it was indeed. What a beautiful day.
Yeah.
Before we get started, boys, I spoke to you after we qualified for the Champions League, and we spoke about dining at the top table. Jason, you had a wee bit of banter about Chardonnay, and I told you it was a nice Cabernet Sauvignon.
Yeah.
So it was certainly flowing yesterday as we hosted an event at Revolution de Cuba, raising funds for the Newcastle Food Bank, and I'm delighted to say that we raised over £1,700 as we celebrated the most epic day for any Newcastle fan. It's just incredible.
So you're saying you're dining at the top table now? Is that it? You confirmed as the top table? You know, you're in the mix with the big boys.
I think, well, that's certainly going to get a bit of pressure off our back. It's definitely what we've all been waiting for, and now it's just going to spur the boys on to go and have a strong finish to the season. I think we'll be a point behind Chelsea and City. So Jason, you better get used to those happy meals, mate.
They're serving Cristal now, aren't they? A bit of Dom P at St James's Park.
Yeah, Newcastle going to finish in the top 4.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think the momentum, they've got a game in hand. They're finishing above Chelsea. I don't know what's going to happen between them and City. Chelsea will finish 6th, in my opinion, at the minute. I've not seen enough from Chelsea. But Taylor, look, I understand, and I agree with you. It's been 70 years, but to say you're dining off the top table, I would hold off until you've seen the bill, right? I wouldn't be ordering too many of the main courses. And
no,
not yet.
Not Cristal yet.
Not yet. No.
Well, we're certainly not getting the financial rewards for it. Was it about £100,000 for winning the cup?
No,
so we're not dining out off the finances. I mean, let's face it, right? The Premier League have tried to stop us every way they can, whether it be the Newcastle rules that have come in around sponsorship, whatever it has been. They try to stop this move of the PIF going ahead. There was no noise about when they bought into Disney. There was no noise when they bought into Amazon or when they bought into Formula One. It was just about Newcastle. They try to stop us in every way, and we've managed it.
I wouldn't take it personally, mate. You think that everyone's out to hurt Newcastle?
No, well, not everyone, but the cartel. You know, we all know the Premier League and McMaster is corrupt. It's shenanigans, but they'll try and stop us. They've been found out in the terms of the courts. It'll all come out in the wash. But in the meantime, we conduct our business appropriately. Eddie Howe's sign-ins, he's tactical astute yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that Dan Burn hung about in that 18-yard box and then gave them a choice, stick McAllister on him.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that, Taylor. When I was watching, I was doing the comms, and like when they've obviously seen it, as a weakness that Van Dijk and Kanate, the two best headers of the ball, obviously standing in a 6-yard box to head everything away. I couldn't believe that after the second set piece that they continued to allow Dan Burn to stand at the back post, and they were just clipping balls to the back post, and he was winning. He won every header. Every header he won. It was only a matter of time before one of them was, perfect enough for him to go and attack and score. And then in the second half, they come out and they done it again. McAllister was still marking him. I'm thinking, what are they doing?
It was incredible. I mean, even Tino getting forward, supporting that midfield, because that midfield is so athletic, they're so strong, and it was a physical battle yesterday that Liverpool weren't up for. They had a tough game midweek, and they would have rather just played football yesterday. And
Joe Linton, mate, I have to say, Joe Linton was one of the best performances from a midfield player in a final I've seen in a long time. Yeah. He was unreal. He was everywhere, and he was so pumped up. Every tackle he made, he was, fist pumping, and normally that can get the better of you over the course of 90 minutes. You run out of steam, or you make a mistake or whatever. But mate, he was incredible.
But he does that a lot, Joe Linton. He has that. He is a monster in the middle of the park. He loves the battle.
He was brilliant. Brilliant.
And in terms of turns around in players, let's not forget Joe Linton was brought in. They stuck him up front. Wasn't working out. He kind of went out on the wing. Didn't work out. He couldn't hit a cow's arse with a banjo, as we say. But that transition when Keane Clark got sent off in that friendly, he transitioned into midfield. It's been a rebirth. I've never seen a transition in a player like it, and he's worth his weight in gold. But everybody yesterday, Tam Man, these guys will be immortalised now, because some of them won't be there in summer, some of them won't be there next year, coming to the end of their career, their contracts. But these guys have gave, especially the older generation, some of these guys have waited a lifetime to see this. They might not have too much of that lifetime left. It was special, It
was an incredible moment for us. I was happy for Newcastle, the way they went about it. I thought they fully deserved.
I thought they beat him. But by the way, I don't want to put stuff on their chips.
Right, go on.
It's the Carabao Cup. If Newcastle want to be taking it, and he's saying dining up the top table, that is not dining at the top table.
The Carabao Cup is not the top table?
No.
What table is that?
That is...
Was it table 5?
That's in the saloon bar.
The saloon bar?
Yeah.
Well, you're not quite there.
Anyone can
you're
get
not with
there.
the big hitters.
Anyone can get in the saloon bar. They want to dine at the top table.
Anyone can get in a saloon.
The saloon bar you can't
What's
you?
a saloon bar?
There's no reservation. You just walk in. If there's a table free, you sit down. That's not dining at the top table. Dining at the top table is where you book, you got to pay with a credit card, and you know you're going to get that
Michelin star. Champions League.
Lat
stages.
Premier League, mate. That's dining at the proper top table.
Do you think Newcastle can get there?
I think they probably can go very close.
Okay.
But they're not dining there yet, mate.
No?
No. They've got the disposable forks. They haven't got the the napkins that you can throw away. They've got those ones.
Right, okay.
And the plastic forks.
Okay, all right.
They haven't got the cutlery that rolls up in the old napkin that gets washed.
Yeah.
They're not there yet.
So they're still drinking Martini Asti.
Yeah, and it's
Bollinger.
It's not top drawer.
Okay, it's not
top drawer.
All right.
Not yet.
Not yet. Newcastle fans, get involved in the show. Have your say. 03 717 22 3344. Gone all Spursy, aren't they? Let's go to Stephen. He's a Newcastle fan. He was at the game, and he's 70-year-old. Right, Steve.
Right, Steve-O.
Fine, lads. How are you doing?
We're the lads.
We're the lads.
We're the lads, Steve-O.
Exactly.
How you feeling?
Fantastic. I've just been to the club and it was £2 a pint for Guinness and £1 a shot for the Irish whiskey, so I'm all right.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. Where are you?
15 quid, you're absolutely battered.
Newcastle.
Yeah, great. It's nice and cheap. But they're £2 for a pint of Guinness. Lovely. That'd be days.
Yeah, just for tonight.
Because it's
Did you go to the game yesterday?
I did, yes, sir. Well, I went straight from Benidorm. I was in Benidorm for Cheltenham week, drinking and gambling. And I flew. I flew to Gatwick and got the train to Victoria, but
what a week you've had, Steve. I mean, Benidorm for Cheltenham, Wembley for Newcastle, and then up for £2 Guinnesses. What a week that is! You got some life, haven't you?
Yeah, we're just balanced out because I stayed in Bayswater. And it was about £8 a pint, so it just balances out.
Excellent.
I just want to say, lads, that Newcastle, you are both ex-pros, you know the score. We were the best team by miles, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, Liverpool supporters. I mean, the Liverpool end was full, right? But not with Scousers. So the thing, same as your phone and no Scouse accents.
Well, they got them all over the world, mate.
Go on. Tell us what it was like, Steve-O. Did you cry? Did you blub?
Nah.
Didn't blub?
Some did. No. I cried years ago in Hereford, when Hereford beat us. I cried then.
I thought you say you're going to cry when you bought a pint in Bayswater.
Yeah, I did. Just now, right, I did, I bought several pints, so I cried several times, to be honest with you.
I mean, look, Steve, you've obviously been following the club since you were a kid. You know, and you've had to wait a long old time to get back amongst the major honours. I mean, what a springboard this is.
I was one when we won the cup, so...
You're one?
You was one.
You're one. You don't remember
it? FA Cup. No, I don't. No.
You don't remember it. You don't remember it.
I mean, look, what a moment, though, Steve. You must have just... the emotions you must have gone through in that game.
Oh, it was brilliant. Just extra time that... I mean, Kamara, how good he is, but he was just messing about for their goal. He should be really hold over the coals trying to mess them up in midfield with that.
Yeah, he allowed them a moment. Yeah, but after they scored, you managed the game brilliant.
Yeah, we did, best by a long way, but all these Liverpool fans from all over England, except Liverpool, are very, they said, well, we weren't bothered about the League Cup, we just want the big trophies and all that, you know. It really annoys us.
So, Steve-O, tell us, when is going to be the open top bus parade? There must be one, right? You can't, after 70 years, not have an open bus parade. It has to happen, yeah? Well, what's the details, you know?
Well, personally, I wouldn't have one, but I think I'm going to have one on the, the semi-final weekend or the quarter-finals with the FA Cup. We aren't playing, so I think I'm going to have one on the Saturday then, I think, you know.
Right.
Do you think they should have one?
I think they should, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think they should.
I'm not sure, like, you know.
Why? I think you should. You know, you don't know when... You might
know when the next one's coming,
You might be
mate.
140 next time in the next cup.
Exactly, but I'm saying we haven't got to prove how good fans we are, because we took 14,000 to Dortmund and 14,000 to Milan about 14 years ago. So, 14, by the way, not like 2 and 3 and all that.
Yeah, we know you got a massive following, but, have the open top bus parade, let the lads enjoy it. Eddie Howe deserves it.
You've got to, Steve.
Yeah, get it round there, no? Surely.
Well, you two lads should come up.
I'd love to come up. It'd be a great day.
With real drinkers.
£2 pints.
£2 pint of Guinness and a pound for a whiskey. Sign me up.
It won't be that at the Newcastle, right? But it won't be as dear as Bridgewater.
Well, it definitely won't be, yeah, I'm sure. Well, listen, Steve, appreciate your call, mate.
Steve,
Thank you.
Well done, congratulations.
Yeah. Cheers, all right, mate, take care. Definitely got to have an open top, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to sound a little bit disrespectful.
I know what you're going to say.
But it's only the Carabao Cup, but Newcastle have not experienced this before, and this could springboard them to being, I don't know, FA Cup, maybe Europa League.
Yeah,
who knows what this can do for them? Who knows where this can go? But right now, I would celebrate it, because you never know when the next trophy's coming, mate. It's the first one in a generation. Enjoy it.
Does it feel a little bit like Tim Pot though?
But Newcastle,
if you have one and it's like the Carabao Cup,
I know,
and
but
you have an open top bus parade.
I know, but this is
it's not like Plymouth have won it. Do you know what I mean? They are Newcastle.
Sorry, Newcastle haven't won a trophy in 70 years.
No,
everyone tells you they're a big football club, right? Everyone tells me.
Yeah, but they are.
But they're not. They're not, mate. They're not. They're not. In Newcastle, they are. But how can you be a big club and not win a trophy in 70 years? Someone square that circle for me. Now then. Big fan base, huge ground, great following. Yeah, right now they're on the cusp. They looks like they're going to go somewhere. But come on, mate. Come on.
No,
come on. I need a bit more. Don't you need a bit more? Even Spurs won a trophy in the last 25, 30 years. Do you know what I mean? Wigan.
We didn't have an open
Wimbledon have won an FA Cup. Come on, mate.
I know, but I know. I hear what you're saying, but an open top bus parade is.
But they need it. They need it. They need it. They feed the soul. Feed the soul. Feed the fans. Feed them what they want. Feed the town. Because you know what? This could springboard them to next year an FA Cup.
Yeah.
Maybe next year. Who knows? I reckon they're going to get. I personally think they're going to get Champions League football next season. I think they're good enough. Let's say they fall short and get Europa Conference. They could win that. There's no reason why they can't. They're good enough.
Okay. Shall we try Steve again? Has he got us back? All right, Steve?
Steve-o?
Hello, lads. You good?
Yeah, good, mate. Sorry, we lost you there. But go on. What do you want to say?
I was just saying, I think Ange is. I think he's on borrowed time now.
I met my love by the gasworks wall. Dream the dream.
Time to look back on the weekend's refereeing decisions with TalkSport Bet, which means it's time for this.
Query.
Evening, Derm.
All right, Derm.
Evening, both. How you doing?
All right, matey. How are you?
Right, Derm.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Looking very relaxed there, Derm.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
leaning back.
Yeah, watch them double chins, Derm. Derm, let's get into some of the decisions. The first one, I'm going to throw at you the first one, which was in the Carabao Cup final. The goal. The Chiesa scored. The VAR obviously looked at it. It was onside. I was doing the game, Derm. 2 minutes later, after I said it's onside, it was so obvious it was onside. 2 minutes later, they're still waiting, and then we had to wait for the referee to come out on the tannoy to tell everyone what they already knew. Like, come on, what's that about, Derm? It's a pointless add to this whole VAR mess.
I think it's the world we live in, Jamie, isn't it? We're always looking to go down the road a bit further. They want to push the boundaries a bit further. It's become all part of the theatre for me, But it wasn't offside. It's a great decision by the VAR, isn't it? Chiesa's clearly onside.
Yeah, cool. Well, simple,
but then
the
check is there a foul in the build-up? Was there a foul before that? They checked that there wasn't, and then the announcement came and. I heard today, that it was funny, Chiesa's reaction, wasn't it? He didn't know what had gone on, and people say, well, he didn't understand English. And Stephen Warnock said to me today, he said, well, I was stood behind the Geordie fans and they didn't understand it either.
You know what it did, though, for Liverpool? Now, in that moment, you score, you get straight back, get the ball, put it down, and Newcastle got to go. Their heads are frazzled, and they're thinking, what it did, it allowed Newcastle to regroup. It was 2 or 3 minutes after they scored that they were able then to... And then after, Liverpool didn't create a chance. Newcastle saw the game out. But then that moment of madness that they could have had, Liverpool, got taken away from them, I think, from VAR taking so long over an obvious goal.
It's ironic you say that, Jamie, because one of the lads that work at Sky said to me this morning, he's a Liverpool fan, and he said to me, he said exactly the same. He said what it did, it took away this element of get straight on the front foot.
Yeah, panic.
Got them. We've got them on the back foot. It's 2-1. We can go at it, and it was held off. But it's like I said to you many times. Be careful what you wish for. We wanted this. We wanted technology. Right back to the Charlie Austin rant, if you remember, at Watford that day. Give them the technology.
It's a joke.
Well,
Derm.
Now we've got it. People aren't happy with it. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Is part of what we're hearing now, and I'm guessing the answer is yes, but I want to hear your answer. Part of what we're hearing now from the referees is so that the in-game experience for the fan that's there knows exactly why the decision has been made. So therefore the armchair fan gets more info because we're watching at home, we see the replays, we get the commentary, they hear the audio. Is that where we're at now? So not only are we now waiting for the decision, we're now waiting for the referee to explain it. So there is going to be more added time.
You mean the announcement about the offside goal?
Correct.
Yeah, well, what it was decided was that there's no doubt about it, Jason. I mean, you've been at Chelsea on match days and something's happened and, I'm in the studio, people are watching at home, if you like, and we know exactly what's happened. But the people in the stadium don't. And their argument was always, well, we're the paying public. We're paying to go to the game. And we're the last person who knows what's happening. So there was a great talk about what do we do about this? How do we do it? And you can only do so much with the big screen. And then the EFL decided that during the Carabao Cup, the semi-finals and the final, they would experiment with this. The referee would announce a decision if there was a VAR overturn, which there was yesterday.
Before I let you move on, former Spurs and Chelsea midfielder Gus Poyet, who is currently managing out in South Korea, went on a little VAR rant recently. Have a listen, Derm, and see what you make of it.
I was an offensive player, okay? And I like it to score a goal and look at the linesman. And if the linesman didn't put the flag up, it was a goal. And I can celebrate the best part of the game. What we do now? We wait 4 minutes. It's embarrassing. They're taking the best part of the game. People sitting somewhere in Malaysia or in Zurich with a tie trying to tell us how to play football. That's wrong. That's wrong. And they keep doing it. And they keep complicating the referees. Now the referee goes to the pitch, they got no responsibility whatsoever. They got the power, They like it, The power, they come into you and they show power. But they got no responsibility because they do nothing and they wait for the guy at the top to tell him what to do. The linesman's even worse. They are just to give throw-ins. They don't give an offside ever.
What do you make of that, Derm? I mean, do you think he's got a point? Do you think spoiling the fan experience, spoiling it for players?
It's difficult, Jamie, because VAR is brilliant for everybody until it makes a decision you don't want.